Loading the game. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 The Broken ****08 You let me do what I do. Not necessarily a good thing. It's dangerous to think of you in the river. Xie Tao couldn't help but say, does the universe collapse? And it doesn't matter if the civilization dies. At this time, Li Su whispered to Xie in the contactor, Mr. President, is there a refreshment to be sent? The atmosphere really needs to be eased. Xie Tao nodded and said, okay, Jiang. Slanted and laughed. Xie Tao looked at him and didn't understand what he was laughing at. River ramp. You nod here. Can Li Su see? Xie. I always feel that this soul is very difficult and Xie Tao has the illusion that everything is seen by him. He was in front of him, all in a sense of tension. In the center, the age and experience of the river slant does not know how much bigger than him, but the river slant has been converging, and there is no sense of distance from Z point. But this river is oblique, but it does not deliberately converge. Xie Tao said, what do you want to drink, Jiang? Skewed, black tea. Xie, eyeing should be down, and soon remembered that he seems to have been drinking black tea, and the entire presidential palace habitually prepared him with black tea. Xie Tao has no special preference for these teas, so this is the world set up to like to drink black tea. The former president also likes it. Is it related? Don't blame Xie. Think more. It is really a lot of pre-existing summaries, and you can make up the routine. Didn't they be a pair before? Because the rational thank you don't understand love, so the river leans away. Xie Yupin has a product. Always feel that this is very characteristic of the soul. Limas he personally took 2 cups of black tea and some small snacks. He was very handsome in the past. After all, he became the presidential secretary at a young age. The future is not limited, and the waist can't be straight. At this time, Li Su did not squint, but he was very cautious. After putting down the refreshment, he whispered, Mr. President, Mr. Jiang, please use tea. Please tell me if you need anything. The river slanted and said, yeah, it is no exaggeration to say that Xie Tao saw a thin layer of sweat on Secretary Li's forehead. As for it, Xie Tao feels that this secretary thief has no interest. Li Su looked at Xie Tao again. Thank you. You go back first. Don't wait for me. When Li's secretary sneaked his eyes on the river, another look looked like, okay, he is amazed. Xie Tao is still ignorant. What are you alone? Li Su left, and the river slanted from the black tea, and sighed softly. It is still the capital of the capital stars. Black tea. Xie Tao redoubled his mind. Then come back. The river leaned back, and leaned down, and looked at him without saying a word. The topic seems to be coming back again. Xie said, at the moment, when it is the most crisis, the universe collapses and the entire civilization will die. The river is as cold as ever. The old ones don't go. The new ones don't come. Xie Tao said, this is a disaster of extinction. It doesn't matter if the world is destroyed. River ramp, just the destruction of the universe. What is the relationship with the world? His question asked Xie Zhen to ask. Seeing the stunned look of Xie Tao, the river sighs like a sigh, and the sound is a lot slower. Think about it. What are you guarding? Xie Tao quickly said, the whole of the United States. Jiang asked him, do you love him? Because of the language, Xie Tao understands that he is he rather than it. Xie said, of course, as the president of the United States, I love all citizens in this country. Jiang skewed his head and said, this is only a responsibility. Xie Tao said, responsibility is not love. Jiang slanted without a voice. He looked at Xie Tao. Eyes looked at it. For a long while, he smiled, and the smile that overflowed his mouth was cold and helpless. Sure enough, it should not be forced. Xie the slanting look of the river faded, and the black tea did not move. He got up and said, if nothing happens, I'm leaving. Xie Tao can let him go. He is in a hurry and asks, what do you say? I don't understand. Jiang leaned his hand on the clothes and whispered, so, do you love me? Xie Tao was asked by him, how can I answer this? Is it too sloppy to say love? If you don't like it, didn't he want to see the river when the universe was destroyed? Which is the problem of love or not? This is a question of death. Xie Tao bite his teeth. It is also rational. Do you understand? Jiang tilted straight and looked at him. Xie Wei felt the pressure of direct cold sweat. He insisted on raising his head. If you understand, then, can you teach me not? Should this be ensured? Can you leave at least someone? Jiang oblique. Do you want to learn? Xie Tao thought that he finally touched the way and said, think, who knows that the sound of the river is getting more and more ups and downs. You still don't want to learn? Xie Xi asked. Why? The river is calm and calm. I have taught you. Xie Wei is broken, so river ramp, don't go to school. I don't want others to teach you. Xie Zhen really has a hard time saying he knows that he has learned, not to mention that he really knows what love is, and he has been guarding him for more than 60 years. Seeing people going, Xie took a few steps forward and pulled his sleeve. Tomorrow, the river slanted slightly, and his eyes fell on his hands. Xie Qiang suppressed the desire to retract her hand and seriously said, tomorrow. Let's date. Jiang obliquely looked at him slowly. Well, Xie Tao can't let him go like this. I don't understand. It's not words that can explain white. Can we get along with us for a day? Jiang looked at him. You don't have to do this. Xie Tao said, in short, I will wait for you here tomorrow. The river slanted eyes slightly. Xie said, you can't come, but I will wait. The river slanted out of the outside, and the dark grey scorpion was indifferent. You don't understand your feelings, but in terms of using your feelings, you are familiar with it. Xie Wei, use a ghost, obviously love you. The river went away, and Xie Tao sat on the sofa and found that he had a thin sweat on his back. The momentum is really amazing. A river slant that was dead to him was so strange that he was shocked. The next day, Xie Tao naturally waited here early. He has such a loss of tension, fearing that the river will not come, but fortunately, how to give him a heart. The river is also inclined. At about 9 o'clock, the river came. Thank you for standing up. River ramp, today, what do you do for me? Xie Yisung said, I will prove it to you. Jiang squinted his eyes and looked at him. You hear it clearly. I'm talking about what you do for me and what I do, including going to the extreme. Xie Tao twisted his eyebrows and interrupted him. I came to date you. Jiang obliquely stared at him. I only give you a chance. You want to do the president's duty. I can help you. Xie Tao said, I just want to date you today. The river slanted and looked at him silently. Xie Zhenke is not afraid to save the world or something. The premise is to save the soul. Although the asterisk of collapse has not been found, the soul of the collapse cannot be left alone for a long while. The river ramp. Well, listen to you. Xie Yisung said, I have a movie ticket. Can we go to the movies? The river slant seems to laugh, but the voice is miraculously gentle. Okay, a single word syllable, but because of the faint seemingly full of helpless smiles, became very beautiful, as if countless emotions were crowded together. Because the words were too small to be able to fit. Xie's heart trembled, and some did not dare to look at him. Today's itinerary, Xie Tao, was carefully planned. He even booked a best-selling book, which was finished overnight, and made a lot of raiders under normal circumstances. Xie Wei does not need any love books to guide. In the past 60 years, he has not had a few dating with Jiang, although most of them are led by Jiangzi, but he also has full experience. The reason why I bought this book to do it is because he didn't know much about the background of this high-tech society, and he was afraid that he would not know the market and make jokes. For example, the primary project of dating in the Earth Age is to watch movies. In case this high-tech society is not. Fortunately, after flipping through the dating guide, thank you, the cinema is still there, just a holographic mode, virtual experience, more exciting and fun. This guide is very reliable and also recommends the corresponding videos. Xie Tao has no experience in this aspect and directly selected the most ensured love film. The book says, in the lifetime, please be sure to watch this film with people you like. With such a high comment, Xie Tao quickly booked the ticket. Xie Tao has never seen a holographic film. Although it has been prepared, it is still a bit tight. The river slanted to the point that the scorpion was awkward, and the phrase "no need to be reluctant" was still not said. Zhao was quickly attracted to all this attention by this unique viewing experience. This film is very beautiful. The protagonist is irrational and disguised as rational sensibility. The reason is very young. It is a young general pretending to be loaded. And the spirit is high. The sensibility of posing as irrational is his boss, and he is very concerned about him. Later, when he was a mature adult, he wanted a partner and assumed a rational and emotional boss to ask him, "Do you want a sensibility?" Rationally shook his head. Emotional is too much trouble, or it is easier to be with reason. Sensual laughter. The purpose of finding a partner is to solve the physiological needs. Rational counter question is taken for granted. "Do you?" Sensibility said, "Let's be together." Rational surprised, "You are my boss." Sensibility said, "I'm too old." Rational, "How is it possible?" Just disguised as a rational sensibility, reassured, "I don't bother." Xie Wei did not expect that there were still many bed games in this film. He could see that he was red-faced. This holographic effect looks at this. It is really, it's a bit overwhelming. The river slanted around him, and he was calm and steady, and he was not as affected by the film. Xie Wei couldn't believe it. This is actually the big colored demon who said in the Antarctic Circle 70 times a night. At this time, the river turned his head. "Need help, Xie Wei?" The river squints down, and the tone is gentle. "Come here, I will help you." Xie Heo hurriedly said, "No, this kind of theater is private. Only the two of them are watching. It is normal to do this kind of thing." But through the mottled light and shadow, Zhao saw the scorpion of the river. There is no lust, only cold and alienation. This film sees now. Zhao has some suspicions, and it will be like the rationality in the film. The partner is an ex-desire tool. The film just happened to be the first contradiction between the protagonists. Simple catharsis can't be maintained for too long. After the freshness is over, rationality will soon get tired. But because of the high weight of the partner, he is not good at breaking up. Just try to drag. Unfortunately, his partner is a sensibility of disguising as irrational. He soon noticed. Seeing here, Jiang's oblique eyebrows smashed, and the twilight seemed to be cooler. "If you don't need it, forget it." Zhao knows him more and immediately guesses what he is thinking. He whispered, "It's just a word of venting desire, not love." The river's slanting pupils are miniature, but nothing is revealed on the surface. Look at the movie. Zhao is also curious about the development of the film. If I continue to look at it, I may be able to find out more clues in the film. The sensibility first mentioned the breakup, and the rationality was obviously relieved. Sensibility said, "You don't have to worry, your future will not be affected by our breakup." Rational smiles are heartless, so rationality should be with reason. Sensual face is quiet, but the eyes are clustered with flames. "Do you still find other rationality?" Rational, "It shouldn't be." Sensual question, "Why?" Rationally said, "How to say it? If you are rational, you only need to work hard." Chapter 152. The collapsed ***09 at the beginning of the world meets you. Good slag. Although Zhao was occasionally buckled with a hat such as dregs, he sincerely feels that the fish is compared with this one. Zhenpin has a product, and it is calm. Well, there is no way to say that it is a of N boats or a scum. Zhao was fascinated by the gods, so he did not notice that the line of sight of the river was always floating on him. It was a very complicated and not rational eye. The film went to a very heartwarming section. Sensibility and reason broke up, but because of the work, they are still looking up and seeing. For the two rational breakups, others are used to it. The marriage law of the United States is a signing system. It is only signed when it comes into effect. If it is not signed, it is a complete free person. Almost all reason does not sign the marriage law, which is a law specifically designed for sensibility. Sensual disguise is very successful. He is the most calm and rational in everyone's eyes. He is with rationality. Everyone is quite unexpected, because his decades of life show complete disregard for love and sexual desire. He worked hard to do his best for the United States, and he was a just leader who was praised by everyone. It is surprising that he actually has a partner in just 2 years. The two broke up and everyone would not think too much. Reason and reason never use emotions together. Together they need each separate or take what they need. It is a pity that the boss is just a thorough sensibility disguised as rational. Reasons that do not care at all are catastrophic. Falling in love with someone who doesn't understand love at all. After 2 years of sweet suffering, lost a moment, a heart has been smashed. Sensibility maintains a calm surface, and every time you meet with reason, every conversation, every time you get along, it is a pain in the heart. Sensuality rose from this position, left rationality, and he opened a safe distance. Reasonable, but an excellent and ambitious young man. He was promoted quickly, and was once again assigned to a sensible person. Sensibility can reject his participation, and he has this power as a leader when rationally excited. He said, "Mr. Minister, I'm happy to help you." Sensually. Seeing this long lost smile, "I lost my helmet, and lost my armor." He can't refuse, and there is actually no reason to refuse. Reason is very good, no matter which aspect is the top. He is very suitable for this job. Sensibility cannot find the reason for rejection, cannot say that he does not want to see him. This is too emotional, and his registration gender is rational. So the two got along again and again. The lens of this section is almost condensed on the sensibility, and also explains why he pretends to be rational. The United States has a loose control over gender, and although it has a fixed testing mechanism, it is easy to do. Moreover, this hand and foot is unilateral. It is easy to answer the questions that are reasonable, and the real reason is difficult to answer the emotional questions. Therefore, it is easy to disguise as rational, but rationality is not sensible anyway, because if he answers those questions, he is a sentimental one. Rationality is more rigid than stereotypes. The United States does not care about sensibility disguised as rational. And even if it is debunked, there will be no punishment. Because sensibility can't hurt the rationality without feelings, and reason can hurt the emotional sensibility. Therefore, the biggest difference in gender is to remind the sensible people, away from rational people. There is always a sensibility that does not believe in evil. I don't like the mechanism of such a rigid dogma. I want to stand taller, and want to look down on the world from a better angle, and try to see more. The boss is such a sensibility. He passed the rational test, was judged to be rational, and went all the way to become a man of politics. Sensibility does not feel that you will be dominated by love, and he will not fall in love with anyone until he encounters reason. Falling in love, you can understand that it only takes 1,000th of a second. When this person appears in front of you, he doesn't talk, doesn't smile, doesn't even look at you, and the arrow of Cupid, who represents love, has hit the target. After the rest of his life, the person being hit can only continue to squat between adapting to the arrow and removing it. The sensibility is like this. I thought that I would pull it out, but the hole that I left behind was always bloody. I wouldn't heal if I didn't open my heart. Sensibility finally understood the importance of the gender system. I finally saw the sentence that the whole system is constantly transmitting emotional away from rational people. And this huge difference, like the Scorpio, falling in love with irrationality is tantamount to self-destruction. Unfortunately, it is already late, and there has never been a regret in this world. Sensual. Drink more in a party. He never drinks, can look at the rationality in front of him. Countless negative emotions come to the face. Let him touch the alcohol. That will make the sensibility more irrational. Sensually drunk, rationally sent him home, and he also helped him to the bed. There is no one in the space of solitude, and the overwhelming enthusiasm of love makes the sensibility pull the reason into the arms and press it under the body. Everything happens naturally, waiting for the dawn. The clear and sensual heart is cool. After taking a shower out of rationality, he smiled and said, "Do you still want to be with me?" At that moment, the emotional heartbeat was very fast, as if the cosmic stars were crowded into his chest, and he was about to explode. Rationally sat on his lap and wrapped around his neck. "I was very happy last night. We are together for a while. Suddenly, the whole universe is attributed to a cold silence, and the sensibility is understood. Reasoning to leave is because it is tired, and for a long time, he found a fresh feeling last night. Sensually pushed him away, said coldly, no, rationally. Surprised, why, I think your interest last night is also very high. Sensibly annoyed, I have been very busy recently, and have no time to do these things. Oh. Reason is a little disappointed. Also, the campaign is about to begin. I wish you a great victory. At the end of the film, the sensibility fell into reincarnation at the age of 50, forgetting the past. Until the end of this cycle, sensibility did not tell reason he loved him. Because he is very clear, it is useless to say it, and rationality cannot be understood. In the darkness, a line of white words seems cold and helpless, emotional. Please stay away from rational people. Like a broken castle. The word fell into a white piece of land. Against the black background. This translucent white is like tears. A light is on and the movie is over. It took a while for Z to return to God. The idea that comes out of his mind is this what you must look at with your loved ones in your life? Read What to Do, Break Up, such a tragedy. How can it be a must-see movie in love? The author of the Love Guide, what misunderstanding you have about falling in love. The river slanted suddenly and said, a lot of sentiments looked so badly. Z. Tao sees it very carefully, but after all, he is not rational or emotional, and the river is not the same. Their minds are very sweet, so, the eyes are not red, but they are also red-faced by the bed. Jiang skewed and said, all reason has only seen the bed. Z. Where it fell into the pit. The river slanted a faint look and looked at him. What next? Z. Tao did not say anything. He was still thinking about how to defend himself. The river is very rational. If you don't like to be in a chair, let's go to the room. Z. Zhao slowly reacted half a beat. Yes, the two rationalities simply don't understand the pain of sensibility. They go to see the boat play. What can they do after watching the boat play? Z very quickly shook his head. No, Jiang. Oblique. Well, Z. Tao said, when you watch the movie, you should go to eat. Although I feel that the Love Guide is not reliable, but it has been based on it, and it is too late to change. You can only go to eat first. Jiang Z was not happy or disappointed listening to him. What to eat? Z. Well, he said, Dawn Restaurant. This is also one of the restaurants that I mentioned in the guide. I have to go with my lover. It is said that it is open in the morning, romantic and beautiful, as if to embrace a new life. The river slant seems to be somewhat helpless and somewhat burned, but it should be down. Go. Morning restaurant. When he whispered out the 4 words, there was no joy or expectation. Z Tao was aware, but what can he do? You can only pray for the author of the Love Guide to rely on the point. Don't recommend a break-up restaurant. Fortunately, this restaurant is really beautiful and very sentimental. The virtual morning dawn is like a dream, making people feel like standing in the origin of the world, lonely and quiet, but because of the people sitting opposite, they feel the indescribable warmth and sweetness at the beginning of the world. I met you. Meeting with you is the beginning of the world. This is the romance of the Xie Xi restaurant. Z Zen is quite satisfied. Although the recommended dishes are not tasteful, they are very beautiful. Jiang slanted no appetite, only slowly drinking black tea. The line of sight drifted far away, as if to the margin of the morning. Jiang slanted softly. What is the world? He seems to be asking Z, but he seems to be asking himself. Z Tao thought about it and still answered, this universe is our world. The river looked at him and shook his head. Z where he asked, what do you think the world is? Jiang has been leaning for a long time, only slowly said, I don't know. Z. Weddy. The river's oblique eyebrows are tightly locked, and the hand clenches and flattens in the void, saying, this world is not my world, and my world has no place for me. Z. Zen asked, why is your world not where you are? Yeah. Jiang Yi also asked, why? Z. Tao does not know what to say. He thought a lot, but because of his identity, many can't say it. Jiang slow plays a soul. He has to cooperate with the soul. If you let the soul realize that you are the soul, it will be extremely dangerous. After using the meal, the river looked at him and smiled like a smile. Then we don't have to go back. It's too dangerous for you. Written in the love guide, after eating, you should go back with your lover. Xie Xi jumped. You, Jiang. Slanted him to help. How do I know what you want to do, Xie? Tao had a bad feeling in her heart. Jiang skewed and said, the love guide, Xie. Tao secretly finished. Have you seen the book, River Ramp? The book was written by me, Xie. Wei. His dull appearance pleased the river, and the smile in his eyes was real. I'm very happy today. Anyway, Xie. Tao was down. River Ramp. It's a wish to do this with you, Xie. Tao did not expect the former president, a 48-year-old mature man, would write such a book. Okay, it really is a river slope. It is what the river will do, Xie Wei said dryly. I don't know that the book was written by you, River Ramp. Now you only know, Xie Wei. He is not happy to know this secret. The river is very happy. Reassured, I will go back to help you. Do what you want, despite the arrangements, Xie. Tao couldn't keep up with his brain circuit. Why? He did it all, didn't he? The river stretched out, and the slender fingers clicked on his eyebrows. You will read this book, indicating that you are thinking, maybe I can look forward to it. It's just fun to be like this. Xie Tao thought of the sensibility in the film, and the heart was like a knife. He couldn't help but ask the river, is your true gender emotional? River Ramp, what do you say? Undoubtedly, 100%. The river oblique is a disguise as rational, and the sensibility of the president for 72 years. Xie Tao asked, why do you want to write in the book? For the rest of your life, please be sure to watch this film with people you like. Chapter 153. It's good to have a broken god. For Xie Wei, a rational and emotional human, this film is definitely a persuasion film, but also a couple must see it. Really want to be a couple to see. I'm afraid that I will doubt love, speed up the breakup point, but this book love guide is indeed selling well, so in this social form, the guideline of the river is based on it. Thinking of this, Xie Tao will ask for an exit point. River Ramp, if it is too pure rationality. Watching this film will at least be happy and happy, Xie Wei. Oh, the scent of the boat is really bloody. The river is coveted. If it is a rationality and a sensibility, watching this film can also make the sensibility clear and get out early. Just like the boss in the film, if he recognizes the reality earlier, he will not fall deeper and deeper, and he will enter the reincarnation in just 50 years. Xie Xi always feel that Jiang is talking about himself. Jiang Xi continued, if it is too pure sensibility, watching this film will only cherish each other more, and will not approach rationality because of curiosity. 2. Sensations are the most stable form of marriage in the present society. They are walking together because of love. This is a stronger bond than any legal provision. They may change their minds and may break up, but together they pay each other and love each other. It won't be like a sensibility and irrationality. One pays for everything, one knows nothing. The emotional boss in the film has a friend, and his words of perceptuality are very intriguing. Falling in love with a rational, like falling in love with a machine. It is not a fantasy to count on the machine to respond to people's feelings. Jiang Yan said this. Xie Zhen understood. Indeed, such a tragic film is completely indifferent to rational people and an important reminder to perceptual people. It is true that reminders are not necessarily useful, but there is also a certain chance that they will be able to stand on the brink. There is still a doubt in Xie Zhen's heart. Will the content of this film be the summaries of him and the river? Will it be what they have happened before? Although the film is vague of the identity of the protagonist, there are too many clues to find. Reason is a young general. Xie Tao was enlisted at the age of 13, and he has no warfare. The sensible superiors were highly weighted, and later they went straight to the election. Jiang Tze is also a former president. It is a pity that Xie Tao's coming in the first place has no memory at all, and there is no way to judge it. He also can't ask if it really happened between them. Then, he asked if it was not added to the slag. The asterisk was blooming. And the asterisk was endless. Xie Wei can't ask. Even if he didn't ask, he was still in the top of his mind. If it is really the story of there before, what is the mood of the river? When I think about it, Xie Tao is baptized with a brain. The mood of the river is not bad. It seems that Xie Tao will ask this question, which is already a great improvement. He bent his lips and asked Xie Wei, what are you feeling after reading? Xie Yee. He felt too much and said that he was afraid to scare the sensible gentleman. Jiang slanted that he thought it was too little, but also specifically reminded, in addition to bed play, say something else. Xie. Welly 10,000 words are speechless. What and what? We are not taking the wrong script, saying the wrong line. Jiang slanted that he couldn't think of it, and his smile was slightly lighter. Nothing. Don't want to say it. Don't be stubborn. Xie. Tao dared to let him continue to think about it, righteously said, I think the sensibility in the film should tell rationality. Jiang obliquely looked at him. What do you tell? Xie. Tao said, take his true gender, and tell him the sentence he wants to say the most. Jiang skewed. I love you. He clearly said a sentence in the film, but because of the gentle expression, low voice, like the extremist confessed as he Ziyan tightened his lips to resist the tingling of his voice. Yes. Xie Yiping regained his heartbeat. If you don't say it, how can you know how? River. Ramp. Useless. Xie. Tao said again. How do you know if it doesn't work? Jiang slanted and asked. You are rational. You will say such words. Rational. People only do a high probability event with certainty, and they will not take risks Zen as worthy, because it will be useful. River. Ramp. This is a judgment you make from a rational point of view, and from a perceptual point of view, it makes no sense. Love and love are obvious, and speaking out will only put pressure on the rationality of being a subordinate point. When rationality does not break up, he will continue to be with him, and will cooperate with him like a lover. It's always just like point knowing love will understand how low it can be. Jiang Sui does not want to give him a shackle. He does not want to deceive himself, but simply does not want him to be unhappy. Even if he doesn't love him, he wants him to live happily. Letting go is something that is easy to do, and desperate. Xie Tao can't get a speech at the moment. From the perspective of normal humans, communication is the most important thing among lovers, but this combination of sensibility and rationality, the barrier is too deep. It seems that it can't communicate. Xie Zhen's eyebrows and thoughts. Jiang said again, go back to the presidential palace. Xie. Welly. Jiang obliquely took his hand and clenched his head. I thought the world was not saved, but now. He looked at Xie, and the dark grey scorpion seemed to sway the stars and the sea. Maybe there is hope. A word came to the eyes of the blind, but Xie Tao did not dare to ask this world. Am I your world? It's really romantic and decisive. As if the flying geese struggling in the deep well swamp, as long as they can see a ray of light, it is longing for the clear sky. Going back to the road, Xie Zhen asked Jiang Shi why there is sensibility and rationality. In fact, this question can't be answered. It is like asking a person on earth, why is there a woman like a man, afraid that it is not to be regarded as a fool. Jiang is inclined to be in a good mood. He raised his mouth and said slowly, this can only ask the creator. Xie. When he looked at him, the creator, Jiang, asked him, do you think there is a creator in this world? Xie. Tao likes this topic, he said. Is there? The river slanted and said, there is. Where is he? Xie Yuxin raised it. River ramp. The world created by yourself will collapse. He won't want to see it. Xie. Zhen felt a coolness rolling over the back, almost sucking a breath. How does he feel that the soul knows a lot? Does he know that this is a world that has been created? Did he think that the people who created this world gave up the world, or is there another hidden feeling? Unfortunately, I can't contact the river, and these doubts can only be placed in the stomach. In the former quasi world, the souls did not have any doubts about the present world. This world may be separated because of part of the soul, leaving the soul to feel that they have been abandoned, so this soul will set up such a pessimistic and desperate predecessor. This is very likely. It is true that every soul loves to engage in some love of the dog's blood, but that is usually the asterisk dregs produced after the intersection with other souls in front of the river. There is no third party in the preset, no green hat, just the most pure despair for reason, despair for feelings, and full of distrust and resistance to the whole world. Thinking of this, Xie Wei was so distressed. In minutes all those who go to the center are abandoned, and the river is no exception. So far, Zitao does not know what Jiang has experienced before, but he understands the taste of this abandonment. Confused, helpless, uneasy, and fearful. That is the abyss that no one can be strong enough to face alone. Zitao experienced that he was pulled out of the abyss by the river. If Jiang skewed him, he was pushed back into the abyss. The darkness of the moment envelops all the spirits, and Z has almost lost the ability to think. Small. The nervous and rushing voice was in the ear of Zen. This is familiar. The sound of the river. Zen feels that the black and white is falling like a tide. He seems to be rescued from the water, and his spirit and body are weak and exhausted. Teacher. Zitao tried to open his eyes to see him. Jiang slanted a heart. Zitao did not call him this way for a long time. 60 years of dreams come true for Zitao. The truth he is most willing to believe. For him, Teacher Jiang is also the first redemption in life. Jiang slanted and held his hand. What happened? What happened? Zitao slowly calmed down. He looked at the river in front of him and groaned. Is this there? He discovered that he was in a blank space. Isn't he in the aircraft with Mr. Jiang? How could it suddenly appear here? The river **** in front of you is obviously the deity. What is going on? Zitao looked confusedly at the river. Are we not in the quasi world? When Jiang Slope saw that his posture was normal, he said with a sigh of relief, this is a white space, which can only last for up to 3 minutes. Thank you. White space, river, ramp, into the collapsed world. There may be unpredictable dangers, so I added a mark on your system. As long as you are in danger, you will be dragged into this white space. Zen was warm and said, I have a fatal injury immunity. Jiang tilted his head and said, that is physical, immune to mental damage. This Zen really doesn't know. Jiang asked him, are you not in the capital star? What happened? Time is very tight. Zen did not dare to delay and quickly told him, and Jiang slanting things to him and told him his last guess. The river slanted slightly. Tao said a little shouted, I just thought about what you want. If I left my 3 words, but I couldn't say it. I didn't want to say that. I didn't dare to say it. Where does the river **** do not understand? His heart trembled, and he held him in his arms, holding his strength to show his emotional out of control. Don't worry, When he is embarrassed, he did not expect this. It may have been infected by the desperate mood of the soul. Jiang leaned gently to his forehead. I will always be. Yu's mouth raised and gently surrounded him. Well, the entire river was smashed by sweets. When Zitao is calm, she has time to think. Is this white space a contraband? Will it hurt you? Jiang. Oblique. He needs about a whistling expression pack. Zitao knows him too much. The airway. Immediately not serious. Jiang. Z knows that he can't help him, and he said, there is a **** in any case. Jiang. Laoxi would actually call Yanshen enough to see how much he died in this wave. Zitao is both distressed and angry, and he is more angry than himself. That's it. You are always there. I can believe it. River. Ramp. Reassured. As long as you are, I'm definitely there. When he didn't listen to this love story. You don't want to glare at me in the future. Tell me anything. He always carries his arrogance. Jiang slanted and smiled. Okay. Communication records, bank card passwords, private money, all are handed over to you. Still. Poor Jiang is not happy, and he kissed him and kissed him. It's good to feel like living like never before. When he frowned, don't say this. River. Ramp. Really, for the first time in my life, I felt that I must live well, because there is a child who needs him, because he feels distressed, thinks about his departure. He must live well, guard him, and be with him forever. He will seriously protect this strong and fragile little rose in the palm of his hand. 3 minutes will arrive soon. The two exchanged a lot of information, and Zitao also stabilized the military. When leaving, Jiang Ting said, when you bring Jiang back to the presidential palace. What if Jiang Zio is back? When the steady military heart has missed it. Chapter 154. The collapsed ****. 11 people have a life that has to yield. Zitao certainly did not forget Zhao Jiang's classmates. The teenager was out for the country. He forgot the people, and that was much more. When thinking of the word slag, Zitao's instinct is guilty. He has no reason to talk about the scum. Male scum obviously only talked about a love, clearly loved, but it is inexplicably became a veteran of love. Z when he comforted himself, who is not on the road. He is also very good, and the roadblocker is his own point. Okay, he can't comfort himself completely, the white space was closed, and the river disappeared in front of him. Zen's heart was empty, and another call from the river slant was heard in the air. Small, the empty heart was filled, and Z opened his eyes and saw the anxious river slope. When he saw him waking up, Jiang was relieved, but his eyebrows still clustered. How suddenly fainted? Where? Did Zitao explain it? Just said, it may be that I have been sleeping too little recently. Jiang obliquely said, you are the leader of the United States. If you tired yourself, you will have a big mess. Z. You pinched his eyebrows and softly said, so I want to invite you out of the mountain. He had a bit of complaint in his words. It seemed that he was leaving the man in the Kijiang River and left him with a large amount of things, only to be tired of his lack of energy. If he is a sentimental, Jiang Yi almost thinks that he is spoiling him. But how is it possible? Rational love is work, and you can work without being disturbed, and their pleasure can soar to 90%. Only the sensibility will want to rest, and it will be too cumbersome to work too much. Jiang Zi is only the current crisis. Zitao needs him to go back, only to say so. He can't help but smile in his heart. Sensuality is really far from rationality, because reason doesn't need to do anything, and the rich imagination of sensibility can make you confuse yourself. Just like at the moment, he always feels that Z is very dependent on him and needs him very much. Need to be sure the SSS level of the United States is too small. Dependence is impossible. If you understand this kind of emotion, it is sensibility. Jiang Zi took control of his own cranky thoughts and said to Z Wei, sleep, I'm calling you. Z Wei is indeed a little dizzy. He flattened the chair and lay down and said, then I will squat for a while. For this morning restaurant, Zitao crossed half of the earth, and it took half an hour to fly back. I feel it. Jiang skewed his coat to him. Sleep, Z. Tao's mouth inadvertently raised his face, grabbed his clothes, closed his eyes, and slept. Jiang looked at him with impunity and satisfied with the thoughts he had not seen for many years. Why is there such a big difference between reason and sensibility? Obviously the same person, with exactly the same appearance. How can it be different inside? Z Wei was lying on his side, his face facing him, the dark hair scattered on the white skin contrasting, and the skin was whiter and more delicate. His eyelashes are very long, his nose is high, his tender lips are gently bent, and his expression is like resting on the lover's leg, satisfying and comfortable. Why is such a person a rational person who does not understand feelings? When he saw Zitao, he did not believe in life. He believed in this illusory fate. In this life, there is always a existence that has to be yielded. Not before, just because I didn't meet it. Back to the presidential palace. Zitao has been full of energy. Although Jiang Xiao reminded him, but Zitao has no way, cannot bring Jiang Daxi back to the president, and where to take it. It is no problem for such a distinguished former president to live in 3 presidential palaces. What's more, the river is, because he came back. The two don't live together. What if the river strikes? I will say it again. Zitao has tried to bring people back. How can I get along with each other? Although this person who gets along with each other is a little bit more. Zitao found that his scum male vocabulary is getting richer and richer. When Jiang slanted back, he walked into the presidential palace and greeted countless shocked eyes and shouted screams. Li Su saw the river slope and was surprised and happy. Mr. Jiang. Oblique smiled at him. You are really persevering. 3 fixed one day, divided into early, middle and late, and also know that the frequency band with Z Wei will not be banged. Li Su Chang Zio Chang Wei Shabu. It is the command of the president. Z Wei. Okay, this pot is back. Jiang skewed and said, you can save this job in the future. Li Sudeo, of course, Mr. Jiang is back. I don't have to send it. In order to show his sincerity, he can't set up automatic sending. Every time he writes carefully, he tries his best to use his rational brain to think differently. Go back to the former president who runs away from home. When Jiang slanted back, Zitao's burden was sharply reduced, and many jobs that he could not deliver were handed over to Jiang. Over the years, there have been such rules. The term of the former president has arrived. As long as he does not enter the reincarnation, he can continue to work in the cabinet. Of course, some of the main decision-making tasks still have to be approved by the president, but they are the mentor and friend of the current president, and can help them share many things. It is true that rational people love work and enjoy it. But because of rationality, we know how to do what we can, and we don't want to be big for happiness. Therefore, their coordination and cooperation are particularly efficient, and they have a tacit understanding that is difficult for them to understand. If Zitao thinks about the destruction of the universe, I really want to push all the work to the river, and I'm free. Anyway, this guy's doing a good job. Efficiency is good. Why not? From the point of loving work, Xie Wei is definitely not rational. He doesn't like work at all. He likes to be bored before he can find a job to play. Of course, he has to install a dress. After all, he is a real rationality in the setting. And in the white space, the river gave him a sentence. Remember, you must let them believe in your gender, because time is too hasty. They exchanged too many things. So this last sentence, Zen did not have time to ask. Why insist on being a rational person originally? Zitao also wanted to become sensibility, know how to love, and let Jiang lean and feel at ease. Just now, although I don't know what the reason is, Zen believes in Jiang's judgment and firmly remembers his entrustment. The busy time has passed quickly. After half a month, the entire presidential palace and even the cabinet want to scream, Mr. Jiang is so good. It's not that Mr. President can't do it, but that the two presidents have doubled their efficiency and are too comfortable. This kind of crisis moment can be more such a boost. It is really reassuring. Because of the work, this half month of Zitao did not communicate with Jiang Li privately. Zitao took the opportunity to check out the emotional and rational tragedy film. What makes Zen's mood complicated is that the writer of the film and the author of the love guide are the same person. The pen name is J. The first letter of Jiang. Zitao is too lazy to vomit the river slope. This name is abolished. Either X or J. Is he very sorry? If his name is more than a few words, you can have more than one initial letter. If the screenwriter of this film is Jiang Sui, does that mean that the real X is mentioned here? Zitao also went to the film review website for a long time and found that the hot review of 100,000 comments is to speculate on. The prototype is a former president disguised as a rational sensibility. Is it really sensible to be a presidential position? Really admire sensible people. If a president surnamed Jiang is pretending to be a rational sensibility, then his partner is it today? I'm afraid of it. And the more rational and rational, the more slag can't say slag, which is a natural behavior for reason. Yes, it is a very natural ****carrot point. The back row is followed by the building point from this line. Zitao can at least speculate that he and Jiang Zi once had a partner. It seems that the former situation did not run. Zitao has no memory and can't ask the river. He has a chance to think of a reliable person. Li Su. Zitao called her little secretary and asked him side by side. Secretary Li is not the old man who keeps up with him. He knows more than the gossip. It's great that Mr. Jiang can come back, as if he has returned to the day when he followed you and worked for him, Li. Secretary Barabara said, I was really shocked when you were with Mr. Jiang. After all, neither of you is like a person who will find a partner, but you are reasonable together. Even if you are together, it is rational and has all kinds of needs. It is best to have a stable and suitable partner. Z. You pinched his eyebrows and was 100% sure. The former situation is a real hammer. He is so slag. The asterisk has no heart, no lungs. Fresh and refined. Secretary Lee paused and said, although I deleted the memory, you still have some impressions, so I have a special preference for Mr. Jiang's face. Z. Yee. Delete memory. Secretary Lee said, need to arrange an eraser for you? He thought that Zitao had to delete the memory. Zitao shook his head and said, no. He searched for himself and found that rational people still have such a setting point. Unwanted, unimportant memory that you don't need can be deleted with one click, freeing up space to remember more important things. Xie Xi, with a heart. He almost heard the sound of the broken heart of the river breaking up. He made the film into the film, even disheartened, and wants to go back in his 50s. Zitao has long since deleted this memory as unneeded and unimportant. When he was watching the film, he was awkward and unfamiliar, and he was definitely understood by Jiang Tao's the initiative to delete the memory. But actually, thank you, I really don't know, can't explain it. How can he not get rid of this scum word? Li Su knows the troubles of Zitao. He is purely rational, and no matter what, his heart is broken. He reminds him, since Mr. Jiang is back, should the young master explain it? Xie Zheng is doing this, listen to him, and think that he has a way. Well, secretary, Li's worship for the main said, the young master is still young. How do you want to stay with him for another 3 or 4 years? Now that Mr. Jiang is back, you don't have to wait for the younger to grow up. Xie He thought that his slogan was enough, and he never thought that Laoli would be so slippery. Li Su sees the boss and does not say anything. Of course, this is all about the meaning of the president. In consultation with Mr. Jiang, it is not impossible for the three to be together. No wonder the sensible person is rational scum, which is the slag. This is no fuss. Xie Xi couldn't listen and stopped. You don't have to worry about it. I have a few in my heart, secretary. Li said that these are not for the gossip, but for the president to consider. So Zitao said that he has a number he will not ask. Anyway, from the perspective of solving physiological problems, it is obvious that Mr. Jiang is more suitable. After all, the young master is not yet an adult. In such a crisis, it is normal for the president to relieve the pressure. Losing Xie Zhen does not know what Laoli is thinking. If he knows, if the Quasi 3 views break, the fight can't fight. As the days when Comrade Xiao came back, Zitao became more and more nervous. What should I do? Before Jiang Xiao slanting away, Zitao also vowed to promise him, I will tell you when I come back. Originally, I wanted to tell him a bunch of good words and lock him. This is alright, nothing to say. Jiang Xiaoshan saw the magnified version of himself, and surely everything understood. For the avatar, empathy, swearing and swearing. Forgive Xie Zhen's brain is limited. I can't think of any dog blood misunderstanding. Eyes are about to die. Zitao intends to break the cans and break. It's not the first time to turn the boat. No, nothing to fear. If you are too big, come here. In times of crisis, life is important, and falling in love first. Who knows that early this day, Jiang Da said, I will move out and live. Xie Zhen was shocked. Well, the river slanted down the eyelids and looked like inadvertently, your partner is not coming back. Xie Xi. Chapter 155. The Broken Gods 12 slanted into a collision. This second, the asterisk president thought a lot. For example, is the river asterisk in the box? Dig a pit to let him jump, to test if he has a partner, or is it that the river slant knows a small slanting thing, and like the old Lee, thinking that he has circled a child raising or soul heart, sea needle, he can't guess. Xie Zhen did not say anything. Jiang said again, I live in the presidential palace, you are not convenient. Xie Tao quickly said, no. After saying that, Xie Xi was dumbfounded. He wanted to say yes. Why did it say that it would not? Nothing. Is it not inconvenient to say that the river is inclined? Is this not recognition? Zitao has a sense of vicissitudes of retribution, and it seems that the scum male has been for a long time, and his mouth has his own consciousness. Who knows that this sentence has been mistakenly hit? The river oblique eyebrows are tight, and the attitude is not as calm as before. It's just a bedmat. Can you break up? Jiang said when he said this. His voice was very strict, as if he was declaring a decree, but once the content was combined, the rigor brought a different taste, especially in the following. If you solve the physiological needs, I can help you. Xie Tao finally found the initiative of the mouth and said, no. Oh, this sentence is the last sentence. Put it here. Jiang leaned down and said to himself, yes, it's good for young people. Xie Xi. Not like this. He is not so rogue. Zitao's head that was confused and frightened was restored. He grasped the key point and the opening was, I don't have a partner. The attitude of the river is not soothing. He said, this is a normal thing. You don't have to hide it, Z. When he firmly said, I did not hide, I do not have a partner, Jiang leaned and smiled. Your life assistant has always been ear-stitched. What is the bracelet, Z? Wary. He is a bit confused about high-tech things, but the translation is about the same size and different styles of clothes in the closet. Jiang said again, even if it is spare, you can't try the bracelet. The president's light brain link only supports earrings. Just like the river slope, there is a black earring on the left. Here's Itao's brain translation. The president's uniform is stipulated. You can't just wear a t-shirt and jeans to work. Jiang Zi continued. The bathroom record is double. You never take a cold bath, and you don't like the sesame mouthwash. The temperature of the hairdryer will not be lower than 30 degrees, and you don't need to dry the function. The constant temperature on the side is also different. It's not a person who has lived together. This is understandable. Nothing is fine. Which is the former president? This is Holmes. Jiang Holmes continues. The style and size of the clothes stored in the bracelet, as well as his eating habits and tastes, can be inferred that he is a young man under the age of 20. Z. Where he is afraid. Fortunately, he will not be derailed in this life, or else he really has to be caught by this guy to the shorts. There were people who lived in the presidential palace before, but not my partner. Z very quickly threw out the focus. Jiang's slanting look isn't changed. If you are not a partner, will you sleep in a bed? Zitao was speechless for a second, but fortunately he had legitimate reasons, so he said the truth in 110th. It is like this. The leader of the E981 Rebel X is also an old acquaintance to Jiang. During his tenure, he did not have much trouble with them. After all, he was not strong. How did Zitao catch the rebels? How to suspect that this is X? How can he not be imprisoned? Because he is underage, and he does not want to put the tiger back to the mountain. By the way, he also wants to take the opportunity to capture a powerful force to resist the collapse of the universe. Zitao said that it is all true. There is no lie, but I don't know why there is still a guilty conscience. Probably the instinct of scum. The guilty conscience is the norm, let alone say whether it is true or false. Jiang leaned quietly, and after listening to it, he frowned. He is X. Z. Tao said, there are 10 out of 10, and it is a rare SSS class physique. River ramp, you sent him to the extreme. Jiang Yi has long known that someone is going to perform this task, but I don't know who it is. Zitao nodded. There is no other way. I can't contact you. I can't leave the capital. I can only let him go. Jiang slanted and looked at him. What happened to you, Z? Well, he can't help but laugh. Really, he is only 15 or 6. He is a half-child. What can I do? Well, it was this half-child who gave birth to a lot of strawberries. 15 or 6 can be, Jiang said quietly. You climbed into my bed at that time, Z. Tao was shocked. What the hell? Jiang skewed and smiled again. Of course, I haven't done anything to your little boy. He said that he still scratched his nose. His low-pitched voice was particularly nice, and the crispy ears were trembled, and the waist was sour. Ziyili is standing up and trying not to be led by him. Since I'm separated from you, I have no asterisk life anymore, and I have never been with anyone. These are all true truths, and Zitao is justified. The river slanted slightly and soon nodded. The president's work is indeed very busy. Rational has a job to meet, and others are standing by. Zitao wants to explain that the sentence of the river is suddenly emerging in the brain. You must let them believe in your gender irrationality. That does not love work is not a qualified rationality. Zizen can't refute the sentence of Jiang. Anyway, he didn't mess, just love to work. Is it better than swearing? The river slanted and relaxed, and he asked Z Wei, I really don't have to move out, Z. Wei Zeng focused. No, the river bends and asks, I really don't need my help. Seeing his downward vision, Z you understood, he said. Work is important. Very rational. The next day, Jiang Zhao was back. The starship landed, and the third dean who received the data was ecstatic. Perfect. Although, This rationality does not understand love. Other emotions are really not bad at all. The cabinet immediately held a meeting, and Zitao only hurriedly looked at the smaller Bleak and took him to the state council. The young River slanted over the crowd, staring at him greedily with blazing eyes that could not be concealed. This month he spent most of his time sleeping, falling asleep and having countless dreams. Even more amazing is that he suddenly flew back to the capital star, and Zitao entered a pure white space. The Xie there, the president who is high on the peace day, is very different. He seemed to be frightened, shrunk in his arms, and held him hard. Jiang Yi couldn't remember what Zitao said in his dream. He just thought that his chest was very sweet, and the hot stream warmed his whole soul. When he woke up, he had only one thought in his heart: to protect him, and to guard him. For him to pay for everything. Jiang Zhao has always looked down on the sensibility. He feels that they are suffering from the intangible discrimination from this society. They are being held as pets by rationals. Therefore, Jiang Slant hides gender, pretends to be rational, and even becomes the leader of the rebel army. Rationality to rebel rationality. Jiang has always felt that he is not a sensibility. He feels that he is more rational than rational. Until now, 1 month's fascination, the heart's madness after seeing him, and the uncontrollable gaze of his body all clearly told him that he was a sentimental, a thorough sensibility. There is a saying in perceptual people: the most stupid thing that sensibility has done is to fall in love with a rationality. There is another saying: what is even more stupid is that this sensibility is also disguised as rational. This is tantamount to moths fighting and killing themselves, but the moth does not fall into the fire. How do you know that this warm and bright is filled with infinitely beautiful fire will burn it? Jiang Zhao's mission was completed exceptionally well. The cabinet gave him unceremonious praise and even hoped to include him and give him the position he deserved. Zitao looked at the teenager and said warmly, "Don't worry, he is still young. The site of the river is not easy to move, and the site is falling back like a burning flame." Zitao received it. He did not doubt if no one would kiss him. Cough. Ziyu is full of brains and will return to the presidential palace for a while. The bigger Bleak collision is small. I'm afraid that this universe will collapse in advance. Zitao tried to concentrate and listen to the data that the third president reported from the pole. I still need a few days to calculate. Without exception, the pole will be the only sanctuary in the universe. After the meeting, Zitao and Jiang Zhao sat on the aircraft. Jiang's full head was not finished before leaving, but Zhen did not mention it, and he could not ask. Why is it so good to him? Zitao said that he would tell him when he came back. He is back. Zitao said, "You have done a very good job in this mission, River Ramp. It's not a difficult task, Xie Xi, but it is very important." Jiang's thin lip moved, and the words changed to the following: "Can I move out?" Xie Xi, how do you both move out? Although he wished they all moved out, they were not at ease under his eyes. Jiang Xi continued, "I was originally living in the presidential palace for supervision. Now you should be relieved of me. Completed such an important task, regardless of the identity of the river, and now is the hero of the entire United States. Thank you for your discretion. It seems that you can temporarily separate the two and drag them to the institute to give the results. Maybe you can fix the broken god point. If you complete the task, you don't have to worry about it." Zitao feels that she wants to be beautiful. Since she is with the river, he has 100 skepticism about his luck in this area. "Why do you want to move out?" Xi asked. Jiang Zhao, "There is no reasonable identity. It is very strange to live in the presidential palace. Xie Xi is not very old, and the ability to dig a hole is not small. This is to turn the corner to him to identity." Zitao does not mind giving him the identity of children raising a donkey. He is afraid that he will not. Zitao thought for a moment. "You are still small. I don't feel relieved when I live outside." This is also a pun. "You are still small. Identity cannot give anything." Jiang Zhao ramp. "I can take care of myself." Xie Tao really can't imagine what it would be like to live under the same roof, so he should say, "Also, when." The words were not finished, Jiang Da's voice sounded, "I haven't returned yet." The low mature man's voice is released inside the aircraft. Xie Xi, even Worse, the car stopped, and the presidential palace arrived. The young river leaned towards Xie, and his eyes were cold. Who is he? He is you. This kind of feeling of catching X in the bed cannot be better, Xie calmly said. A friend. Jiang. Zio word, a single syllable, and a low pressure almost frozen the entire aircraft into ice holes. The aircraft door opened, and Zitao did not dare to say that he had moved out. He could only bite his head and said, "It is here, Jiang. Zio, yeah, the original onomatopoeia can be so terrible long-sighted. Zitao has a difficult choice between getting off the car or car death apostrophe. The river slant appeared, and the mature man's mouth was hung with a gentle smile. The data of the poll is coming back. It's good news. Xie rushed to the door of the aircraft, blocking the middle of the two diagonals, making the final struggle point. Unfortunately, the aircraft door is very large, and the lonely president can't stop at Xie faced Jiang Dashan, and saw his eyes crossed him. At the same time, Zitao also felt the low pressure behind him. The voice of the teenager is cold like a knife. Who are you? The river is thin and looks calm. Who are you? Xie. The author has something to say. Zizansin broke the cans. You are my wings. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 The Collapsed ******** 13 extra green. Both of them asked who the other person was, but they did not answer each other's questions. It is indeed a bad answer. If it is a normal stranger to meet, how can it be so full of gunpowder? Ask who you are, not the name, but their identity. The identity of Zizen here. To put it bluntly, it is Zitao who really answers this question. However, thank you. Answering a ghost, he tells the truth, afraid that they suspect the soul. And the collapse is even worse. Zitao was washed after 4 or 6, so he could still hold it. He showed one of the skills of the ***** male to divert attention. Let's go ahead. Ziyu got out of the car, separated by a big one and a small one, fearing that they were too angry, and ignited each other. The river slanted without sound, and Jiang Zio slanted. Zitao can only bite the scalp. Go back to the house first. What do you do outside? The implication is that we have to make trouble, and it is too shameful outside. Fortunately, no matter whether it is a bigger bleak or a smaller bleak, it is a super-faced person. If you look at the deity, you know that it is estimated that before Zitao appeared, the face is his life's love, and he can't lose face. Jiang slanted to Zitao and talked about the business. Is the collected data complete? Can you prove the conjecture, Xie? Wei quietly glanced at the small slant and found that the young boy had a slanted face, and then said to the big slant, very complete. Rob said that the possibility is 90% high. This is equivalent to paving a desperate situation. Pass the ladder river ramp, don't care about it, or continue to investigate. Determine the range, size, and impact of each dimension. Xie. Tao nodded and talked to him. During the period, the smaller bleak can't be inserted at all. He looked at him coldly and followed them silently into the house. He has been observing the strange adult man, who is almost identical to him except for a pair of silver gray scorpions. In the United States, people who look like are not uncommon. Because of the genetic selection, a lot of chances will produce the same look, which is not a rare thing. But at this time, seeing this adult who is exactly the same as himself, Jiang Zio can't think too much. What is his relationship with Zitao? Zitao will not be, because he looks like him to save him. And why is it so good for him? Is it because of this face? He said that he would tell him when he came back. Is this the answer? Thinking of this, the river's oblique thin lips are close to each other, and the chill of the bottom of the heart gives the hands and feet cold. Ziyu can't take care of the West. He has only one person, and he can't cut it into 2 halves. Finally, I entered the house, the river ramp. The dinner is ready. Go eat first, Xie. Yi can slam the ground. It is not supposed to come down, but, so. The 3 went to the restaurant. Xie felt that it was not good when he stepped into the restaurant. Sure enough, He saw a warm and romantic candlelight dinner. The furnishings of the presidential palace are classical. The white walls are filled with the works of the famous sensible painter Vancero. The 3 windows facing the sea face the sea. Of course, they are blocked by heavy curtains. The warmth of the light creates a calm and beautiful atmosphere. The dining table is long, and at this time, a beautiful white candle lampstand is placed on the side of the owner, and a white rose flower on the candle can be found. The lights are swaying, the wine is delicious, and the romance is extremely good. Xie Tao has captured the focus. This candlelight dinner has only 2 set meals. Not only did you have to eat, but you didn't even have a place to sit. It can be imagined that Jiang Zio's face is like this at the moment. Reasonable. According to the temper of the young man, at this moment, the handcuffs have left, but he has resisted, standing flat and stable, like a general who is provoked by the enemy. Xie Tao was shocked by this murderous temper. Why is he facing such a terrible scene? Sure enough, I still want to squat. River ramp, you said last night that you want to eat steak. I'm ready today. Did you say, Xie Tao? Have you said that? Didn't the river slant yesterday say that you want to move out? Said to give his lover a place. They discussed the problem of eating steak. Xie Tao thought for a long time and couldn't think of it. He could only calmly nod his head. Good. Just say it. Jiang slanted a smile and said, I didn't expect to have outsiders. I was negligent. Xie Wei, you say it again. You didn't expect it? Yesterday on this issue, we did not discuss 2 or 3 hours. I will not understand this. Xie Wei. This is the meeting ceremony for the big oblique. To prepare for the small oblique. Candlelight dinner. Romantic 2-person group. 3rd person without tableau. Please don't disappoint. Hurry up. Xie Tao did not understand. He said, nothing. I will take the set of utensils. The back of the hand is all meat. Cannot let the big oblique unscrupulous bully. Jiang Zio slanted and looked coldly, but did not leave. The smile of Jiang's slanting mouth was lighter. He held down Xie's hand. I'll take it. Xie Tao did not insist. Always felt to separate the two, even if only a few tens of seconds. It is enough for him to breathe out of the water. Of course, Jiang Xi would not come in with his own utensils. He didn't even leave the room, only whispered to the butler. Very fast food chairs, plates, cutlery, and wine glasses are all in place. Xie is hangers worried about the seat. Fortunately, the butler is a connoisseur. I understand very well. I moved the set of Xie Tao to the central seat of the center. I'm very inclined to start with him. The small angle is at the beginning, and the triangular relationship is very stable. A ghost, river ramp. Come faster. It should be cold for a while. Xie Wei should be down. Look at the small oblique. You are also hungry. Get into the seat. When the 3 men sat down, Jiang Xi and Xie Tao talked and laughed. Jiang Xi not only did not say anything, but also sat down like an ice sculpture. The candle was almost frozen by him. Xie Tao had to take care of the young boy. Why don't you eat, Jiang? Xiaobai has no expression. I don't want to eat this. Jiang is coveted and carefully cuts the steak in his hand. It is also very powerful to express his sarcasm without saying a word. Xiu is not big, first small. How? Not hungry, Jiang. Xioxun, I don't want to eat. I want to eat the dishes you made. Xie Wei, your kid is making a big move. When the words came out, the river slanted dark, and he bowed to Xie Wei. Do you still cook? Xie Tao also knows that the self in the setting is not even known to the kitchen chief, and it is even more impossible to cook. But he will come at the beginning of the meeting. Just thinking about the small oblique, which setting is not set. Fixed. This is where it. Xie Tao vaguely said, just do it casually. Jiang Xi, who had been cold-faced, finally bent his lower lip, and there was a little temperature in his eyes. It seems that what he said is not all fake. At least this is only true for him to eat. This man has not eaten the dishes he made. The slanted comrade who was madly abused from the moment finally pulled back a city. Xie Wei clearly felt the low pressure of the big slope. Compared to the small slant of cold ice, the big slant of anger seems to be more terrible. Xie Wei quickly stopped, which is very deadly. Half a catty, and don't compare with the 8. Xie Tao couldn't sit still. He got up and said, 3 people don't eat enough. I go to the kitchen to see what else is there, and add another dish. Leaving 2 explosive packs will not blow up the restaurant. He can't control it. He just wants to breathe. Point. Who knows? Jiang Xie actually said, don't bother, I can eat this. Xie Wei just said, who can't eat this? Want to eat the dishes I made? Jiang Xie's oblique lips were bent, and the smile was green and handsome. He had the purity of the young people. He said, you said that I will only give it to me. Xie Wei. He didn't dare to look at the slanting comrades. This small slanting. You are not very old, your heart is not small, and you are so precise. Point. Jiang sloped no expression. I used to cook. I have not given you the opportunity to cook for so many years. The for words have stung a small slant for so many years. Xie Wei was afraid of it and quickly got up and said, wait, it will be good soon. He rushed into the kitchen, and for the first time in his life, the kitchen was so warm and so beautiful and so sacred. Fortunately, as soon as he left, he was trapped in a grave like a big one. No one talks anymore. Probably waiting for a CD. A big move. Zitao thought absently. Regarding cooking, Zitao has an idea. He is a man who rushed all the way from the tip of his knife. How can he not even have this mentality? He cleverly used smart chefs to make scrambled eggs with no taste. When he put the food on the table, both of them looked at it. It makes sense that in such an elegant Western style dining table, such a beautiful candlestick, such a delicate steak and red wine, this dish of scrambled eggs is like a chicken in a swan pile, so helpless and weak. Like President Xi at this time. Jiang slanted coldly, it looks good. Jiang Xie tried to control the raised mouth. This month, I missed the dishes you made, Xie Wei smiled on the face, and he was full of martial arts. Don't say it, have a good meal, taste. Xiu's voice fell, and the big oblique and the small oblique inserted into the same egg at the same time. That moment Zitao felt that she was the egg, and she was plugged in by the big one. Small oblique eyebrows. No concession also means the big oblique is old, and he understands that he can retreat. He is kind. Please. 1 action and 1 word compares one's own self-cultivation and the other's rudeness. Zitao only wants to pinch her eyebrows. Jiang Xie sneered and ate the egg unceremoniously. Zitao wants to get it, and I will feel the same with a piece of cooked egg. This dish of tomato scrambled eggs quickly bottomed out. Xian did not even eat a bite. Of course he tasted it in the kitchen, and the taste was quite bad. Almost equal to no taste. He is deliberate, because only in this way can both people be comforted. Sure enough, eating up tomato eggs, big oblique or small oblique, have stopped for a while. Their minds. Zizen guessed. Jiang Ting tasted the taste of this so-called Xie Wei dish and was relieved. What about this taste? I'm afraid that Zitao is directly generated by the intelligent chef. Where do you count yourself? Also lighter children. Jiang Xie tasted this unsweetened tomato scrambled egg, but it was another thought. This is not Xie Wei's craft. He ordered a smart chef. Xie Wei actually kept his promise and only gave him food. This inferior dish is just a matter of face, just fooling. Losing Zitao knows enough about his lover, otherwise he can't really do such a precise one arrow double sculpture. This meal can be counted as past, and Jiang Xie, who is good to move out, is not going to move out. Of course, it is impossible to live in a bedroom. Fortunately, the presidential palace is big enough, and there are enough rooms. Don't say that you live in 2 rivers, that is, you can live in 6. After the room was arranged, Zitao had a job, because of the reason, and slipped first. He sat in the study, connected to the light brain, but unfortunately he was full of what to do next. The 3 people are sure to collapse together, and they must be separated. How can we separate? And reasonably and logically, Zitao wants to break his head, and can't think of it. With a little bit of time passing by, Zizen thought and moved, thinking of the river, as long as a small slanting sleep, in the early morning. The river slant is a little bit of time. He went to ask him to see if there was any perfect way. After all, it is his soul. He has to take responsibility. Zitao was relieved and busy. In the meantime, I came over once and gave him a cup of black tea and left. I don't know if you have a small slant. Because he is a purely rational president who loves to work and doesn't love beauty, I was busy until 11 o'clock. and Ziyu yawned and prepared to take a nap. Wait for a 4-point alarm clock. You should be able to see the river asterisk asterisk asterisk. When you touch the small sloping house. Z where he slept for a while and made a mess in the dream. He became a gold ingot and the big slant became a big rich man. The little slanted into a small rich man. Neither of them said that the gold ingot is his own. The two men rushed to grab it and the county magistrate said, cut the gold ingot of this watery poplar. Half of you, Z. Yuan Bao was woken up by the alarm clock, which saved the nightmare that was cut. He rubbed his head and couldn't smile. What and what time is just right. Z Wei walked out of the house lightly and walked toward the smaller bleak room. The presidential palace was very quiet. Z Yushan was afraid of awakening others. The most feared thing was to wake up a big slant. He was extremely cautious and cautious. He looked at the smaller bleak room and he let out a sigh of relief. Small? The sound of the river slanted low. Zin's heart tightened and turned to see the slanting comrade standing in the shadows. The author has something to say. Bigger bleak skin does not laugh. Do you go to the wrong house? Or go to the wrong house? Or go to the wrong house? Zio laughs out. You guess. Chapter 157 The collapsed asterisk 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 14 asterisk 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 male 36. At 4 o'clock in the morning. Why don't you sleep and sway? Zitao was scared and gasped. Jiang looked at him obliquely. The facial features were in the shadows. Only the low voice was as cold as the frost of the early winter. That is the room of Xie. Where he lived on the 3rd floor. Here is the 2nd floor. Each bedroom is a suite. There is no saying that there is a toilet. It is even worse that the small diagonal room is in the east half and his west is in the middle. If you go wrong, you don't know the number, you can't tell the floor, you have to lose your sense of direction. You can't tell the difference between the southeast and the northwest. If you want to thank you, then he is still the president. Go under the overpass and have a meal. The river slanted without saying anything, so he looked at him like this as he withstood the pressure of falling down the mountain and said, I'm sleepwalking, Jiang. A bleak eyebrows. Zitao was silent. He panicked his mouth and said, I mean, this kid has sleepwalking. Let me see him. The river slanted the key. What are you nervous about, Z? Tao is calm. He deliberately approached him. The night is quiet. There are more individuals behind me. Can you be nervous? Sure. Enough. When the pressure came close, the pressure eased a lot. Zitao took the initiative and asked, what are you doing here so early? River. Slope. Z. Tao said, you can't know X sleepwalking, or do you also sleepwalking? I have to say that Zio Z, who has been through 100 wars, is already fearless. Jiang leaned down and said, I'm passing, Z. Tao went up to the next floor. You don't want to wait here. The big oblique eyebrows rise and the calm posture is a bit collapsed. I'm waiting for what to do here, Z. Zio smiled and said, well, you can rest assured, I'm not so hungry. He is only 15 years old. This wave of anti-killing is perfect. In the face of such a high-ranking king couple, I don't know that Jiang Laoxi is a mood point. After that, I was really wearing a green hat, and he knew nothing about it, right? Jiang slanted a light cough and said, I started early, just wanted to go downstairs, passing by here to see you. This reason is far-fetched, but it is also reasonable. In the principle of letting go of each other, Zita did not pursue it. Instead, she talked about sleepwalking. I have been sleeping with X before, knowing that he has sleepwalking at 3 or 4 in the morning. So take a look. The river is sour. You really care about him, Z. Tao is very rational. He collected such important data for the United States, and it is a rare SSS level physique. Of course, I should care about him. The river was silent for a while, and suddenly said, if I'm not a SSS level physique. He said. He smiled and shook his head. You go to sleep later. I go in and see X. Z. Tao seriously said, I feel that he is somewhat hostile to you. You still don't want to go in. The river asterisk 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 has no meaning. To go. Z said, I will push the door and see if he is asleep. It doesn't matter. Only in this way, there is such a door god. Zitao, even if he sees the deity, cannot exchange information with him. Simply let go point at this moment. Thank you for understanding the meaning of Jiang's sentence point. As long as he is a thorough rationality, no matter whether it is big or small, he will not ask him too much point. Because this society is like this, the inherent thoughts have long been rooted in the minds of all people point. It is normal for a rational person not to understand love. A person who does not even understand love knows how to be loyal and single point. As long as he keeps himself a representation of reason, then the big oblique does not think that he loves the small oblique, and the small oblique does not think that he loves the big oblique point. In summary, not the two of the most asterisk do not love, but both love point Xie side, and felt that he could return to the center to write a book. The title of the book was called Man 36 point People who have more experience than him look at the world, fearing that there is not much point at 4 o'clock in the morning. The episode was not known at all. He slept very well. When he woke up, he turned his head and saw that no one was still empty. The habit of sleeping alone for more than 10 years was changed by that short period of time. People are really elusive. When I walked up to the restaurant, I found that Zitao and the old man were talking and laughing. The small slanting face of Jiang Zio was a little cold, and the thin lips also smashed. Zitao saw him and said, "Wake up so early, Jiang." Zio's slanting voice should be down. "So early without you." Zitao said, "You just came back and have a good rest for 2 days. I have to go to the institute today to follow up and calculate the data." I squinted at the small slant. Zitao will read the mind and quickly said, "Mr. Jiangami, pull the chair down slightly and sit next to Zitao. I don't need to rest. The data is brought back by me. I can give better feedback when I go." The Big Skew stirred the black tea and slowly said, "Why? The data you brought back, there will be mistakes." Small, squinting light like ice. One word, no mistake. Big, oblique lip. Then you are so worried about what to do. Small, oblique is young. You, Z. Tao is one of the first two. Big. This big morning meal has not eaten. It is going to fight. He said it around. "Mr. Jiang means that you have confidence in the data you bring back and stay in the presidential palace for 2 days." Zio. Sneer. I said I'm not tired. Z. Tao also wants to persuade. The small oblique head turns. "I have not reached the age of a task will be tired." The hand of the black tea stirring the black tea was poked to the pain point. Ziwei. "You are enough. You said that you are useless. You think you are old. What else can you do? Hate yourself." Zitao, the emperor who only took a drink, sipped a gesture of 3000 weak water later. Zitao went to the researcher with the big one. The big guys see exactly the same. Only the excellent men of different ages and temperament have. Okay, fortunately, the executives are all rational. If there is a sensibility, he can write several books in his inner drama. What is Mr. President's new love? What is Mr. President's lover? What predecessor is a current big battle? Fortunately, it is all rational, and the two sensations are only big battles. Z. Tao followed the afternoon, and after the result came out, Dean Laubel had no excitement and joy before, and he was a little nervous in his dignity. Zitao knows that things will not be that simple. Just hiding to the extreme can avoid the collapse of the universe. Can you save the world? Then he will not receive this task, and the world has long been self-help. The asterisk that collapsed is definitely the key. Zitao said directly, "There are no outsiders here. There is no need to avoid the big oblique and the small oblique, but it is better for them to understand." Laubel sighed and tried to report the situation in a scientific and rigorous tone. It is a pity that at the end of the day, he still couldn't hold his heart in despair. He burst into tears. Is there really a creator? The data returned by the small diagonal band after the calculation got two messages. One is that the pole does exist, and there is a great possibility that it can survive the collapse of the universe and follow the rebirth of the new world. But the pole is very small. How small is it? Only the size of a person's slap. Not to mention the entire United States. Not even one person cannot let go. Some people may say that they can keep the fire. This is also impossible. The environment in which cells also need to survive in such a large place has to go through countless years and has no hope at all. This is too helpless, and it is hard to find the only hope. Hope is a faint light, but it is even more desperate. No wonder Laurel will collapse, and everyone who hears this news is awkward. Zitao stared at the second message, seeking help from the creator. Rabble is powerless. Yes, this character is converted after this meaning. Other researchers said, this may be a conversion error. The creator or something. How could it exist? Zitao was stunned. He said, send the original characters to me. Laurel said, in the conversion, the original characters are words we can't understand. Z then steadily said, well, tell me as soon as possible after the conversion is completed. His dignity made Laurel somewhat confused. Mr. President, do you also believe in the existence of the creator? Z said, I don't know if he is the creator, but he is the last hope of the United States. If the poll can't be counted, then this creator is crucial. Jiangxi also said, after all, the data brought back from the poll is worthy of attention. This is also very reasonable. The extreme is still unknown to the United States. The information brought back from there, even if it is ridiculous, needs to be paid more attention. Zitao also appeased Laurel and temporarily blocked the news, and even the cabinet members were temporarily squatting. After all the conversions are completed, a meeting will be held to discuss the countermeasures. Laurel said, the fastest, it will take 3 days to complete. Zitao wants to see it by himself, but he can understand the characters, that the academy needs to change. It is too bad to explain, so he endured it. Because the situation was too dangerous, Zitao systematically planned the preparatory plan, and even the final destruction announcement was drafting the word no way. Sitting in this position, you have to bear all this near the night before the result. Zitao carefully prepared a lot, can be considered to circumvent the big oblique, touch the small oblique room. He has to talk to Jiangxi about this creator. There was no accident this time. Zitao waited for a little while, and the river opened his eyes, seeing the difference between the two. Xie relaxed. Jiang oblique smile. Think of me, think. Xian said with no expression, I want to kill you. The river is secluded and secluded. I see you are at ease. Xie. Don't waste time with him. Talk about business. River ramp. There is still a soul in this world, but he should not be the creator. But the creator is very important. Try to find him. Tao also thinks this way. He asks, why do you keep me rational gender? Jiang sighed and sighed, of course, to make you legally hold your left and right. Wary. Although I guessed it, I still feel it strange to listen to the river. Jiangxi thought is not a taste. His children are pure and cute, but also deeply love him. Why do he have a green head? The more I thought about it, the more I was unwilling. The river slanted up and kissed him. Xie sighed and said, don't leave any traces before I finished. This unreliable river. Tilt closed my eyes. Xin was shocked and looked into the scorpion of the small slanting blue. Substitute. The author has something to say. Ziwei, this marriage is really deserved. Chapter 158. The broken asterisk 15. He has always had a previous memory. This is too unreliable. It means that if you change people, you will switch, and you will switch seamlessly. Look at this gesture, saying that they are not in the morning. The donkey does not believe. Ziwei turned his head and thought about his words. Oh. Xian slammed his eyes. Jiangxi actually closed the beautiful indigo scorpion and kissed his lips. What's the situation? This is the turn of Zitao, dumbfounded. This is definitely not the old driver of the river. This is a small oblique boy. How? Very clumsy kiss. Green and tense, as if I had encountered something that I longed for and could not ask for it. Zitao unconsciously loosened the teeth. This very subtle hint was in exchange for the storm. Jiangxi has no rules, no skills, and even bite Ziwei. Ziwei took a pain and pushed him. The small slanting squatting, the sly scorpion restored the Kingming. He woke up from his dream. No, not a dream. The hoarse voice of the boy made Ziyu speechless. No wonder this initiative. I thought it was a dream. Wait, what are you dreaming of at a young age? Zitao snorted. Jiangxi's oblique image was the same as electricity, and quickly got up. Zitao pulled his own messy neckline, and the river quickly opened his eyes, and the tip of his ear was red. Yes, sorry. After that, the small oblique opened the long legs, and strode to the bathroom. Zitao is very guilty. He wants to take advantage of the young boy and he hasn't reacted yet. Point slightly slanted to the bathroom door. Remembered. He turned and asked, "Is this my room, Z? Wary. Can't wait for me to go and want to react." Jiang did not dare to look at him, but could not help but ask, "How come you are here?" He thought he had dreamed to go to his house, but this is his own house. How can Ziyu be in his bed? Zitao's rhetoric can clear the relevant card. He said, "You always have sleepwalking problems, I miss, so come see. Who knows, you will take me to the bed." Needless to say, the deity still only kissed his neck, and the small oblique comrade directly kissed his mouth. "This is really good," small slanting, and said, "Sorry, I'm sleepwalking, Z. Where's belly? You dreamed of a ghost tour, obviously opened your eyes, and saw me, or kissed you down." Of course, he also had a ghost in his heart. He didn't dare to dismantle him. He just wanted to gently fool the past. Jiang Zio ramp. "I'm going to take a shower, Z." Tao just took the opportunity to slip away and said, "Okay." After the bathroom door was closed, Ziyu Sang breathed a sigh of relief and gently walked down the bed. Is it easy for him to see a river? The trick is to see the meaning of stolen love. It's really big in the world. What a ghost situation will happen. Zitao did not take a bath, did not want to change the uniform with a button, so I plan to slip back to the room to take a bath and change. Shouldn't it hit the big slope? Zitao decided to believe in her luck. After all, he seems to be a lucky physique. As soon as he went out, Zitao stood upright and stood stiff, as if he had stood for hours of military sequely. Jiang squinted his eyelids and said with no expression, "Good morning, Z. Wei. Lucky ghost, who will say good luck in the future, who will kill him." Z Wei said dryly, "Good morning." The slanting sight of the river is like a searchlight, a trace of 1 inch, 1 inch and 1 inch. From his white toes to the ankles to the smooth calves, the thighs covered by shorts, and the thin waist under the wide t-shirt, as well as the open neckline, and the collarbone. A contrasting red dot. The river stared at the red dot, and the voice was flat, played for a night. What is the calm before the storm? What is the mountain rain wants to come to the wind? What is a black cloud pressure city to destroy? At this moment, Z Wei deeply understands it. Dream. Zitao, who wants to have such a struggle to survive. This kid is really sleepwalking. Jiang. Skew. Well, sleep to your neck, Z. Tao secretly screamed at the river asshole, and he decided, yes, this is his quirk. If you sleepwalking, you will be chaotic, so I will come and see, lest he should cause trouble. The focus of the river is also very accurate, so, you slept together, he kissed you every day, Z. Wei. He forgot that this is a reincarnation of Holmes. Forced to helpless Zitao sacrificed the words of the slogan, "It is just a kiss. He is so young, I can't do anything with him." Jiang. Sneer. You don't have to lie to me. We have already broken up. What you do is legal. The problem is, what if you disappear without a trace? This world needs you, Mr. Soul. Zizao smiled and said, "I didn't lie to you. I didn't lie to you. It's over." This is not very good. Sure enough, the look of the river is colder. He sarcastically said, "It is really unnecessary. It's a coincidence, or it's an inevitable event." Jiang Zio shower came out. He didn't blow his hair, wet his head, and said to Zizen, "I didn't hurt you just now." He calmed down after taking a cold shower. After calming down, he remembered his messy kiss and seemed to bite Zizen. Question mark? He was in a hurry, and when he took a bath, he rushed out and thought to apologize. Then, the X-sex summary is very reasonable, but should it be so coincidental? Z Wei looked at the river in amazement. Sure enough, Mr. Jiang, who had cultivated well before the Taishan collapse, did not change his color. This is too irritating, but if you kiss it, how can it hurt? This is definitely, Rayo is a man who dances on this wire rope and feels that he can't walk away. Jiang slanted to grasp Z's wrist. The air pressure was low and the entire corridor seemed to freeze. Zitao looked at him and explained, "I really don't." He is more and more like a lion and a scum of cack. The river slanted without a word, pulling him away. He is very strong and energetic, and Zitao can't help but keep up. At this time his left wrist was also held. On the one hand, it is a powerful force, and the power is amazing. The other side is a sharp blade, and the palm of the hand is hot. The Zyrogen, who was pulled, remembered the dream he had made. The magistrate of the county magistrate made a saying, cut the gold ingot of this watery poplar, and you are half of them. Z. Yuan Bao feels that he wants to dream come true. The big slant does not let go, the small slant does not let go, and the rational president is born with no love. Fortunately, there are no other people here. If there is a second person, even a rational one can be inspired to be emotional. What magic scene. What a wonderful three people. Such a great president. Zitao only wants to set a house violence divorce for Jiang Ti. He can afford it. In the end, the big slant first let go. He didn't say anything, didn't look at Ziyan again, just turned and walked slowly toward the stairs. A proud person who squats on his shoulder is more cruel than letting him die. Zitao Gang still thought about divorce, and now he is so distressed that he wants to hug him. After all, he knows what is going on here. Although the experience is very miserable, but it is also a lot of laughter and laughter. But the river is inclined. Even after collecting memories, he can figure it out. But at this moment, he is still ruined. Zitao wants to keep up, but Zyoti holds him tightly. The left is not, the right is not. It is still better for all too. In the end, Zitao did not say anything, only quietly sent a message to the big oblique. I did not lie to you. Jiang slanted back to him. You really don't love me. Ziwei. If you don't love you, you will come to this **** world with you. It's because I love you. It's going to be awkward. Ziwei sighed, and could only fight the spirit and quickly repair the world. Fixed the world, and they understood what was going on. The researcher finally deciphered the string of characters, and Rabble's mood has stabilized. He looked at the string and his eyebrows were twisted into a ball. Zitao took it directly and looked at it carefully. Probably the problem of language. The converted statement is somewhat unreasonable. The subject is said to be a random, but the meaning is understandable. This message is generally passed on. Be sure to find the creator. The creator will save everything. He is in the void of only 3 light years from the extreme. To communicate with the creator, there must be 4 people with mental power. SSS. Rauber said, is this a trap? Z. Tao said, what else is there to be framed in the current US? The collapse of the universe is an established fact, even if it loses 4 SSS citizens. The United States is still unable to resist the last catastrophe. The Secretary of Defense tweeted, there are 4 people who need SSS level mental strength. At the moment, there are 3 people in the entire United States. Ziwei, Mr. Jiang, X. Where to find this 4th person? Zitao is not panic. Thinking of coming to this 4th person is the last soul. Zitao wondered why this soul has not yet appeared. According to the logic of the past, Zitao has entered the quasi world, and the souls will take the initiative to come over. How is this so different? It's been a long time since I've seen it. But this is a broken world, and it is hard to say what will happen. Zitao said, people who try their best to search for SSS level physique, we have to explore this coordinate as soon as possible. Ramble couldn't help but say, Mr. President, really have a creator. Z. Tao said, with or without, this line can't be broken. In fact, Zen is grasped in his heart, but because it is too bad to explain, it is vaguely the tone of dead horses. A living horse doctor. The cabinet members were all embarrassed, and finally they said, the time is running out, you can only go and see. After the meeting, Zen remembered to hang a big slant, and wanted to talk to him. At this time, the small slanted, and whispered to him, I know a person with a SSS physique. Z. Heyo Emil, look at him. Where is he? Small. Ramp, I'm not sure if he is still alive. Z. Zinxin asked, what is his name? How old is it? The last time I saw where he was, I arranged for someone to look for him. Small. Ramp, I only know that his code name is J, about 25, and looks very much like me. I finally saw him in the E981 galaxy. This name is also like a small slant, and the soul has not ran. It is true that the name of this collapsed world is really unconcerned. X, Jiangzi, J, and the names of the 3 souls are all inseparable from the river. Speaking of Jiang's pen name as J, this guy will not have a book in the center and use this as a pen name. Zitao once again expressed his feelings. Fortunately, his name is only 2 words. If it is more, the princes of Atlantis are all named after the initials. With the news of the soul, Xie immediately said, I will send people to the E981 galaxy to find him. Xie Xi shook his head and said, no, he is either in the capital or has self-destructed. Xie Taojing asked, self-destruction? This is not a reincarnation. Reincarnation is equivalent to age, reborn once. Self-destruction is to erase your own existence and completely die. Xie obliquely tweeted, when I saw him, he had a tendency to self-destruct, but you know that, if you want to self-destruct, you must come to the capital starter register. After a layer of assessment, you can't execute it, after you have decided that you can't reincarnate. Indeed, under normal circumstances, citizens of the United States cannot break their own self, because the United States has installed a self-protection system for everyone since birth. Once there is a fatal injury, it will send a signal. No matter in the ends of the earth, someone will take you back. Enter the reincarnation point. Ziwiwi. Why does he want to destroy himself? Jiang Xiaochao said, he has always had memories of the past, no matter how many times the reincarnation is forgotten. Z. Tao's hard standpoint. The author has something to say. This is a miserable meeting. Shut up. What evil is Jiang Zangxi? Although Jiang Laoxi is a bit like a evil in the middle. Doge Face chapter 159 The broken asterisk 16 He has been reincarnation 9 times. Zita asked, is there any emotional memory of reincarnation? River. Ramp. It seems to be just the first round. This is extremely rare. In the United States, people enter reincarnation, and the first thing that disappears is the memory of social and emotional point as a president. Zitao has more understanding of this aspect than ordinary people. The reincarnation center has a secret statement. When a person reincarnates, he will give up the memory of social and emotional aspects and strive to preserve their academic and technical skills memory point. So few people will retain the previous round of emotional memory, which is as low as 1 in a billion. Zitao asked, what kind of things make him forget this way? Jiang Z still remembers that he is a false rational, trying to put on an indifferent attitude. It is his first round of lovers. His memory is intermittent, but it is very tormenting. He is a sensibility. You know, the sensibility is fragile. The nerve can't stand this emotion. Z. Tao couldn't help but ask, why didn't he go to find this lover? The reincarnation is recorded. Although it is not open, it is also found. If you are looking for it. River Ramp. He looked for it, but unfortunately he was rejected. There is no way. After all, his lover has forgotten everything and has started a new cycle. 100% as the promise of his former lover, Ziwei. He did not come, never came, of course, as a soul. He said that he came when he came. He said that Zitao refused him, and that was rejection. Who makes this a place of soul? People want to abuse themselves. You can't stop holding the atomic bomb. Ziwei Shen said, this way. Jiang slanted his head and said, he was very miserable. After he took the initiative to find a lover to be rejected, he took the initiative to enter the reincarnation at the age of 20. He wanted to forget these things. Unfortunately, after the reincarnation, he remembered it after more than 10 years. He forgot. I have already looked for it before, and I went to find a lover, and I was rejected again. Z. Wei. The river is very young, and the rationality is very unskilled. Coupled with his early enthusiasm for Z, the more sympathy and compassion for this feeling, he can't help but say a few more words. When I met him, he had already reincarnation 9 times. Unfortunately, he still couldn't forget the lover of the first reincarnation. This time his lover has also reincarnation. He learned the experience and no longer mentions the things before the reincarnation. He just wants to be reunited, reloved, and rejoined. But unfortunately his lover has already had other people around him. According to the time difference, the J comrade saw that Zitao and the Big slanted together, so he was disheartened and wanted to destroy himself. Jiang Zio obliquely said, he is so painful, he can't forget it. If he can't get it, it's better to die than to live. Dead. Ghost, it's normal to forget it. Not all of his brain is good. Why can't you get it? He is going to find him now. Zitao remembered that there was a big slant in the house, and there was a small slant around him, plus the comrade J who was so miserable. that he wanted to destroy himself. Slag man is not easy, so please cherish life. Stay away from the scum man. Xie said, I'm going to find him. Through the description of Zio, the situation of Jay is completely in line with the self-destruction standard. Even if the United States is very resistant to self-destruction, it will apply for him. It is a sensibility to forget the lover in the reincarnation 9 times. This is too cruel. If Zitao is his lover, then they met in the first round. Zitao is only 28 years old in the third round. He has already revolved 9 rounds, enough to see how short his life is in each round. The land is dead, and it is estimated that the accumulated academics and skills have long since declined to the point where it is left. Living is indeed just torture. River ramp. I'm with you. I know him. Z. Tao, such a small asterisk like a mirror. We're dare to let him follow, looking back to save people, but to die. He is looking for someone to cry. Z Tao said, I will do it myself. If I'm self-destructive, I need to submit my physical fitness. His SSS constitution will not be approved as early as possible. Jiang leaned down and said, I'm still with you. Maybe I can help you convince him. No, the child is going to take a nap in the universe. Let the mother of the universe live a life. Zitao insisted. It will be more complicated to see an acquaintance. I will try to convince him from the perspective of the country. Jiang. Xiaoqiu is still very good. If this is Mr. Jiang Thermos, he will definitely find that he is stupid and then go with 100%. Then 1 dead and 2 lives. This cold joke. Cold thank you can't laugh. Arrange Jiang Xiaoqiu. Z Wei sent a message to the big oblique. I'm a little bit. Go back later. He slanted back to him very quickly, but his tone was faint. Well, he sent a voice, and he heard his exhaustion and helplessness with a single voice. Zen was indispensable and heartbroken. This palm of your hand is full of flesh, and which piece of skin hurts him? Z Tao returned to him. I will come back soon. Big oblique. Good. Z Heyo couldn't help but said, I'm coming back to you. No. The big ramp. I'm sleepy and sleep early. Z Wei. I always feel that he is really sincere. After all, he stayed for a few nights outside the smaller bleak room. Think about the possibility of adding new people in the presidential palace right away. The asterisk Huangpu only wants to finish the task quickly. Hurry back to the center and let the soul know the truth. Zitao went to the reincarnation center of the capital. Self-destruction is also applied here. There is no need to thank the secretary. Li said that the director of the reincarnation center, Li Maching, is afraid to start preparing. This is like the Earth Age. The national leaders come to a family planning office. Cannot be nervous. Ziran has not arrived yet, and Li Su has already passed the application submitted by Jay. Tao gave a general preview. The content is very simple, recording the situation of Jay's reincarnation. Except for the first round, the other 8 rounds can only be described as miserable. After the reincarnation is the state of the young child. This time he does not understand love, but once he enters the King dynasty and begins to yearn for love, the first round of memory is like a falling snow. With a romantic and beautiful gesture he is buried very rigorously. Memories are beautiful, reality is cruel. In the grave, where the snow was piled up, he felt only the biting cold and the heavy pressure that could not be breathed. In the second round, he confessed to the same second round of lovers, and was cruelly rejected. In the third round, he confessed to the still second round of lovers, or was rejected. The fourth round, the fifth round, until the ninth round. A few words have already made people feel his pain and despair. A memory that cannot be opened. A new life that cannot begin, sinks into one's past, and faces only an infinite abyss. The director of the reincarnation center carefully reported. If it wasn't his physique, that was too rare. We have already approved it. From a humanitarian perspective, he should also be given the right to end. Fortunately, he is a SSS level physique, or thank you for this. It's too unlucky. Don't want to. When Zitao arrived at the reincarnation center, Director Wang received him from a special passage. Mr. President suddenly came to such a small place. There is no justification for causing public speculation, so try to avoid suspicion. Zitao said. Is there a detailed record? Director Wang said. With his own consent, he has already extracted his memory. This is also a must. After all, it is necessary to self-destruct only by dictation or insufficient evidence. It is necessary to extract the memory for verification. Of course, this is also authorized by me. Zhao said. I look at it. To understand the pre-existing summary, the right medicine can be prescribed. Director Wang said. Mr. President, please come here. Xie Xi paused and asked him, where is the other person? Director Wang was very embarrassed, but he did not dare to think too much. He quickly said, he does not want to be awake, so he goes to sleep. Once the application is approved, he will be directly euthanized. Xie Xi, why? Can't you hear this? Zhao held back to see his thoughts. First, to investigate the extracted memories. Today's high technology has long been mastered in the technology of reproducing memories. Of course, this technology is not useful to anyone. As long as the mental strength is higher than the sea level, subjective consciousness does not agree to be extracted. It is difficult to accurately extract. Seriously ill and dying people cannot be extracted because their will is not enough for normal recall. Not to mention death. It is even more difficult to extract. Therefore, it can only be extracted if it is completely agreed and there is no contradiction. This is better than the dream of a barbecued pork. Entering dreams is the dream of the dreamer to change some of his ideas, but it is difficult to find accurate memories of the past. Like in Atlantis, Xie went into a few dreams and saw all the messy plots. For example, the third-year warrior Tyrannosaurus, such as the divorced brother-in-law of the second child, brought home, cannot bear to look. Moreover, Zhao also has concerns. The world is also a relatively developed world. The mental power SSS level sounds very uncomfortable. The effect of dreaming is not good enough, so Zhao chooses to look directly at the memory. Director Wang said, in view of the confidentiality agreement, this memory, Zhao said, I can see it myself. Li Su, you wait for me, secretary. Li said, okay, director. Wang gave a sigh of relief and gave the holographic mirror to Xie Xi. After Zhao took it, he was instantly immersed. There is no doubt that this is Jiang Ti and what happened in the first round. Of course, this is the brain of the soul, but unfortunately these brain supplements are already a real past. Zhao was distressed and thought a lot. The small slant is a green dragon, played by the river slant, so he has no chance to make a fortune. It is a simple young boy. Big Oblique is a new soul, facing the collapse of the world, facing the loss of being discarded, and his ex-sitter summary is called a abuse. Pretending to be rational, I fell in love with a sensibility. In the end, I had to break up, but I couldn't let go of it. Even at the age of 50, I wanted to enter the reincarnation. Compared to the souls of other worlds, the idea of suicide is obvious. This mid-slant. Xie always thinks this title is weird, but it seems to be correct. According to the age, this young man who is less than 30 years old can be considered to be in the middle. In short, the middle slant is even worse, and he has not let go of his own meaning. The abyss pits are set from beginning to end. Zhao is just watching, and the heart is pumping straight, and even with the internal organs, the pain is followed. The two souls who were left in this collapsed world apparently felt the collapse of the world, and felt that they had been abandoned, and they all knew from the deity that the future of the collapsed world was obliterated. The world is wiped out, and they no longer exist. Therefore, these pre-existing summaries will be so desperate and pessimistic, and these two souls will be so disgusting and light-hearted. The more I figured it out, the more Xie was distressed. Fortunately, he can repair. If he cannot repair, then the river slope. Fortunately, it is really okay. Zhao concentrated her spirit on Jie's memory. In the first round of reincarnation, Jiang Xi was 5 years older than Xie Wei and was an alumnus who graduated from the same school. Because they are all new students, they have not inherited the previous skills or experience, so they are all in a blank paper, in the stage of hard work. Both of them are highly qualified and are famous in the school. It is a pity that the school is a 5-year system. After the graduation of the river, Xie was admitted to school, so the two had not seen each other. But the legend of the river is always circulating in the school. Later, at an alumni gathering, they met. This time, Jiang Sui did not conceal his gender. He is a thoroughly and very sensible. However, Zhao concealed the gender. He is a rational person. but when he asked him about his gender, he said, "I'm emotional." Chapter 160 The asterisk that collapsed. 17 And he did not know. The river obliquely showed a bright eye, and was closer to Xie. It is reasonable to say that rationality is difficult to disguise as perceptual. As long as you look at the identity certificate a little, this lie is dismantled. Moreover, this is still an alumni gathering. There are many acquaintances, and a classmate can dismantle Xie. The strange thing is that no classmate is close to Xie, and no one even heard what he said. Xie's classmates and him have clear boundaries, and Xie seems to be transparent to them. Fortunately, alumni gatherings are more cross-border alumni, even alumni who have not been together. For example, Jiangxi. Xie was a graduate of the school when he entered the school. Xie knows the name of Jiangxi because he was often used to compare with this name when he entered school. Compared with Xie's reticence, Jiang's temperament is humorous and eloquent, and it's hard to deny his closeness. Xie Xi is a law major, and Jiang's slanting path is different. You are so sensuous that you will learn such a rational profession. Xie does not know what to say. Jiang slanted and smiled. No wonder your classmates are alienating you. A sensible person and a professional who is all rational will definitely be far away. Hearing this, Ziyu's mouth was stretched straight. Jiangxi added, "They are protecting you from being away from you. After all, rationality is dangerous for sensibility." Zi. Where he was awkward and looked up at the river. Jiang oblique smiled at him. It is obvious that Zi was warmed up. Although he was isolated because of gender, Jiang was careful to discover his loss and thought of such a warm reason to comfort him. If he is really emotional, at this moment I will be very happy. Instead he is not. Xie is somewhat lost, but she is in a good mood. But she does not know why. Jiang Tai likes wine, and asks Zi Wei, "Do you drink alcohol?" Zi Tao has never been drunk, he said. "You can try it." Reason is rejected by alcohol. This kind of thing, that can make the brain confuse, has no value. Jiang slanted and smiled. "How can we not drink if we are sensible?" Then he took his hand to taste wine. The food at the Alumni Association is very general. It looks better than good food, but the wine is not bad. The style is good, and the taste is different. After Jiang Yan and Ziyu tasted 7 or 8 kinds, Xie was drunk. As a rational drunk is also sitting straight, serious, if not a pair of big eyes straight. It really makes people not see him drunk. The river slant is only a slight sigh. He shakes his hand in front of his eyes. "Drunk," Zi Tao solemnly said. Article 221. Serious casualties caused by serious accidents in production and business units. Jiang. Zile. There are thousands of reactions to drunkenness. I'm really seeing you for the first time. Zi Tao is still carrying it seriously, and all of them are back to the 222nd. The number of 222 is also cute enough. Jiang obliquely helped him. "Go, I will send you home." Zi Tao seriously recites. Jiang leaned and smiled. "Where is your home?" Zi Tao has already begun to recite Article 224. Jiang did not ask him anymore. He went to find a classmate of Zi Tao. His rational classmates were very cold and said, "I don't know." Here, Zi Wei quickly gave himself a back to sleep. Jiang is full of smiles and said, Go back to my house first. If you accidentally drunk, you can't leave it alone." When Zi Tao went back to more than 300, she fell asleep in the aircraft. The river was sitting next to him, and the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Very interesting elementary school brother, serious and cute. Jiang's residence was not far from here, and soon arrived. Jiang screaming called him, "Wake up." Zihao opened his eyes, a pair of eyes black and dark, but unfortunately not focused. River ramp. "Can you get off the bus yourself?" Zi Tao's head glimpsed and continued to sleep. Jiang slanted and laughed loudly, simply pulling people up and bringing them back home. This is actually too overdone. Jiang Yi also knows, but there is no way. He can't leave him alone, or even want him to make a mess in the aircraft. Even if his aircraft is spacious enough to be comfortable. After going upstairs, Jiang oblique put him in his bedroom. Don't think about it. Jiang is not bad. Just because his room has not been used for a few years, has not been cleaned up, Cannot sleep. Xie sleeps in bed. The river has a clean bowl. Put it in one of his clothes so that people and clothes can be washed clean without water. After picking up the ropes, Jiang's owner went to sleep on the sofa. Woke up the next day. Zizen found himself sleeping in a strange bed. The whole person was forced. For reason, one night stand is a very common thing. Nothing to care about. But Zitao has never had it. He is a rational person, but he is incompatible with the rationals. He never succumbs to desire. He strictly demands himself from body to mind. He hates rationality, the so-called indulgence of obeying physiological desires. But now, he didn't even know who did it. At this time, the river slanted out, and his hair had not dried up. Just after the shower, Zitao's head screamed. He slept with a sensibility, and he ruined such a gentle, funny, and excellent sensible senior. He doesn't like reason, even deliberately hides his gender, but he does this stupid thing. Jiang slanted to see his cracked expression, and he smiled in his heart. Don't think too much. You were drunk only last night to carry laws and regulations. I will be dying when I hear this. Zi Tao looked up and looked dull. Jiang, she did not tease him, said, I slept on the sofa last night. If you do not believe, you can connect to the indoor monitoring. The heart of Zitao's heart finally fell, and he was glad that he was afraid. Can no longer be close to the river. He will hurt him. Zi Wei got up and said, I'm sorry, river. Ramp, it's me who apologizes. I took you too much wine last night. Zi Wei shook his head and said, no, I'm not right. Can't drink or drink, drunk, but also trouble the seniors to take care of. Jiang. Z did not wait for him to finish the road. Then to our clear. Let's eat. Eat? Z Wei didn't dare to stay for a long time. He hurried out of bed and bowed his head and said, no, I still have to go beforehand. The river is aslant. Zitao has already rushed out of the bedroom, walked through the living room, and the shoes did not change, and pushed the door out. Jiang slanted back to the gods. Hey, unfortunately, people have disappeared. He smiled and bent his eyes for a long while. Scared him. Also, if you get drunk and get awake in a stranger's bed, it will be normal to be afraid. Immediately after, the river slanted and thought of something. He hammered his head with annoyance. Forgot to contact. If there is only such a small episode, then the river will not be able to forget this person 9 times. The second encounter was at the wedding of their common teacher. The 70-year-old sensible old professor lived his own style. At such an advanced age, he met his true love, a 60-year-old emotional painter that too quickly fell in love and insisted on holding a wedding so that each other's name was engraved into their own lives in the sacred church. The river saw a glance at Zi Wei. He stood in the crowd, but he stood on an isolated island, so lonely that he was distressed. Jiang can't help but walk through the crowd and come to him. See you again, Zi Wei. Was a glimpse of his eyes. After seeing the river, his eyes were obviously shrinking. Schoolmaster, Jiang. Xiang said, the wedding is taking an oath. We have to be quiet. Zi Wei Zeng focused on the head and stared at the 2 elderly couples in front of him. You are willing to be a partner with him in this reincarnation. Love him, loyal to him, whether he is poor, sick or disabled, until you walk into the reincarnation. Are you willing? The 2 old veterans sang together. I'm willing. When the voice fell, the applause that represented the heartfelt blessing sounded and infected people at the place. Jiang slanted low. They are so good. In fact, Zitao does not understand. This reincarnation is almost finished. How about getting married? In a few short years, they will soon forget each other. Jiang obliquely asked him, if I meet someone I like, no matter how long, I want to hurry and spend time with him. Zi Tao asked the doubts in his heart. Is it not good to meet again in the next round? River. Ramp. There is such a heartbeat that I don't want to miss it for a minute or two. Zi Heo twisted his eyebrows. He could not understand. Jiang slanted and smiled and approached him. You sometimes behave like a rational. Zi Wei stretched his back and thought he was seen through. After all, rational disguises sensibility. For a true sensibility, like a funny clown. Who knows Jiang size and size? Don't go to learn that kind of rationality. They are boring and rigid. Don't change yourself to cater to them. Zi Zioma's heart wrinkled more tightly. He knows the meaning of the river. Jiang. He thought that he was a sentiment thinking that he was the same because he stayed in the law department, and the rational stayed for a long time and became rational in order to unite. In fact, Zitao is a thorough rationality. Zitao wants to tell the truth. Jiang slanted and said, don't question your gender. Sensibility is never worse than rational. When it was over, Ziyu swallowed back. Cannot tell. The more vaguely feel the river aversion to rational aversion, the more he cannot tell his gender. What is this? Zitao does not know that he is not the same as others from the birth, not accepted by reason, not liked by emotions, studying hard, trying to get good grades, but in exchange for the indifference and alienation of classmates. Zitao felt more than once that he would be a sentimental one. Sensibility like the river slope. This time the river is going to contact. Zitao hesitated for a long time before he exchanged friends with him. Zitao didn't want to have any contact with Jiangzi. He wanted him to always think that he was a sensible person. If he walked too close, he would not be able to pretend. There are too many flaws, and there are more places that cannot be understood. Even if he does not speak, his behavior is also obvious enough for a sensibility. If you let the river know he is a rationality that is sensible, he will definitely hate him. Zitao is very upset, but she can't find a suitable opportunity, and the river is confession. Where does the river oblique know this? He has long been fascinated by this elementary school brother, full of direct confession or warm boiled frogs. Anyway, must catch people, but also hold a more romantic wedding than Liu. 70-year-old professor, under the initiative of Jiang Tai. Zitao did not have the opportunity to refuse. He tried to figure out the emotional reaction. He tried to remember the formula with super memory and tried his best to play a sensibility. In fact, this is really flawed. The filter of the river **** is only a little thin, so he can see the gender of Ziwei. Unfortunately, the filter is too thick. Jiang Yi only thinks that Zitao is a pitiful person who is polluted by reason. He tries to purify him. Even his super rational speech is a very cute. About 3 months later, Jiang can't help but ask him in a romantic and beautiful restaurant, what do you think of me, Z? Tao asked, schoolmaster, do you want to fall in love with me? This next round of the river slanted. He smiled at his forehead. It is a very rational sensibility, Z. Tao's mouth was stretched, and he looked at the wine and food in front of him, as if he saw a flood of beasts. Jiang looked at him. His eyes were soft, and the smile of his lips was looming. I think, he said it straight out, and put his mind in front of him. Thank you. Jiang is afraid to scare him and comfort him. Don't worry, think about it. What I want is forever, Z. Tao was open, the voice was very difficult, and even the heart was being pulled. The pain accompanied the sourness on the tip of the nose. I'm sorry. The river was chilling, and he thought he was rejected. Z when he lowered his head and said, sorry, I have been lying to you. In fact, I'm irrational. Chapter 161 The ***** that collapsed 18. Let 039 S get married. Rational? The river slanted and breathed a little, with a stubborn smile on his mouth. This is not a good joke, Z. Zen's heart was empty, like something was dug away. He tried to calm down. I'm not kidding. The smile on Jiang's face was frozen. Zitao never made a joke. During the past few months, the two men often laughed and teased him. Zitao never knew jokes. He said what he was, and sometimes he was too serious. Jiangzi likes him and thinks that he is all good. Even this obviously rational behavior is also understood as cute and lovely. Just now, Zitao took off her ear studs, which represent the calm, rational dark blue stinging the eyes of the river. Everyone is born with such an instrument that represents his identity and can load various functions. Rationality is dark blue, and sensuality is orange. A calm, a passion, is a very different kind of existence. Zitao is a rational person who does not understand love. The river leaned up, and the body swayed. He was stuffed into a meat grinder in his chest, and the dark blue blade was spinning wildly, smashing his internal organs. Zitao said, I'm sorry, Jiang. Z couldn't concentrate, and he couldn't tell the sadness in his tone. The river slanted away, like a defeated deserter, leaving the soullessly. If they are just like this, then the river will not be able to forget Z's, and 9 times a painful relationship is actually very forgotten. What is really unforgettable is the sweetness of the bones. Just like a foodie, you can taste the best food in the world, and how you can see the inferior food. The reason why Jiang Zi can't forget is because he has such a sweet reincarnation. The two separated, and Zi Tao sat at the table and stared at the empty cup for an afternoon. During this period, he didn't think about anything, and he seemed to think a lot. When he finally stood up, his hands and feet were all numb, and the sharp, stinging pain spread the arms and calves. This kind of nervous paralysis cannot be compared to the helplessness of the heart. Rational. Emotional. Why does he want to hide his gender? It hurts the river, and has lost such a good friend forever. Zi Tao, who has been isolated all the year round, has no idea whether he will encounter such a person in his later life. The river was not far away. He sat on a bench 300 meters away for an afternoon. Compared with the pain of Zen's understanding, the river italics will be clear, straightforward and sharp. Even if he is rejected, he will not be more desperate than he is now. Irrationality that does not understand love is like an indestructible stone for sensibility, and the sensibility of falling in love with it is the egg that hits the stone with life. The broken bones can't shake in. Jiang Xiang clearly knows that he has been played and is being played by irrational. The irony is that even then he can't hate him. I can't forget him. As the sun sets, when Zi Tao tries to leave, the river suddenly rises. There is only one sentence in his confused mind. Why is he pretending to be sensible? Why is irrationality disguised as sensibility? This is incredible. Looking at the history of the United States for thousands of years, and have never heard of such a thing. Sensibility is very likely to pretend to be rational, but rationality is almost impossible to pretend to be emotional. They will not produce such an idea at all. Jiang's slanted heartbeat. He went back to the restaurant and saw sitting in the same place, like being beaten by frost, the whole smashed Z 20.4 hours. Why didn't he leave? Jiang obliquely walked over and held his hand on the table. His posture is condescending, and the blue veins on his back reveal his tension. Why do you lie to me? He asked Z. Z's and looked up, and didn't seem to think he would come back. Jiang looked into his eyes, as if he was tortured to his soul. Why should you hide your gender? Why should you tell me that you are emotional? Zi Tao coveted and whispered all these words that he thought he would never say anything. He hates reason. He is isolated by rational people. He can't get along with them. He hates them. But he is rational. He can't get close to the sensibility, and he can't get along with the sensibility because the sensibility dislikes him. Zi Tao has been living in such a gap since he was a child. Rationality is hostile to him, and sensibility is full of vigilance against him. He walked on a wooden bridge, and the people on the left and right did not accept him, so he could only be alone, tremble, and risk to fall with him. At this time, the river appeared. Zi Tao is eager for someone to reach out to him, eager to have a breathing space, eager to have a handrail or even a guardrail on his own wooden bridge. So when Jiang Slope took the initiative to approach him, he chose to deceive. I'm a sensible. He lied to the river and got a moment of stability. Hearing this, the river slanted. Zi Tao is even more lost because of the whole disc. What kind of qualifications do you have for such a mean villain? Do you hate me? Jiang asked him. Zi Tao looked up at him and almost replied without hesitation. No, Jiang. Z did not like or love to ask for export. He bent his eyes and revealed the same gentle smile as before. Let's be together, Z. When he was stunned. Jiang Shi took his hand. I like you. You don't hate me. Can we be together? Zi Tao tried to withdraw her hand, but Jiang is not letting go. I love you, no matter what gender you are, Z. When he can't move. Because Jiang Yang kissed him on the back of his hand, he said something that would make him unforgettable. Even if you don't love me, I love you. Even if you don't love me. Humble, but unusually hot love, as if to burn two people into a fire. When the world opened. After confessing to each other, the two were together. Strange, but not at all strange. At first, Zi Tao was cautious. She was always afraid that she was not doing it right. She was always afraid that she was not a qualified lover. The river was found obliquely, shaving his nose and saying, "Do not pretend or cooperate, be yourself, Xie." Wei looked at him. "I don't know what to do. Ask your heart." Jiang Yan's voice was very gentle. "What does it think?" Xie Tao looked up at him, and suddenly he took his eyes off again, and his ears were red. The river swayed. Xie whispered, "Can I kiss you?" This paragraph, I can't hold the bystander of Xie Tao. In fact, seeing the pre-existing summary of the soul, Xie Zhen feels a lot. Jiang Yan's entry into this deity has affected the soul in that moment. It is a person in itself. Even the schizophrenia is not counted. The moment of contact is shared in the soul. Even if it is because of the world, it restricts something, but it is fundamentally unchanged. Because the dream came true. Jiang Kai knew the past of Xie Tao, knowing that he grew up alone and was excluded by the whole society. Like this, not so rational and not so emotional. Thank you. Professor Jiang is the savior of Xie Tao, and Jie here is also the savior of rational Xie Tao. Jiang Xie warmed Xie Tao with the hot, unreserved love of heart, which is the insistence of both the soul and the deity. Even if he doesn't love him, still don't love it. Xie Zhao smiled. How could he not love? It was really a stone that was also baked by him. Many memories of the next. Xie Hao could not help but fast forward. Too tired. Even if he and someone who has been observing for more than 60 years can't help but feel tired. The rational setting is too bad, and Xie Tao is too far in the river, and the two are too shameless. Until the river was 35 years old. When Xie Tao was 30 years old, there was a little twist in the life of the two men. Xie Tao was dismissed. He did not say at first. Jiang Yi's family squatting painters soon found out that something was wrong and asked him what was going on. There is very little reason to lie, and Xie Tao is asked by his question. It turned out to be because of their love. Jiang is more and more famous. He knows that he is a sentimental person. He is going to pick up Xie from work from time to time. The court knows the relationship between them. No one will blame the emotional slanting of the river, and it will only be considered as a misconduct of Xie Zhen, and playing with the feelings of Jiang. Reason can find reason, can do anything with reason, and should not provoke sensibility. Once discovered, it will be severely criticized by moral opinion. This is probably like the Earth Age of Xie Tao, men, women, and women. Whether it is a heterosexual society or a society, as long as it touches the routine, it will be rejected. This is the contempt chain that the social society always exists. Jiang Tai can make Xie Tao suffer such aggrieved. He said, "Let's get married." It's not romantic at all. It's not beautiful. It doesn't make people blushing, but it makes people feel heart-wrenching. Xie Zhen was surprised. "I'm irrational." You, Jiang, asked him, "Do you betray me?" Xie Wei shook his head hard. "Absolutely not." Jiang slanted and smiled. "That won't do." Their wedding was finalized, and they walked into the church when everyone was not optimistic. Don't say other people. Even the priest couldn't help but ask 3 times. You are willing to be a partner with him in this reincarnation, loyal to him, whether he is poor, sick or disabled, until you walk into the reincarnation. Are you willing? Jiang Zhao smiled and said it 3 times. "I'm willing." Xie Tao said, "I will be loyal to him. He will be my only companion." The swearing of sensibility and rationality is different. Sensibility is to love him, loyalty to him, and reason only requires loyalty. The priest presided over countless emotional and rational weddings. This sensibility and rationality is really the first one. He considers the rational characteristics, chooses the rational affidavit, and conceals the word love. But this does not prevent Jiang Lei from confessing to him, "I love you. No matter how many cycles, as long as I meet you, I will fall in love with you." The 2 SSS physique people lived very long, and lived for 230 years. They have made countless contributions to the United States in this long life, and they have fulfilled the vow of marriage, which is the only one of them. Xie Wei became the Chief Justice, and Jiang Yan became the most passionate, creative, and most influential painter of all time. The combination of them has also become a miracle, which has led many sentimental thinkers to explore the emotional issues of reason and sensibility. Of course, there is no result in the end, because they always believe that Zitao's life is only loyal point not love, but loyalty to a partner. Even Jiang Yan thinks so, but his life is very sweet, just like living in a beautiful dream point until the end of life point. The river is older than Z, and he first entered the reincarnation. When they were separated, Jiang said with a smile, "Thank you, Z." Tao held his hand and did not say a word for a long time. Jiang leaned on the back of his hand and said that he repeated the vow of more than 200 years. "I love you, Z." Weedy finally dumb and said, "I, Jiang." Yan looked at him gently. Z Zen's lips trembled as if he was suffering enormously. He was pale and looked at him with his already cloudy eyes. "I don't want to be separated from you." The river slanted and jerked. Zitao has never had tears and his eyes filled with tears. He whimpered, "Don't leave me, don't leave me, don't forget me." Jiang leaned out his last strength and took his hand. "Z, do you love me?" I. Zizao shook his head and said, "I don't know what love is, but I want to be with you. Like this, forever, eternal life. Forever together." The river bends its lips, and the last sentence to Zitao is, "This is love." Hiss. "Thank you, rational thank you, Z, who does not understand love, loves him." The author has something to say. Z Weddy in the X-sexual summary, because the old evil filter is cute and cute. However, our little roses cannot stay, and tomorrow, let this soul of death want to be resurrected in minutes. Chapter 185 The Collapsed **** 19 Feelings a life for sensibility, but a deadly virus for reason. Such a sweet life, so satisfied with the dying moment. How can the river *** be forgotten? The last sentence that Zitao said, like a beautiful spell, bound the river. He kept his promise that he had not forgotten him in 9 reincarnations, but Zitao forgot. If you haven't got it, you won't be so desperate. The river slanted for 200 years and kept the flowers open for the bright moon. How can it be only a moment? He remembered Zitao, remembering the time he spent with him, remembering their last promise. He woke up from the reincarnation. He got a new life. He came back to look for him. He saw a strange, more pure, rational thank you who had no emotional fluctuations at this moment. Jiang Ting seemed to be $1 billion winner. When he went to the award, he found himself losing the lottery. Huge loss, and not willing to surround him. Where will the river be abandoned? Under the circumstance of intermittent memory, he went to find Zitao countless times. The last time, he saw that Zitao was completely disappointed with others. The beauty of the past is more and more like a dream, and even Z's last look, that is full of love, makes him feel embarrassed. Maybe, that period is his fantasy, or he is eager for a lifetime, and he got the most wanted promise before he died, and in fact those did not happen at all. Zitao's eyes were not filled with tears. Zitao did not say that he wanted to be with him, and he never said that he should not forget him. From beginning to end, he is deceiving himself. Reason is impossible to fall in love with others. They are like flames and ice, and the result of constant demand is either the melting of the ice or the extinction of the flames. It is impossible to coexist. I thought that everything was a dream. The river was disheartened and chose to self-destruct. Can't forget. Can't wake up. It's better to sleep forever. After reading these memories, Zizen sat down for a while before slowing down. If in the former quasi world, the souls are ****, because of their hobbies and their own exclusive will, the soul in this broken world is only distressing. They have been identified as being abandoned, and the scripts written are helpless, desperate, and straightforward to self-destruction. Speaking of the world, this complex, there are also in the bones of the deity. The souls will magnify some of the emotions of the deity, and in extreme circumstances, will make choices that the deity will make. For example, a world destined to be obliterated, they choose to self-destruct. Is central to the evil cycle. The choice of the river is also. What is the difference between designing a new world with so many souls and drinking and quenching thirst? Zitao stopped her thoughts and got up and went to find Jay through the glass window. Zitao saw the man sleeping on the snow-white platform. He was dressed in white, his body was covered, and his face was exposed. It was a very young and handsome face, a slender eyebrow, and a tall nose. Although the thin lips were lighter in color, They had a good shape and could imagine how dazzling he was when he bent his lips. This is Zitao, who is very familiar, but has some strange facial features. The stranger is probably because he has never seen such a mean river slant. His face is pale and bloodless. His posture is calm but lifeless. He unloaded all the hard shells, revealing that they were buried so deeply that they never seemed to exist at fragile point. The greatest designer in the center, experienced countless honing X silently sacrificed himself and saved the river's inclination point. No matter how powerful, he is always a flesh and blood point. Zitao's eyes were hot, and he thought that he was a rational person, so he sighed and calmed his emotions. He said, I will go see him. The director of the reincarnation center naturally opened the door and cut off the supply of sleeping point. The seamless glass door slid open and Zitao walked in alone, waiting for me outside. The people who followed the steps after Zitao entered, pressed on the dashboard. The transparent glass became a white wall, and the monitoring and sound transmission system was also cut off by him. This is not a narrow space, only he and the river are left. The river slowly woke up from the slumber. When he opened his eyes, a pair of dark scorpions were not bright. Xie Xi cannot feel bad. He tried to control the tone and whispered to him. The river turned his head and saw his moment. The pupils shrank and looked awkward. Xie Xi held his hand. The river's sloping pale lips trembled. Small cockroach, Xie said, sorry, I read your memory. Without a tone, the flame that rose in the slant of the river was extinguished instantly. He took out his hand and sat up. Mr. President, what is it about me? Stiff, alienation and strangeness. Zitao opened the door to explain the meaning of the universe, about the collapse of the universe, the discovery of the pole, about the unknown creator, about the rare SSS physique point. After listening to this quietly, Jiang slanted and said, the creator? The government has fainted to the point where even such ridiculous remarks are believed. The last round of Zitao was the vice president of the United States. This round is the current president. He hates the entire cold government. He always feels that it has swallowed up his thanks. Zitao said, we will not do things with no certainty. Jiang. Skew. Yes, you are calm and rational, and you will be emotional. Xie Xi whispered, can you help me? Jiang looked at him indifferently. Since you read my memory, why don't you pretend that I'm going to sell you for you? Jiang is right. He can pretend that he also remembered the previous things. He could pretend to be a thank you, and he continued his forefront point. When you don't say it is to find the creator, you will let the river dig out the heart, and he will not hesitate. Xie Zhen does not say anything. Jiang slanted and laughed, and his smile was ugly. Yes, where is a rational trick like this? A rational place is a sentiment. The 9 reincarnations disappointed the rivers, and the more they fell into the sweetness of the past, the more they hated the reality. Xie Xi said, sorry, his apology brought more turbulence to the river. He closed his eyes. Mr. President, please come back. I have a tendency to self-destruct, and I'm not suitable for such an important task. Xie Tao did not speak, or did not leave, just stood here. Jiang slanted, his eyes closed. When he did not exist. After a while, Zitao slowly spoke and said, emotion is life for sensibility. The river smirked with a sneer. Zitao continued, it is a deadly virus for reason. The river squinted and opened his eyes, and the twilight looked deep toward him. Zitao continued, the reincarnation center is like a giant cleaner. The sensibility and rationality of going in will be treated separately. Jiang slanted coldly, you mean that I remember everything because I'm a sensible? Don't be kidding. The United States has more sensibility. Why they don't remember the lover of the last generation? Xie Zhenwen said, because they don't love him like you. The river slanted. Zitao said, the highest judgment in the reincarnation center is to protect the right to life of citizens. The river leaned back again, and his eyebrows looked at him tightly. Zitao said, that it is true. If you deprive you of your memory, you will be born to die. So the reincarnation center has retained. Jiang cannot be denied. Zitao continued, if you do not deprive him of his memory, he will be born to die. So the reincarnation center has been stripped. Jiang slanted and laughed, I don't want to be president. I will find reasons for myself. Xie Tao has been quiet, like a 10% rationality. He said the key point. Do you want to look at my memory? The River squinted his eyes slightly. What do you mean? Zitao said, my last memory, when I was in the first round. River. Ramp, you have not forgotten. Z said, I did forget it, but because of my identity, the reincarnation center has been classified and preserved. His first round was the Chief Justice of the United States. Because of the special nature of the profession, the United States would extract its memory for archival storage. The Chief Justice of the 10-year system is more important than the President. They are an important code in themselves. They are the lights of the American law. They are the most precious experience. Today, the United States certainly does not want to lose such precious wealth. When it can extract and store memories, this is the act of approval by the cabinet and the willingness of the judge to be sought on the day of his appointment. Because the judges are all downright rational, they all signed the consent clause and are willing to contribute their privacy to the United States. These ordinary people don't know. And Zitao is sure to know that he is the president of the United States. He didn't check it before because he didn't know the soul and he had the entanglement of previous life. Now he knows that he has to go and see. Zitao is sure that he can see a thank you who fell in love with the river because everything is the subjective thought of the soul. The soul has shaped such a memory for himself, indicating that he believes that the last thank you is to love him. Then Zen must have loved him. Everything that does not exist is not the madness of the pen. The river slanted with a thin lip and said nothing. Z said, look, maybe you will know why I forgot you. Where will the river not look? This is his knot, and at this moment the bell is close at hand. The two went to see the memory of Zitao stored in the reincarnation center. In order to save time, Zitao only saw the section of Zitao after the river slanting cycle with Jiangzi. Entering the cycle does not immediately start a new life. Under normal circumstances there will be several years of interval. The criterion for this time is the current life. For example, if this round only lasts for 20 years, then the waiting time may be only 4 or 5 months. If you live for more than 200 years, the waiting time may be as long as 4 or 50 months. That is, nearly 5 years. Zwenny is 5 years younger than the river. He can't see the river before he enters the cycle. These 5 years are unimaginable pains for Zitao. After getting together for more than 200 years, Zitao woke up to see the empty bed and would stay alone for a long time. I finally got out of bed, and when I had breakfast, I saw the empty side and I couldn't swallow. Going to the study and seeing the other side of the drawing board and paint, cannot concentrate. The most terrible thing is the night. The lonely old man guarding the darkness, the old man curled up on the bed, will make a subtle grief and sob in his sleep. Reason is never retired. They can't let go of their work before the reincarnation. Retirement is not a pleasure, but a torture. However, Zitao had to retire. He can't work anymore. He can't even live alone. When the lover leaves, he knows what love is. This is not a good thing for Zitao. He dragged his old body and lived alone, painfully, and remorse for 3 years. Love is a double-edged sword. It can bring infinite hope, but it can also give people endless pain. Before the end of the river embraced hope because of Zen's love. Zitao suffered unprecedented pain because of this love. They are different. One is looking forward to new life. The other is to remember the past. Under the judgment of the reincarnation center, Jiangzi is a belief that Zitao will lose his life, but Zitao is a belief that he needs to forget to regain his life. After reading this experience, the river was stunned. Zitao's heart is also a painful scream, but unfortunately has to hold back. The river slanted straightly at the screen that had been darkened, and the whole brain was solitary and helplessly curled up into a ball. He loved people who had been guarding for more than 200 years. When he silently sighed and slammed the railway. I'm sorry, I have forgotten these. Jiang Yi can't say a word, and seeing him no longer doubts Zen's love for him, and no longer doubts that it is a dream. Zwenny continued, I'm not sure if I can feel this feeling again. Must be able to. Jiang is inclined to look at him. Zitao avoided his sight and said, unfortunately, there is not much time in the moment. If you can survive from the collapse of the universe, maybe. Jiang Z has resumed his fighting spirit. What do I need to do? He paid for 200 years in the first round. He will also guard him in this round. No matter how long he will not leave him alone. Zhao can count the soul to the presidential palace point on the way back. Z took a moment and explained. There are 2 SSS level people in the presidential palace. River. Ramp. I know. I need 4 people. The general plan. Zhao has already told him, especially the need for 4 people, to communicate with the creator. He focused on the topic point, listening to his tone of care. Zhao thought silently, you know, you may not know much. Chapter 162 The Collapsed **************************** 20 Xiao Jiang seriously said I like you. Comrade Jiang Yi, who is cheering up, is full of fighting spirit and can't wait to save the universe now. Zhao thought carefully and thought about it. He wanted to explain the bigger bleak and smaller bleak in the presidential palace. Unfortunately, he organized a half-Dale language, so he could not find a proper description point how to say one is my ex-husband. Soon after the divorce, I managed to bring him back. The other is my new love, which was taken out of prison. Everyone called him a child, no one else. Zhao wants to give himself a shot, ending the ****** life in this slag. Jiang Slope has the power, and he is very concerned about the collapse of the universe. He also asked, what is the identity of the other 2 SSS level people? Tell me about it in advance, Z. Tao has brainstormed for 300 laps, and I haven't thought of the right vocabulary yet. Jiang asked, is it rational? All are pretending to be rational. Unfortunately, Zhao's rationality is not to be worn, so he nodded. Yes, the river was obviously relieved. In terms of feelings, sensibility has a natural advantage, and there is no need to fear any reason, except for the one, that you fall in love with. What kind of rational rivals, that are not their. Z Zen was silent in his heart. You may be a bit early in your breath. Jiang Z asked again, is it a government official? Z took a moment and shook his head. No. Before the big slant was the president, now it is a retired person. The small slant is not. The rebel leader and the government are inconsistent. The river is more reassuring. If it is not a colleague, it is estimated to be a stranger. Unfamiliar rationality and rationality. The relationship can be pure enough to even clear the water. Zhao wants to give him a vaccination in advance, so as not to be able to stand up after the stimulation. But this vaccination needle cannot be stuck. But looked at the river slant and swallowed 2 tubes of tranquilizer. Don't make such a peace of mind. The presidential palace is more difficult and alert. Zhao can't let him take care of this lightly, and he plans to give him a slap in the face. You should know someone. The slanting look of the river is light. The river is right. He is old. Can he still have a mission? Z. Wary. This world is called the river ***** is a big oblique. This round is 44 years old. I said that I'm so obedient at an age. I really want to record it. Jiang asked, can't find someone else? Z. Tao shook his head. The SSS class is hard to find. Jiang's slanting attitude is quite easy. It's okay. I know that there is no relationship between you, let alone you have already divorced. Yes, Jay's round is also devoted to confession to Z. How could not understand Z Zen the emotional situation. Jiang Yan thought that there was nothing wrong with it. The 2 rational marriages were originally said to be together, and they were scattered, without entanglement. The big oblique **** is very concealed. At present, except for Z Wei, no one knows that the former president is a sentimental, so the J oblique in front of him is not known. As long as the enemy is rational, it is not called a rival. In the past, the reason why J oblique was disheartened was that Zhao had a partner, but he questioned his memory. He questioned that the first round of Zhao did not love him at all. Now seeing Zhao's last memory, he is full of distress and expectation, and he will care about the rationality of such a breakup. Don't say that Zhao has no feelings for him. It is estimated that the former president has no feelings for Zhao. The river is very reassuring. Z Wei. How do you prevent the needle from being used as a placebo? This can't be better. I haven't had time to introduce Xiaobian. The presidential palace has arrived. Because the ushered in is a sentimental, the reception of the presidential palace is very cautious, for fear of inciting sensibility, especially this is a big painter. I think the nerves are more sensitive, and how to be careful cannot be overemphasized. Z Wei asked Li Su, Mr. Jiang and X are there. Li Su quickly replied. Mr. Jiang went to the researcher, and Master X also followed. Z Wei heard that these two are not at home, and inexplicably relieved, and could not help but mention, they are together. Li Su Dao, with Wang Feng, there should be no danger. He thought that Zitao was worried about the safety of these two important people. Where does Zitao worry? That outsiders will hurt them. He only worried that they will fight themselves. Well, there are outsiders to follow. These rivers who want to face the face should not fight. Zitao is now able to talk for a while. He still remembers to talk to himself before going out and talking about it. What to talk about? Talk about the fact that he brought back a true love. Mother of the universe, I'm sorry for you. President Z is very embarrassed. Entering the presidential palace, Z Zen relaxed a lot. I'll let people arrange rooms for you. River. Ramp. But Z Zen has to separate the three people. The farther apart the better. The best one person and one floor. And then the east and the west. Oh, the three people do not need the north. In short, they must be clearly separated. The river slanted upstairs and saw the painting on the wall. He said, these works are created by me when I'm by your side. Z Tao saw those memories and of course knew the name of Jay the Vampiric Master, who has been famous for hundreds of years and has been fired to the sky, has been the river. A lot of his paintings were hung in the presidential palace. In fact, these paintings have nothing to do with Zitao. After all, he has only stayed for a few years, and more is the collection of other presidents after all. Van Serro is a well-known master. His works are hard to find and represent the presidential palace of the most prestigious place in the United States. Of course, it is worth having. It is a pity that these fall in the eyes of the river. It is another taste. Jiang looked at him and asked, do you like these pictures? Z Tao, he dares to say that he doesn't like it. Like Jiang. Z is very excited. When the mission is over, I will take you to this Rose Planet vacation. Can you? Thank you. Still not saying, I hope our mission will succeed. This way you can go back to the center. Whatever the Rose Planet can do, go back and see the roses in your garden. After visiting the presidential palace, the room was also packed. Zitao had a hunch that the two had to come back. He said with reasonable reason, I think you are tired, don't have a good rest these days. Go to sleep for a while, but we can get out of the task as soon as the body is raised. Jiang Z wants to stay with him, but considering that he wants to follow the gradual progress, he should say, well, I will go to sleep. Z said, I called you at dinner. Jiang Skuden smiled. Well, after sending off the middle slope, Zitao did not wait long to see the big oblique and small oblique back. He quickly went downstairs and wanted to take the opportunity to give them a psychological preparation. As a result, he had not approached because the physical quality was too high. His ears were so good, and he heard the conversation between the two. Jiang slanted casually. For a sensibility, pretending to be rational is the most stupid behavior. The phrase was broken by sex, and Jiang Zio's eyebrows were wrinkled. Jiang Da is not inclined to the old rivers and lakes, but the words are all stabbed. It is even more stupid to pretend to sleepwalking. Jiang Zio slanted fire. I didn't pretend. Jiang Da sneered. You don't have to bend around and want to go to bed with him. Just say it right, and rationality doesn't care about this kind of thing. Z Wei. Although it makes sense, but you are still owed. Jiang Zio slanted to the bottom of the skin thin. The voice was awkward. I didn't. You didn't. The big squint gave him a look. Why, you want to fall in love with him? Jiang Zio slanted. Zen thought he would retreat. Who knows, he actually admitted, yes, Jiang Da is a person who came over and sneered. He is irrational. The small oblique newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. How about that? Jiang Doi looked at him deeply and said, have you seen Disguise? A movie. Zio Z is in the army all the year round. Where is the time to see this? The big oblique said, this film is an adaptation of the self and his experience. You can go and see. Small obliquely tweeting, what are the experiences of the two of you? Jiang Da slanted low and said, because I'm like you. It is also a stupid sensibility. The Small oblique hole is shrunk point big oblique shot on his shoulder. Go and see. You will understand that this is a no return. Zio. Z was sent to see the film. Thank you for a moment and came out point seeing Z Tao in a big oblique. Calm look. Do people find it? He didn't have a little bit before he found out that Z Tao came out of the river small sloping house and he has already recovered to the deep predecessor mode of the city point. Z Zen was very upset and said, found. Jiang. Z did not ask more. What do you want to eat at night? Z Tao said, I have arranged the menu and let them do it. Jiang slanted and smiled. I have nothing to do to make something delicious for you. Z Tao thought for a long time. Finally found a point of entry. Have you seen my first round of memory? Jiang. Z also served as president, and it is reasonable to say, river ramp. No, the president's authority is limited. Except for the current justice, others have no right to view it. Z Tao can see it, because it is his own memory point. The river is the most careful. He asked, how? You went to see your first round of memory? Jiang is not worried. Z has always been rational. A rational memory is boring. Cannot see meaningless. Z Tao nodded. Yes. Jiang is also in a mood to comfort him. Don't think too much. The past has passed. You have to cherish the present. Z Tao is more guilty. You two and two are so confident. Look back. The picture is too complicated. And Z Tao feels that this head that can adapt to the speed of light can't turn around point. There are a lot of common topics and Axie and Z Tao. As for the United States, there is a lot to talk about the collapse of the universe point. After dinner is ready, the film is back. After watching the movie point he saw the big slant and thank you sitting together. His face was very unsightly point. Z Tao greeted him. Where have you been? Jiang. Xiao did not say anything. He looked wide and slanted, and his eyes slowly fell on Z Wei. I am a sentimental, young, is not the same, speaks and never turns around, and smears. Z Tao can't guess the beginning, and can't guess the end. The whole process is forced point. The big oblique head did not lift, only slowly stirring the black tea point. Jiang Zio slanted down and repeated, I'm a sentimental. Z Tao nodded stiffly. Oh, Jiang. Zio sighed and said seriously, I don't have sleepwalking. I really want to kiss you, but not for desire, but I like you. Bang, not the red cup, but the sound from the stairs. Z Tao turned his head and saw Jay without any surprise point. The author has something to say. Jiang slant. It is time to be awake. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 The Broken ***** 21. Please start your performance. Jay had a tin box in his hand before, and the box fell to the ground at the moment, and the paintings inside were spilled point. With such a big movement, the two below looked up, and looked over. I saw the face, that was the same as my own. I was slanting and slanting. The small slant was clear. He also said hello to him. Mr. J. They have known each other before, and Z Tao can find clues to J or small skew point. The big slant only watched J and looked at it with a squint. Of course, his face did not change. He also got up and said hello, hello. In the middle of the sandwich, Z Tao only wants to hold the mother of the universe tightly, and she shrinks into a group. Far from these fierce and evil point. Jay leaned back, and he stooped to pick up the iron box, and walked down the stairs. There was an accident on his face, but he was stretched. After asking the two people, he looked at the small oblique. I didn't expect to meet you here. The implication is, how can you be a rebel leader? Appeared in the presidential palace. Zio oblique is smart again, and I can't think of Mr. J's lover who can't forget it. After all, in the conventional brain circuit, the sensibility can only fall in love with the sensibility. How can the love of J, like the heart, be rational and rational? So there is no doubt about the small slant point. He said, the current disaster, the other cannot take care of it. Zen's heart is stunned, but you can count on it. Jay was not too surprised. He asked another question. Is it your sensibility? He heard it, and there was nothing to hide. Point the little oblique is young. The confession is heard by the acquaintance, or embarrassed. He nodded. Sorry, I lied to you before. This is what he said to Jay. And to Z Zen. J looks complicated. Thank you, more complicated. I didn't express my confession. I didn't confess in the evening, but I confessed to the bones of saving the universe. What should I do if the slopes strike? Fortunately, Jay is more than Xie can imagine to install. After all, is the river oblique point except for the younger slant, because of the age. The other two are old foxes, Jay obliquely reminded. Mr. President is irrational. You confess to irrational. It is impossible to get a response. He said that he just made a clearance for Zitao. Who knows that people are not afraid of fear, and seriously, I know, but I don't care. He turned to look at Zitao and said, I want to tell you, I like you. A pair of indigo colored scorpions wrapped in the sun-filled sea. Wrapped in Zitao. Z when his fake reason is not a tremor after all. It is the person who loves the bottom of my heart. So bluntly and bluntly, how can I stand it? The big side of the slanting chuckle. The sound is very low, with a hint of coolness, but it is surprisingly good. As if a beautiful snow flutters on the tip of the ear. Zitao suddenly woke up. Why is the big oblique so hard? Why is it so inappropriate? Why is it so confident? Because, Zewei said dryly, you are still young. Yes, the small slant in front of you is generally higher than President Z, but he is only 15 or 6 years old, and is a minor, and without mentioning the gender, even if it is emotional, it is impossible to fall in love with a minor. It is because of the age problem that the big oblique is so indifferent. Small oblique and small is also oblique. Clever. His next sentence is, when I'm an adult, you, Z. Zin's heart jumped, and he was afraid of his next words. Fortunately, some people were afraid of him. The big oblique eyebrows interrupted him. Don't you bother to do it, or say you want to threaten him. Z. Tao couldn't help but sing in the heart. A good slanting comrade. Small diagonally said, I don't have it. The big ramp. Why do you want to confess now? I'm going to go out of the task right away. How do you let him reply to you? If you refused, would you be worried? What should I do if the task is out of order? If you refuse, he will how? Can you like a devil like you? Z. Tao understood. It's no wonder that the big slant wants to let the small slant to see the film. He expected the experience of sucking the film in a small slant, and directly confessed, but unfortunately the timing and the age of the small slant and the gender of Z's this will not lead to this confession. His move not only made the small slant frustrated, but also accidentally dismantled the trick of sleepwalking, and let Z know the asterisk of the small slant. According to the rules of rationality and sensibility, Zitao will definitely be far away from him. The point is that, even if you have had the idea of going to bed before, you can't have it now. Such an arrow carved, Zi admire. A ghost, I'm very happy to calculate myself. Who wants to see them dig their own pits, jump in, and you have to gloat to see yourself eating. In comparison, Shen Shenki did not expose his J angle and stayed out of the waypoint. Even if Holmes is as big as it is impossible to guess that J and Z have such a feeling. If he knows, it is estimated that he will change his strategy and first draw a small deal. After all, in all senses, the J threat of the prime year is greater. The old weak group of the big oblique and the small oblique should be consistent first. Externally, slowly fight again. Zitao wants to finish this. Can't help but give himself a blank eye. He is really experienced now. Can guess the game path of 10 steps away. Because of the big slanting strategy, the scene barely calmed down. Small ramp. Mr. President, you can rest assured that I will complete the task well. He did not mention anything else. Ziyasung said, okay. He did not dare to say more, afraid of causing terrible chain reaction. Big ramp. Of good dinner, let's go eat. As if it is the head of the family, there is no way. He has been the president after all, and he is familiar with the presidential palace than Zizen. Zitao did not forget J oblique and said, go eat. J slanted and looked at the big oblique. Obviously suspicion. Young people, no need to look or doubt. He is a sentimental right. I went to the restaurant and saw the beautiful scenery in the center of the city. It was his work. He remembered that, when he created this painting, Zitao lived with him for a month in the forest. They were still in the treehouse for a while. Z Towers fast forward for that sweet and greasy memory, but his brain can keep up with the speed of light without mentioning such fast forward, so he can see clearly and understand what Jay thinks. Xie Xi was afraid of a feeling of emotion, saying that the stuffing was over, and then breaking the thin ice that was barely stable. Z Tao shifted his attention and said, "Sit down, soon." Xie Tao realized a more serious problem. How to allocate seats for such a long table. If only 3 people are okay to say. Xie Wei is at the table. The size is on both sides, but now it is 4 people, and there will be 1 person who will be farther away from Xie Wei. Xie Yan thought with a blank expression, why is it a long table? What they need is a square table, and after dinner, there is no shortage of a great wall. The big slant is still aimed at the small slant, saying, emotionality is sitting with the sensibility, and it is safe from a distant point. This is to directly make the small oblique and J oblique into a heap, leaving him and Xie Zhen to sit on the side. The abacus is buzzing. Just, the small oblique is a broken type of fish, don't you be emotional. As soon as this was said, Jay jerked and leaped, and the calmness of trying to put it out was a little bit collapsed. Is the river **** emotional? This Xie Tao's ex-partner is actually a sentimental one. This thing, complicated, Xie Tao has long known, so the face does not change color, the big oblique does not panic, only ironically smack the corners of the mouth. I feel that the small oblique is to kill the enemy 1000 self-destruction of 800 idiots, so no one can not benefit. Jay couldn't stand it, and he smiled very reluctantly. How could Mr. Jiang be emotional? Zio sneer. He has been for half a lifetime. I'm afraid I don't remember that I'm a sensible. The big slanting is even more sloppy. The voice of the speech is gentle, and the words are amazing. I was married to Z, and I became rational. J. Oblique. Z. When he broke the cannon fell, he got up and said, you are all emotional. You sit and eat. I go to that one. Reasonable and logical. He went to the longest table at the farthest place to eat alone. Still quiet. Which tilt will let him go? The 3 people have the same voice. No, Z. Wei. The big ramp. After the mission, we have to be together every day, and we have to adapt sooner or later. Both. The small oblique and the J oblique nodded. Yes, Z. Tao said, how about sitting there? Slanted up and said, you sit. I go there. He sat down on the left hand side of the small slant, and separated from Xie Zhenhang by a small slant. This is the smartest way to retreat, and also to monitor the fighting enemy, who is the president who has been a big slant. So powerful, awesome. There is a brain that doesn't save the universe, but I want to think of something messy. After the meal was different. The miraculous thing was that several people said that they were tired and they went back to the house to rest. Xie Wei is not suitable for the cold. He went to the study to deal with the work that fell today. About an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Xie Tao had to put down the work at hand and said, come in. The person coming is J oblique. Xie Tao is not surprised. He guessed that this must be said. After the 2 sat down, Jay squinted and asked, what are they going on? Xie Tao said that all the truth is true, and that one word is not adulterated, and it is clear to the ins and outs. J oblique brows slightly wrinkled. I didn't expect them to be emotional. Xie said, I don't know. Jay looked at him obliquely and looked like a torch. Why did you choose Jiang Xiang as a partner? Xie Wei. J. Ramp. He looks exactly like me. Xie Zhen really did not dare to say that through his seeing you. He was afraid to hold on to this and to blow up that. He could only be vague. Is it? J. Oblique did not force him, but warmly said, nothing. I know you have forgotten. Then he took Xie's hand. Xie Tao will not be drawn, even if he is a little shocked at the moment. The meat is a little jump. Sure enough, they went back to the house early, the so-called rest, just to avoid the other side, to find a private chat. J is the first one, and the second is a big one. It's a big slant, because it's the majority of Xie's ZHUli, so I have the permission of the study. He came in directly and said, small. Take a break, drink. When I didn't finish talking, I saw 2 people sitting on the sofa with 10 fingers. Xie Tao feels that it is too late to take out her hand, just like this. Anyway, it is a pair of hands. The big oblique fruit is stable, and when you see such a scene, you can calm down and say, I thought there was no one else here, So I came in. Didn't bother you. J. Tilted tighter, he said. Is Mr. Jiang not a break? Big ramp. Mr. J does not seem to have a rest. J. Smirked and said, I don't sleep. I don't feel relieved. The name of this relative is equal to the declaration of war. The big oblique eyebrow peaked. He followed me at the age of 13, but I never knew he knew a sentimental painter. The smell of gunpowder can't be hidden. The magic is that Xie, who is in the center of the storm, is very safe. J obliquely looked at Zen, gentle, and said, this reincarnation is not very familiar, but the first reincarnation is our companion who has lived for a lifetime. The big oblique color sinks. Oh. J. Linden thought of something general, saying, many of the presidential palace's works are created by me when I was next to me. The big oblique thin lips are slightly raised, saying, it is a new life to enter the reincarnation. Why should Mr. J take the past that he has forgotten to disturb his new life? J. smiled and said nothing. Why can't I guess that rationality will understand love? So I said, what's more, you are a sensible and rational, and where are you going to swear? But it is just a matter of life, who has not? J obliquely waited for his sentence. He slowly said, when two people are in love, aren't they just guarding? When I heard this, the big slanting pupils shrank. J slanted to the big oblique, and decided, in the first round, Zitao loves me. The author has something to say. Ziwei, super murder, you shut up. Looking back, they both went on strike. I put everything for you to make up the number. Chapter 164. The Broken God 22 is different from the rationality. On the surface, Zitao maintains the dignity and stability of reason, and he swears in his heart. Can you not swear? Do not know how to make a fortune. Jiang Yusi is definitely not understanding. Love is such a beautiful thing, of course, to tell the world. Fortunately, Jiang Dao does not believe. He calmly said, impossible. He is a pure reason. It stands to reason that J can be stopped. Don't irritate this ex-partner again. But no, the bad things like this enemy must be slapped in the face. J ramp. Unfortunately you can't see his first round of memory. Z. Very. Less than 2 sentences can't be done. Holmes squinted at the thought of Zitao's words. When he came back, have you seen my first round of memory? At that time, he asked Ziwei, did you go to see the memory of the first round? Zitao nodded, and said that she had seen it. At that time, the big oblique did not think much at all. After all, it was a rational memory. There was nothing else except the cumbersome and boring laws and regulations. But at this time, I heard Jay say so. His heart is not stable. Is it impossible? How can a rationality understand love? How can you know that love can be called rational? He and Zitao have been aware for so long, and his gender is very certain. If he is a sentiment, how can they go today? It is true that he pretended to be irrational and married, but also gave him unlimited love and care. Zitao is a sentimental word. Where can I not feel it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just how to be sure in my heart. This time is also a lot of doubts. After all, Jay's appearance is not like a mouthful. At this time, the youthful voice of the young man came from the door. What are you talking about, Z? Tao turned her head and saw the Zhaojiang River standing on the edge of the door. Zitao screamed in his heart. I don't want to know that the big oblique is deliberately not closed. He must have expected that the small oblique will come, so leave the door in the pit is a bit. Of course, when he came in, he did not expect that there was already someone in the house. He was hit by a heart attack, and he had to pull a small slanting back. Zitao is just that the scum is not too big, so it is so old. He wants to see it, and it can be smashed. In the depths of the souls, he will not be true. The will of the soul is the will of the world. Even the will of the world is on his side. Is he still afraid of a ghost? He has long been a newcomer who died in the dead end of love. Zitao shut up honestly and watched silently. As long as this did not kill the other party, everything was easy to say. Ziozi is not stupid. Although I only listened to half of the conversation, I saw the hand that J and Zitao had in hand. He asked, Mr. J, the person you have never forgotten. J said frankly, that is Z. The little slanted. I did not expect that the relationship between the two souls is not bad. Looking at Zitao with a big slant, he asked, can you see the memory of your first round? His eyes are serious, and his serious expression has a deep and dignified appearance for a long time. Xie Wei does not mind. Jay said, you still don't read it. So on the mouth. In fact, they can't wait for them to watch for 100 times in a row, so that they can completely let them die, get out of the way early, and be farther away from his thank you. Looked at him with a big oblique and small obliquely, the big slant. Don't you fool yourself. Jay is really not afraid. He smiled. This is the memory of Xie Tao, who he wants to see. I have no right to interfere. Xie Tao thought about it, and felt that he did not disclose the memory of this first round. It is impossible to go to the task with him. At this time, Li Su sent a message. Presidents, everyone is alright. Will you leave tomorrow? Xie Wei. Start a ghost. Do not settle their little emotions. Set off to die. No. Hurry, but also to adjust their physical state. In fact, it is a state of mind, but it is too bloody. Cannot say. Li Su is not suspicious of him. Dignified. Mr. President is well thought out. His president is very worried and feels that it is very unreliable to hand over the big things of the billions of life in the United States to these love brains. Wait for me. Xie Wei responded to his secretary. Xie Tao said to the big slant, you are the hero who will save the United States. I will promise you if I ask. This is absolutely rational enough. In front of a group of love brains. He also cares about the cosmic mother. The big slanted look looked at Jay faintly, as if to say, this is rational. Jay said, let's have it together. I want to see it too. Xie Xi asked Xiao, do you want to see? The teenager is impulsive. He licks his lips and asks, do you really know how to love? Xie Tao is familiar with the look of trouble. I don't know. Jay said, this is not a question to give an answer. Don't bother him. The little tilted down, no longer asked. He said, I want to see too. Xie Wei treated the same person and said, yes. In fact, Xie Tao himself would like to see it. The memory he had read before was Jiang's perspective, which is based on him. It is relatively one-sided. Of course, even from the perspective of Xie Tao, this memory is also supplemented by Jiang's oblique brain. It must be very one-sided, but the angles are different, and some emotions should be more different. Xie Tao opened up the memory. The accident is that these memories began when he was a child, not from being the Chief Justice. This is not a technology that cannot be extracted in stages, but after years of research, the experience gained is that all extractions are more complete. The awareness of many judges sprouted as early as when they were young. Xie Wei said, the time is tight. I will use multiple speeds. This is not difficult. It is a high-level physique, and the life of 200 years will be finished in 7 or 8 hours. The three nodded and said, okay. Xie Tao said again, begin. Then, no one spoke. Xie Tao still finds it interesting when she sees her young self. He didn't remember what he was like when he was a child. Jiang did not know it. This is probably his own imagination. Black hair, black eyes, white and tender, wearing a light blue uniform, standing straight. The memory of the ignorant period is fine, nothing special. Until the age of 14 and 5, when adolescence sprouted, Xie Tao began a miserable experience of being treated with the same sex. He is irrational, tested, purely rational without disguise. But he is not the same as other rationalities. It does not appear in childhood, and it gradually begins to appear in puberty. Although the United States stipulates that minors, whether rational or emotional, cannot have ex-life. But adolescent teenagers, especially rational, will not be depressed when they have sexual impulses. This is as normal for them as 1 + 1 and 2 equals, without any reason for oppression. Finding an equally impulsive, hit it off, solves this problem, just like cooperating to get a math problem. This is a huge difference in the structure of the brain between reason and sensibility. However, Xie Tao is different from them. He suppressed this impulse and rejected the people who had been with him. This behavior is very strange. 1 to 2 to make him a different kind. Whether it is a perceptual group or a rational group, it is exclusive to everyone. Xie Wei is very strange. Xie Wei may have problems. Xie Wei is not normal. Once such rumors spread, waiting for Xie Zhen is only isolated. This also blames the rational teenagers in a poolful of black swans. The only white swan is destined to be squeezed out. Point be different. It will only be unfair treatment at the most vulnerable ages. Zitao, who was excluded by rationality, could not be integrated into the emotional group. Point. Because he is too rational. Very obvious rationality. Point. It is impossible for sensible people to accept irrationality in order to protect themselves. Even if this rationality is somewhat strange. Point. But his strangeness has become worthless in the sensibility. Point. So Zitao became more and more lonely. Point. He was admitted to the law department of the first institution of the United States and became a top student. It was not long before it was rejected by the new environment. Point. Or because of his clean self-satisfaction. Rationals choose partners as well, and they are more rational than sensibility. Point. Excellent. All aspects are very good, always being more than a few. Point. The more Zitao tried to make himself excellent, the more he pushed himself to be alone. Point. At this time, he attended the alumni gathering and met the river from the perspective of Zitao. This is a year long, the only person who actively speaks to him and does not want to have sex. Point. Therefore, when Jiang asked him about his gender, Zizen was amazed that Jiang did not see his rationality and then could not help but say that he is emotional. Point. Seeing this moment, Ziwei clearly felt the body stiffness of the bigger bleak and smaller bleak. Point. Losing the film is too fast. There is no distracting energy or thank you for suspicion that the two will find Ga to pick up a good luck J first. Point. After that, it was almost the same as Jiang's perspective. After 3 months of getting along, Zitao was frank. Point. I thought this was the end, but Jiang said that, no matter what gender you are, I love you, even if you don't love me. Point. Seeing this scene again, Zitao is still quite touched, especially from his own perspective. Cough. This guy's really handsome. Point. The next step is to get tired. After being together at first, the bigger bleak can still be calm, because Ziwen's performance is too rational. At most, he regards Jay as a bed companion, which is no different from his marriage. Point. Slowly, he can't calm down. Point. After the two married, Zitao became less and less rational. Point. He was always beside the river and gave up a lot of work for the inclination of the river and even chose to become the Chief Justice, but also because of the river. This is something that even Jay doesn't know. Point. At that time, Zitao was qualified to run for an important position in the cabinet, but he gave up. Point. The Chief Justice is a position that sounds prestige, but actually has no real power. The judge is often a person who does not think about his career and uses his life as a revision of the law. Point. Zitao became the Chief Justice, which means that he has been handed over to the boring code for the rest of his life and will not participate in any political competition. Point. But he is willing, for one reason: this profession is out of the way, not too dangerous. He can also run around the river and cross the stars. He can explore the actual situation in various places and propose more practical suggestions for perfecting the law. Point. For a rational, work is the most important. Point. I have never heard of which rationality will lay down work for what. Point. Zitao does not understand love, but he did not know when he fell in love with Jiang. Point. There is no doubt that this is not necessary to see. The last paragraph can be clearly understood. Point. When Jay died, Zitao's collapsed appearance made the bigger bleak and smaller bleak stunned. Point. Does that do not understand the appearance of love? Is that the rationality of not knowing what love is? No, that knows love more than most sensibility. Jay passed away, and Zitao lived alone for 3 years, watching him wake up in the morning, watching him scream at the dinner, watching him huddle in the night in the quilt silently choked. Everyone's heart is ruined. Point. Zitao closed his eyes. When he died from the river, he could not see. At first glance, you must have a sore nose, red eyes, and what kind of rationality to look back. It is a pity that I can hear the sound with my eyes closed. He can only think about the nonsense of Jiang slanting, thinking that he is stinky, and thinking about his arrogant operation. Point. The two phases cancelled and neutralized a lot. Point. After the end, Ziwei quickly opened his eyes. He looks normal, just thinking about him. Point. After reading these memories, the sky is already bright. Point. A few people who have not slept for a night will not be exhausted, but both the bigger bleak and the smaller bleak are somewhat lost. Point. Ziwei was playing drums in his heart, afraid that the tick could not open. Point. But obviously, the rivers are more frustrated. Point. Big slash. I can look at the memories of this round that you were erased. Those Memories of the Big Oblique and thank you point the president's words, because of their special identity, will retain for a while, even if they actively erase the memory. Chapter 165 The Collapsed *********************** 23 Skradina Style Love. The request for the Big Oblique. Xie Xi did not understand at first, but soon understood. The premise of the film disguises that Zitao is irrationality that does not understand love. The plot is also around this development, showing how miserable the disguise is rational. Thanks to the memory of the first round, the lock string of the river ****** was shaken. If Zitao is a different kind of rationality, who knows how to love, then Zitao can guess another interpretation, based on the plot of the movie without looking at his own memory. What is Skradina's love? This is it. The soul thinks that Zitao knows love. He loves it. The soul thinks that Zen does not understand love. Then Xie does not love. Anyway, the soul of this quasi-world is amnesty. What they say is what it is. Zitao did not understand the appearance. While look at the memories that have been erased. The Big Oblique sound is very light, as if it is holding the sting of the heart. I want to see. Zitao said, yes. Although the president's memory is an important piece of information, in the face of the collapse of the universe, all secrets are not secret. Jiang said that they would ask for it, and he would satisfy him. This is the memory of Zitao. I want to know that the other two also want to see. Look at it. Zitao is also very curious. Xie contacted Li Su. Li Su was responsible for the memory storage in this area. He listened to Zen's words, and he squatted. Of course, this is the order of the president, and he only has to comply unconditionally. Thanks to this memory, there are also a lot of bed games, so I took the play button and jumped over when I encountered this. Otherwise the four people watched together. It's too embarrassing. The capacity of this memory is much larger than that of Zitao's imagination, and it is much more trivial. This turned out to be a selective erasure, just like a movie clip, which was cut off a piece of time instead of the entire paragraph. The first memory was Xie, who was 14 years old. He met Jiang Ting for the first time. The man in a military uniform is full of heroic brilliance, and the badge on his shoulder is shining, which is the supreme glory of every soldier. Zitao looked at the ground, like what he felt. The man's eyes turned. The dark grey pupils were like empty voids, and they shrank in an instant, showing a little starburst. Zitao salute. The man smiled. Train well. The boy stood straight and his voice was powerful. Follow. The next step was that Zitao was transferred to the side of the river and became his guard. The 15-year-old boy is the most youthful and tender, and a white face is full of excitement and anticipation. He received his predecessors. This is not the outside. You must not come. Zitao said, I know that the colonel is notoriously strict. The seniors said, you should not underestimate the word yan. We have one of the most important rules here is abstinence. Yang big eyes. Hey, the predecessors have long been accustomed to the expression of the newcomer. Calmly said, the colonel believes that **** will hollow out the body energy, so it is forbidden to have such behavior in the march. Of course, if the off-war period is no one will manage. Zitao said, it turned out to be the case. The seniors said, I know that you are more impulsive at this age. If you can't help but apply for transfer, you must not be fooled in the 4th Army. Do you know? Zitao Jingdao said, understand. As soon as the seniors left, Xian's eyes bent down and muttered, great, the troops he had been waiting for were really too messy. The dormitory was so annoying that he couldn't sleep well. He doesn't like to vent his arbitrarily. No one will invite him here. He doesn't have to refuse others. It's just too suitable for him. Zitao is very grateful to the colonel and thinks that he is really rational and far-sighted. There are a lot of very trivial memories below, like in a training session, Zen accidentally fell from high altitude. Jiang slanted to hug him. Also, Xie went to the cafeteria to eat and met the river slope. There is also Zitao in the bath. The river is coming in. All of this is an intermittent encounter. Cut into a section, as if to carefully exclude the memory of the river. Next is a whole big memory. After Zitao's adulthood, the 4th Army's campaign against Morita was also over. When the whole army returned to the DPRK, Jiang Ting asked Xie, what are the plans for going back? Xie really doesn't know. Jiang Yan bent his lips and asked him, don't want to find a partner, Xie Tao is also old, and he replies, think, Jiang slanted and joked, looking for insensibility. This is a joke in the 4th Army. Under normal circumstances, rationality certainly does not find sensibility, but their 4th Army is special, a group of rational collective abstinence. Some people mourn. I'm simply a sentimental. Go back. Please call me sensual. Therefore, the meaning of finding a sensibility means finding a comrade in arms of the 4th Army as a partner. Xie Tao has a ghost in his heart. After listening to this, he is inexplicably guilty. So when he didn't understand it, he was serious. It's too much trouble to find sensibility, and rationality should be looking for reason. The smile of Jiang's slanting mouth is slightly lighter, and he follows his topic. Looking for a partner is to solve the physiological problem. Xie, does it? Isn't that rational? Even the generals are the same. Who knows that the river is actually saying, let's be together. Xie he stayed for a while and found his voice. You are my boss. Jiang slanted and raised his eyebrows. I'm too old. Xie Tao quickly shook his head. How come? Just they don't match. Jiang slanted his soft short hair, reassured. I don't bother. Xie Tao came back and calmed down. Also, the general is irrational. He is also irrational. Rational and rational is not like this. Look at the pleasing to the eye, not to be pleasing to the eye, apart. How can there be so much scruples? Xie Tao raised his smile and said, please advise more in the future. His voice just fell, and the river leaned over and kissed him. It was a temptation, but it quickly became a stormy kiss. Xie Tao has never kissed people and never had such a thing, so he was so nervous that his heart jumped out and his eyes didn't know to close. The low laugh of the river slanted in his ear. First time. Xie the river slanting image is a general reminder of the general. Also, you are with me when you are 15. Xie he said softly in his heart. No, I met you at the age of 14. This rational and rational one. Thank you. In fact, when I saw it here, the big oblique has already stood up as a stone sculpture, a motionless figure, and a figurine that is out of focus. The next paragraph echoes the plot in the movie. In the film, it is rational. Thank you for the fresh period, and gradually alienated from the sensibility, which makes the emotional river very painful and sad. But in Xie memory, it is another scene. After 2 years of unconsciously thanking Xie Tao, he was suddenly awakened by a joke from his peers. You are too sticky to the generals. How much is the general's space? Our rationality is not emotional. Every day not tired together. Xie you lived. Someone said, sometimes I always feel that you are weird. Xie Tao was suddenly awakened. The strange word is the most unwilling to hear Xie. Before joining the 4th Army, Xie Tao was often said by his rationality that he was strange. Xie Tao also feels that she is a bit strange, but since joining the 4th Army, facing the life of abstinence, he is no longer strange. Now that the battle is over, they have returned to the capital Star and started to serve in the government. Of course, there is no rule when marching. The most common reason here is that he was again said to be weird, and he was still tired of the general. Xie Tao reflected on an afternoon and decided to restrain himself. He can't go where the army goes, he can't go home every day, and he can't stay with the generals all the time. To maintain distance, like all rational couples, give each other enough space to put the work first. Correct. Work is the most important thing. Xie sighed and felt that he found it fairly timely and could be on the brink. However, all of this in the emotional slanting eyes, it became a young rationality, finally past the fresh period, tired. After this rational way of getting along, Jiang proposed a breakup. Thanks to Xie, I made a relaxed appearance. Reason and reason are like this suddenly together. The separation is so sudden. He is irrational. He can understand. Jiang said, you don't have to worry, your future will not be affected by our breakup. Xie smiled and said, so, rationality should be with reason, and such a person still do not want to be with anyone. The river slanted quietly and asked casually, do you still find other rationality? Xie Tao said, it should not be. Jiang asked, why, how? Do you say it? Zitao tried to find the answer from the chaotic brain, and finally he was found by him. If you have reason, just enough work is enough. Yes, the only thing that rationality needs most is work. It is enough to have a job. What kind of partner, what sex, is a relevant point. They broke up, and Zitao was involved in a focused work point. This paragraph is also reflected in the film. They divorced, but also looked up, and saw Nobo. Jiang cannot stand, was promoted to the Minister of Defense. Left here point. I learned that the river was transferred away, and Zitao sat in front of his desk for a whole day point. He works like a machine, working numbly and inorganically, during the period. Someone came to thank Xie, and Xie refused point. At first, everyone thought that Xie Gang and the generals broke up, and couldn't see other people, but soon they found Xie when is weird. Xie Tao was once again isolated point. Xie Tao is a bit stunned. He doesn't understand why the same inclination of abstinence is not isolated like him point, nor is it. Jiang Ti has always stood at the top, and there is only one person at the top, so he is not afraid of loneliness. This inexplicably gave the chaotic Xie Zhen motivation. He must work hard. He also has to stand at the highest peak, so that he is not afraid of being isolated point. Xie Tao worked harder, because of the military origin, and once he had done things under the river, he was assigned to the Ministry of National Defense, and became an assistant to Jiang point. Seeing again, Xie Tao had unspeakable happiness in his heart. He stood up straight and gave him a military ceremony. Mr. Minister, I'm happy to help you. The river slanted, and the smile was a little stubborn and helpless. Welcome. These places in the film are all from the perspective of the river. He looks at Xie Tao, admits his excellence, acknowledges his enthusiasm for work, acknowledges his rationality, and recognizes that they are different genders. Looking at this paragraph from Xie Zhen's memory, I will find how happy he is returning to the side of the river and becoming his subordinate. The feeling of being isolated disappeared instantly point, because there is a backquote example like Jiang's inclination. Xie Zhen is not so strange point. This has strengthened the spirit of Xie Tao's efforts to advance. He cannot rely on the river in an indolent manner. He has to stand on his own, and will not be isolated point. After a quiet day, I was greeted by the drunkenness. Jiang was so drunk that he was a mess. As his assistant, Xie Tao naturally took over the task of sending him home point. After they got divorced, they each bought a new apartment. The former home was sold by Jiang Ti, and the money was rationally divided. Xie Wei spent a small amount of money. The money has been placed in the account, did not move point. Of course, the movie has also been played, and the house is not sold at all, but I dare not live there. Xie Wei helped the drunken river to the bed, and was about to get up and leave. The river tilted his wrist. Xie Tao turned her head and looked at him nervously. Jiang oblique pulled him over and pressed it under him. After that, it was broadcast. Woke up the next day. Xie Tao was a little uneasy and happy. If he can continue together, he will be very happy. This time he will be a partner's duty, but sticking to him will also respect his personal space. When Xie Tao was taking a bath, she thought a lot and went back and forth to demonstrate herself for a long time, finally getting a good deal. When he came out, the river was already awake. Xie Yang bent his mouth and asked, do you still want to be with me? There are also some hangover rivers that are somewhat confused, but soon his scorpion is like a flame burning. This gave Xie Zhen courage. He knows the expression of Jiang Xi. When he is like this, he always. Xie Wei took a deep breath and walked over his neck and said, I was very happy last night. We are together for a while. Suddenly, the flames in the two scorpions of the river slanted out, and the silver and grey were all cold. Xie Tao saw it. The river slanted on the temple and pressed the road. No, Xie. When his thin lips trembled very lightly. Why, I think your interest last night was also very high. River ramp. I have been very busy recently, and have no time to do these things. Oh. Xie Zhen remembered. Also, the campaign is about to begin. I wish you a great victory. The author has something to say. Asterisk and no slag. Only between one thought. Friendly tips. With the movie plots of chapters 174 and 175, you will want to kill the dragon shortly. You shut up. Come and come. Yell with me 3 times. This is the brain supplement of Jiang Laoxi, the brain of the old evil, the brain of the evil, without the author. Chapter 166 The Broken asterisk 24. There are still 2 paragraphs of memory, which are very painful. Xie Tao left the river and walked back to the Ministry of Defense building alone. It was a 30-minute road with the aircraft. He walked for 7 hours. When he arrived, the whole person was frozen. The guard's little brother was surprised. The assistant, this is Xie. Tao slammed back into the warm building and felt the biting cold. I'm fine, he whispered and went to his office. He finished working overtime for a day, and even when he left, he even went back to rest. Xie Wei didn't go home. He squatted on the table and squatted for a while. In his sleep, his body was miniature, and he did not know what was dreaming. The tears fell quietly from the corner of his eye. Seeing here, the big oblique body swayed uncontrollably. J clenched his teeth, and his small slanted his fists. If the memory is still going on, Xie Wei is not surprised that the 2 will kill themselves. The last piece of memory is after the river is left. This is what is not in the film. After Xie Tao became president, Jiang Xi has been away for a long time. But because of the collapse of the universe, the United States needs him to come up with ideas. Xie Wei tried to contact him, but when the river was connected to the phone, his feelings of being crushed by countless work surged up. He couldn't even say a word, and could only be transferred to Li Su. The river slanted, and heard the sound of Li Su. Xie Wei, Li Su dared to say that the president suddenly turned the signal to him, only to find a reason. Mr. President is working, the river is slanting, and the voice is faint. Is you using my channel to contact me? Li Susan is not, but he can't dismantle Xie Tao. He can only recite the pot. Yes, Jiang. Oblique did not hesitate to cut off the connection. Li Su, I listen to the whole process of Xie Tao's Road. You will contact him on my channel later. Li Su Deo, but Mr. Jiang does not want to. Xie said, I'm very busy. Li Su can only say the following, okay. He was just about to leave, and Xie Zhen suddenly whispered, help me prepare the eraser. Li Su was shocked. Mr. President, do you want to erase your memory? Xie Tao nodded. Yeah. Li Su thought about it and said, there is no need to hold a cabinet meeting. This is not a trivial matter. Xie Duman said, no, just some private memories. He can't bear these memories. He can't think about this person anymore. Sensibility is a virus for reason. Even if he works hard, even if he tries to reach such a supreme position, even if no one will ever look at him with a different look, even if, useless since leaving the river, he has not been happy one day. Looking at the presidential palace where he once lived, drinking his favorite black tea, looking through the documents he had reviewed, and carrying out his development route for the United States. With all this in mind, Xie Tao feels endless loneliness. Why is he like this? Why is he not a thorough rationality? Xie Tao can't find the answer, only choose to erase it all. The memory has come to an abrupt end. Undoubtedly, Xie Tao is in love with the river. I don't know when to fall in love, and I don't know how to work hard. The only time to recover, but also refused like that. Xie Tao carrying the shackles of reason, suffering from emotional pain, and finally chose to forget. Although there is a faint guess, you can actually see that the river is still remorseful and can't wait to kill yourself. What did he do? What did he take for granted? He kept saying that he loved Xie Tao, but he gave him such despair and pain. Hedge raised his hand and gave him a punch. You are a gang. The small slant is also angry to get started. Seeing that I really want to fight, Xie Tao quickly stopped. J is blowing up quickly. He hurts you like that. He held the palm of his hand for more than 200 years, and he was bullied by this idiot. Jay thought he would hate angina. Z said, he doesn't know. In this environment, the probability of a rational understanding of love may be similar to the chance that a stone on earth will become fine. This is a rare thing that can only be seen in textbooks and film and television works. Jiang obliquely looked at Xie Tao, who was guarding himself, and dumbly said, I'm sorry. Listening to his voice, Xie Yuxin is also pulling pain. He doesn't blame him at all, and he won't hate him. The so-called memory is all thought out by Jiang Xi. Zitao has never experienced it and will not experience such a thing. He is not rational or emotional. He is an individual, and a person cannot be frozen by any frame. There won't be such a thing between him and Jiang Slant. Never will. Unfortunately, the souls in front of us do not know. Zitao just turned his head and saw Jiang slanting a light cough, and his mouth overflowed with blood. Zizin jumped and quickly helped him. Jiang Shi grabbed his hand hard, and Z asked anxiously, "How are you, Jay?" And the small oblique cold eyes, "I hope he will die like this." Jiang skewed his head and said, "Nothing, Z." Tao tweeted, "I will take you to rest, river. Ramp, little, Z." Tao can only calm down. "I'm sorry, I have forgotten." The implication is that, even if you look at those memories, you can't resonate. He wiped them all out. The river slanted pale, and the trembling lips were even more bloody. Zitao does not want to poke his heart, but there is no way. Now, in this situation, he can't do anything with his eccentricity. When he turns back, the two also vomit blood. How is he jealous? If you can't help it, what about the cosmic mother? This will know that you are in love, but he has to do business. Fortunately, Jay and Zio-Z did not stop. Zitao sent the big oblique back to the bedroom, settled him to rest. When I came out, Jay and Zio-Z were not there. Zitao didn't know where they were going. Only silently pray. These two do not collide with each other. It's not terrible to beat yourself. Killing yourself is the most terrible. After all, a death is all dead, including him. There is something in the cabinet that needs to be discussed. Z is guard captain optimistic about these three dangerous figures and went out with Li Su. This busy has been busy with dinner. Z was tired after sitting on the aircraft and asked about the situation in the presidential palace. Li Su feedback said, "Mr. Jiang and Mr. J and the young master met at dinner." Zio only jumped. "Nothing." Li Su was very rational and wondered. "Nothing. I talked very calmly." His heart beats the drums and does not care. "The images passed to me. There are no dead ends in the presidential palace, and they can record everything they do." Lisa moves Marley. "Okay, Z." Tao saw three obliques sitting in the restaurant. Three identical people, only different ages, experience different, so the temperament is not the same, but is also quite strange. It is rational to lose money in the presidential palace. If there is a normal human being, I must feel that there is something strange about the collection of the president. Zitao was nervously watching the video and thought that she would hear the three people screaming. I never thought that this was a very rational conversation. Jay said, "Don't go to embarrass him again. I can be sure that he has a special reason." The big slant is also slowing down, although the eyebrows are still wrinkled, but the color is better. He understands. All understand. Small, slanting or gunpowder is full of flavor. For a sensibility, pretending to be rational is the most stupid behavior. This is what I said before the big slant, and now he returns this, and the big slant is full of bitterness. I can't even say a word. Jay is relatively calm, although he wants to kill the river, but he is also very clear that this man is dead. The universe will collapse. The universe collapsed and everything was gone. He didn't care before, but now he can say nothing. This is actually ironic, and a big United States is more than a thank you. But people are like this. A heart with a big palm is only a person. And this person is the driving force for everything they do. Jay said, "Don't let him mess again. The most important thing at the moment is to get through the storm." The river tilted quietly. "This mission must be successful, Zio. Sneer. When the mission is over, we will compete fairly." Seeing this, Zizen couldn't help but mutter, "It seems that it is not fair to you." However, he didn't think it was necessary to change his mind. Although Zio didn't have a predecessor, because he was pulled away, not all of them are not necessarily bad things. Zitao has cooked for him personally, and he does not refuse his sleepwalking. Maybe he is a real new beginning for Zitao who forgets everything. This should be the river's self-feeling brain circuit is right. The three men reconciled, and even the 3 chapters of the law. After the mission is successful, it is not allowed to let Zitao trouble, not allowed to stimulate Zizen, not allowed to make him confused. Everything must be gradual, and once he likes it, the other two must voluntarily withdraw. Z ways. Listening to these three tribes is also a strange pain point. No matter how much grievances and unwillingness, they put Zitao in the first place point. No matter what kind of mistakes have been made before, they think that the next step is to make Zihao happy. Zitao's mouth couldn't help but raise his head. He licked the pork roast in his arms. The kitten slept, and the little ears trembled. Zitao poked its small head. Get up and work. The kittens are confused, and the beautiful aliens are all in vain. Zitao said. Use dreams for a while. The task is to leave the world, so that the souls are disappointed and unwilling to abuse. Moreover, they all reconciled, and Zizen could not bear to let them feel sad. In this world is doomed to have a good ending, but dreams can be. Giving each of them a desired ending can also give them the motivation to find the creator under normal circumstances. Zitao did not dare to use dreams for 3 SSS spirits, but as soon as the task is out, they need to enter the sleeping cabin and maintain the body. In such a strong coma, dreaming can be tried. Zitao and everything else is ready. First enter Jay's dream. As he thought, success. Ziyu Song breathed. He was not surprised that Jay would dream of himself, read such memories. He did not dream of him. Strange. What kind of dreams will you just do? When Z opened her eyes, she found herself signing up for the army. Yes. Starting from the starting point, the shovel is very accurate. Directly let him not meet the river. There is a stir in front. Mr. J, you are a sentimental, not suitable for joining the army. J. Yang Mei, what is a sensibility? You are sexist, and the United States has the stipulation that you can't join the army. Chapter 167 The Broken ****25 can. 039. Tell who is who. There is really no distinction between gender in the regulations. You can look at the whole United States, use a knife to force the sensibility to go to the army, and they can't kill it. What is this thorn? The Pole is going to taste the taste of militarized management. Who does not know that sexual freedom is afraid of restraint, and in the strict discipline of the military, even harsh places. How far are the sensations? Far away. Zizen is not in a hurry, watching the river squatting. The civil servant responsible for the registration said, the environment in the military camp is very bad. The training is from 6 AM to 6 PM. It is hard and boring, and there is a lot of repetitive training, which is very painful. Jay said, you tell me, can you participate in the sensibility? The civil official muttered, as long as you are 13 years old, you can join the army. If you reach the A level, Jay is an SSS class. Even if it is a sensibility, it is also a man who hangs the whole of the United States. Jay said, then I meet the standard. The civil servant is really good for him, but I entered the training camp. You can't leave this year. Eating, drinking, and sleeping are all standards. You can't have any ideas of your own. The training camp is all rational. Only you, Jay, Yang Mei, are you a sexist? This is a felony. The civil servant scared and shook his head. I'm not. I don't have it. Don't you say it, Z. Tao looked funny outside, and he was the opponent of the river regardless of whether there was any sensibility to join the army before. Anyway, the river was slanted, and the name was justified, and the eyeballs were filled with eyeballs, and the registration was successful. In the whole process, Zitao did not have a voice, and he watched himself directed. Going to the training camp, because the allocation of dormitory has made another trouble. Although this high-tech society, the environment in the army is very bad. This is mainly to train the soldiers' self-care ability. The main battlefield of today's soldiers is the outer planet. On some undeveloped planets, there is no mention of high technology. Even the basic civilization is not there. The environment is extremely harsh. If the soldiers adapt to the high-tech automatic life, they will not be born. Planet, relying on limited equipment alone is a big deal. Therefore, the conditions in the training camp are very general, not much stronger than the Earth age. The dormitory is an 8-person room, a capsule bed for 1 person, which is huddled in various senses. It's all rational, but no one said anything when sneaking into a capsule bed. But now they are here to mix in a sensibility. What should I do? Assign sensibility and reason together. It doesn't matter to reason, but what about this sensibility? In case this sensibility is fascinated by which reason, like it, what can I do? Especially the age of youthful germination is just like the impulse to be rational and impulsive. Sensibility is also tempting and tempting. Too dangerous. Inducing a sensibility likes to be rational will be accused by the United States. It is against ethics. It is very heartbreaking. Therefore, the rationality of being praised by three sensations is really moral sorrow and sadness and madness to the extreme. Xie no expression. Don't give me this pot point tossing to the end. The training camp had to vacate a house to specifically accommodate the sensibility of this variation. Jiangzi has his own luxury single room. Zitao didn't understand the meaning of this paragraph at first. And when he heard that all the rationality was whispering about the sensibility, he suddenly realized. The river is so wide-ranging, so maverick, it is actually protecting him in disguise. J became the most eye-catching existence of all the teams, becoming the only topical person, and becoming the most excluded existence. In this way, Ziwen's little weirdness seems normal. Jiang's oblique subconscious mind remembers the memory of Zitao's isolation. So he dreamed of joining the army and wanted to protect him from the very beginning. Zizen couldn't help but raise his mouth and lick the warm syrup. What's more interesting is that because of this sensibility of J, the troops applied to the rationalists 3 times and 5 times. No Hile, no ex-life. This is also forbidden. After all, it is underage, but it is like the ban on junior high school students in the Earth Age. The same. The fierceness of the tube. The love is also in the usual love. It is difficult to really put an end point. This is also the case in the army. The requirements are requirements, but considering the particularity of reason, it is not too tight. It's different now. There is a real sensibility. Then you must purify the environment. As a result, Zitao's days have become more comfortable. Even if he did not go to the 4th Army, where the big slant is located, it will not be treated as a different kind. This is the good intention of the river, but thank you for thinking about his hustle and bustle, and cannot help but laugh. He is also happy to be in it. This man who doesn't know what Loki is. The next day was very dull, and the dream went fast, and I saw someone wanting to hook him up. Zitao has long adapted to this change in dreams when fast forwarding and stopping. Zitao was at the penalty station. He didn't know what mistakes he made. Maybe the dreamer couldn't think of it. After all, Jay is an artist. If you know the specific situation of the army, Ziwen will be fined. Standing at 10 o'clock in the evening. Standing so late, his legs were straight, and he was very hungry. Going to the cafeteria and seeing it, of course, there is no food to eat. Zitao did not panic. He did not believe that someone did not come out. If it is not the case, the river looks like a pair of encounters. Is it so late to come to dinner? Tao's weakness said, I was fined for 5 hours. The river slanted and said, what did you make wrong? Tao gave him a blank eye in his heart, and the ghost knows what you want me to make wrong. River ramp, it won't be messing with people. Jiang bent his eyes and smiled. Just kidding. I heard that you are very rational. The 13-year-old boy Jiangzi laughed like this, and Zizen really did not dare to look at it. Zitao said, not all rationality is like that. The river was slightly surprised and curious. Isn't rationality the same? Tao took his words and yelled at him. You are sexist. Jiang slanted and smiled. You are very different. A good old-fashioned love story. The old driver who accidentally talked about end times. Think so. After that, the development will be a matter of course. Jiangzi divides his private nightingale out to Ziwen. Zitao is really hungry and eats and gorges. Jiangzhao smiled and said, you slow down. Be careful. As a dream master, he has a magical skill, that must be said. So, Zitao was picked up and coughed. Jiangti has quickly got up and photographed him. What are you rushing? No one will rob you. If you are hungry, I will give you food. Zen thought, you can talk less. I'm hungry, and eat all your ice for tomorrow. Fortunately, in the eyes of the river, it is afraid that Z is uncomfortable. So although Zu's cough is fierce, but it is also uncomfortable. It seems to be a little hungry. Jiangti has quickly pushed his share to him. Zitao said, how is this good? River ramp, I eat much at noon. You eat. Tao said, hungry will not sleep well at night. Jiang skewed said, yes, if you don't sleep well, you will grow up. Wei, who is shorter than him, I feel bad about you. Eat. Xie, who accidentally eats a lot. Oh, it must be the intention of Jiang. After all, if you eat too much, you can take a walk together. Jiang skewed and laughed at him. Hey, you have to eat. Xie. Shut up. River ramp. From the point of view of eating, you are really a different rationality. Yes, reason is restrained and calculated, and eating will never eat. Zitao is not irrational, but he will not eat. But Jiang Yi thinks that he wants to eat. He will. Let's go. Dreaming is to make him happy. What do he want? Zitao said, I'm irrational. The implication is that, even if I'm different, it is still rational. You are sober talking to the dreamer about a ghost. Jiang Lei laughed. You are very interesting anyway. Let's go. I will accompany you to eliminate food. Xie Tao said, no, I will go to the training ground and walk around. River. Ramp. How boring. Do you? Xie Tao is also politely refusing. In fact, definitely must be with him. Jiang squinted and said, and this black lacquer, what if there is a ghost? Xie Zhen really wants to give him a sentence. Young man, I'm the biggest ghost in your dreams. Later, of course, the two of them walked together. Xie's mouth was disgusted, but his heart was happy. Under the stars, in the thin breeze, the two of them swayed leisurely and relaxed. Unfortunately, I can't hold hands well. Just knowing the first day, I'm still rational. I have to be reserved. The two walked round and round, and then they didn't have to sleep. When they went down, Jiang was reluctant to say, how? Eat it. Xie Zhen thought, still eating. This is not your dream. My legs are broken. I'm going back. Xie said. Jiang said, goodbye. Xie Zio smiled at him before leaving. Goodbye. The 13-year-old J teenager stayed in the same place, stupidly standing in the morning. Then Sensiel J began to fancy again. He went to the logistics department and asked, why do you have roommates for me? The logistics minister is full of black lines. Little brother, you really don't know why. We are protecting you. Jay said, do you think that sensibility is a love brain? Is it only a matter of love? Thank you for not hearing these words, isn't it? The logistics minister can't say that. Jay also presented the amulet. You are sexist. The logistics minister quickly said, what do you want? I was afraid of the ancestor. Jay said, I want a roommate. The logistics minister smiled bitterly. You are a sentiment here. Where to find a roommate of the same sex? Jay said, does the law stipulate that sensibility cannot be rational and become a roommate? How can the law stipulate such a thing? Finally, under Jay's rights protection campaign, the logistics department agreed to draw Irrational as a roommate. This is also a no-brainer. Hard to give Jay irrational. People's rationality is also noisy. Fair to draw on the lottery. Xie was taken for granted. Jay looked surprised and said, it's so good. Xie Tao also stunned him with a look. A ghost? This is not your dream. You cannot pick me up with your non-emirates. Anyway, Jay dreams very well. Please advise me in the future. Xie Zio smiled and said, please advise. The two of them lived together, and Xie's reputation in the training camp is even better. The rationals felt that his sacrifice was huge. He was very sympathetic to him, and he became more and more kind to him. What Zitao feels is not the rational goodwill, but the care from the heart of the river. He wants him to be happy and hopes that he will be happy in any way, at any time, and under any circumstances. Zitao had to remind herself that I was coming to marry this guy, not by this guy. Once the training period is over, they will have to join the army and enter the real battlefield. In reality, Zitao is of course the 4th army. Here is it? Jiang asked him. We will retire. Xie Wei is not surprised, but I have to ask, why? River Ramp, I'm still at this training camp. I really went to the army, and I was afraid of giving people trouble. Of course, the ability of the river is sufficient, but the gender problem will lead to communication obstacles. The unity required by the army, not the individual. He can make up for it, and he has self-knowledge. Zitao pretended to hesitate. Jiang said, without the troops, we have a lot to do. Xie Tao looked up at him. Why are we? Jiang Yan curved lips smiled. Why can't we be? Xie Tao said, I'm rational. Jiang oblique corrected him. You are. Thank you. What? kind of rationality is irrational? What kind of sensibility is not emotional? What he sees is the person in front of him. This person who does not want to let go, no matter how he looks, Zio whispered. But Jiang slanted him into his arms and whispered, you may feel incredible when you say it. We are lovers in the first round. You are rational, I'm emotional, but we are together for more than 200 years, until the end, when I enter the cycle. You don't let me leave you, let me not leave you, let me not forget you. Z. Tao remembered that memory, and the tip of his nose was a bit sour. Jiang Yan when promised, I didn't leave you, I didn't leave you, and I didn't forget you. Z. Tao endured a few forbearance, and finally could not help it point this, who can bear this? Jiang slanted to see the thin lips of Zhen's tremble, and his heart moved. Do you like me? They also spent a year in the training camp. Zi Tao looked up at him and whispered, I don't want to leave you. Jiang slanted to hug him, restrained but unable to restrain. They retired and returned to the capital star. When they were in adulthood, Xie Tao saw a message. The fourth army will succumb to the country. Xie Wei. How much is this? Jay oblique you directly to the big oblique dream. The author has something to say. In Jay's dream, the big oblique scene is dead. The small oblique scene is, hey, Xiao has not yet been born. Chapter 168 The broken asterisk 26 does not take the unusual road. Sure enough, it is a dream, something that can't be done in reality, and it will come true here. I can understand it. After reading the memory, that Xie Tao was erased. Don't say J oblique and small oblique. Even if you are big, you want to kill yourself. Therefore, in Jay's dream, he will let Xie Tao no longer encounter this slag man from the beginning, and then will not be hurt again. Dreaming of dreams, he is probably not reconciled, but also a little uneasy. Simply do not do too. Let the big oblique forever worship. Even if there is another cycle, I can wait until he grows up to be able to do things. Jay and Xie Tao are already locked, not to mention the iron shovel, that is, diamonds don't want to make a little gap. After seeing the river, I saw this news and said, it's a pity, such a young general, Xie Wei. It's a pity that you don't let people die. Jiang Yang kissed him on his lips. I have been staring at him for what? Xie Tao followed his heart. He looks too much like you. Jiang was immediately smiling, and his voice was very gentle, reassured. That is not me. Xie Tao also bent his mouth and took the hand that he slid down his shoulder. It is right to leave the army. If I go to the battlefield now, I will definitely become a deserter. There is a star flash in the black scorpion of the river because of me. Xie Tao looked up at him. The heart is worried. It is inevitable to be timid. Jiang leaned on his lips and whispered, you are not a deserter, leaving the army. You can do more for this country. Love and righteousness are not repulsive, but complementary. Just like little love and big love, even the loved ones can't love, and how to love a country and a collective belief. The heart is big, but it will become as vast as the universe, because of the person. The last dream of J oblique is like this. Xie Tao sat on the sofa and watched the news. The content that emerged in midair was that the E-981 rebels were recruited, and the leader X was admitted to the underage protection facility due to underage. Okay. The small oblique treatment is much better than the big oblique, but it is locked up, and it is not much different from the reality. Unfortunately, Xie Wei is not the president in the dream. Xiao Xiu did not enter the presidential palace, and even more than Zhen meet each other. Jiang Xi began to fake again. This X is really young. Xie Tao was sulking in his heart and said, it is exactly the same as you. River. Ramp. Is this face not very auspicious? Xie Tao said, don't say it, Jiang. She likes his anxious appearance and joked, like my face. Xie Tao can't know what he wants to hear. Just as he wishes. I like you. The river swayed and looked very dignified. Again. Say it again. Xie Tao said seriously, I don't know if this is love, but I want to see you all the time. I want to be with you all the time. I want to keep this life forever. Forever. I hope I can always open my eyes. I saw you. The slanting eyelashes of the river are slightly trembled, and the smileys, as if it is embracing the beauty of the world. This is love. He told Xie Tao that he was filling his own regrets and narrating the most beautiful vows This time, I will definitely leave you alone. Living together and dying together is the greatest fortune of two people who love each other. Leaving from Jay's dream. Zitao is still awkward. The time in the dream is trivial, and it feels like it has been a long time, but in fact it is only a few hours. However, the concept of time has long been a constant standard in the central government. Long and short, only look at the individual. Jay was still asleep, and Z couldn't help but click on his forehead. The souls are different, but the essence is the same. It may be because life is born out of different appearances because of the environment, but the inside is always the same person. It's Z's familiar. The person who loves the process of collecting the soul is also a slow understanding of the river slant. I understand the most comprehensive in various situations cannot hide their own river slope. Although I always complain about the souls doing things, there is such an opportunity to understand lovers in all aspects, which is also crucial for Zitao. He is not a person who is good at understanding others, but now he has learned a lot. Communication, tolerance, and trust. The experience in the quasi world is like a field exercise, which eliminates the dangers and obstacles for their future encounters, and is covered with beautiful romantic flowers. When he left Jay's house lightly and went to the bigger bleak of the donated body. This is also miserable. Jay is good, and there is the sweetness of the first 200 years. It is true that after 9 rounds of heart abuse and liver abuse, but once people have a sweet memory, the pain will be washed away, and they will not think about it. But a bigger bleak is not the same. When I didn't read the memory that Zitao was wiped off, I always felt that I fell in love with a rationality that didn't understand love. I couldn't help myself with my brain. I finally saw the memory of Zitao. I loved him, but I have already missed it, and I'm more abused. In particular, he also felt that he had hurt Zitao, guilty and self-blame, and did not even want to know how uncomfortable it was. Even if he was given a hypnotic agent, he slept very unsteadily. When Zitao came in, he saw his crumpled eyebrows and clenched fists. The mood is too bad, and sleeping is not very practical. Zitao stood by and waited for a while, and saw him slowly quiet down before he used dreams. After a gentle dizziness, Ziyu opened his eyes, followed by the stimulation from the waist to the brain. Ziwei. Fortunately, the kitten was left out of the dream care, or it is too small for children. Early, I knew that I came in early, and it's hard to calm down. Who knows that I'm dreaming again? Ziwei is not easy to smash in the past. The day is already cold. His SSS level physique is not white, and the river slant has been carefully handled for him, so there is nothing uncomfortable. The river slanted only loosely put on a bathrobe and came in. Good breakfast. When Zizen got up, he found that his legs were a little soft. Jiang leaned and held him. I'm going to bring the breakfast. So I talked in my ear, and the ear of the itch trembled. Zihao simply shunned. Okay, Jiang did not say anything, just carefully put him on the bed, and turned and went out. Zenji looked at it, and found that the big comrades were embarrassed about himself. This dream is not a good dream. If he remembers correctly, it is the cold period of the two. Zitao 3 days. To go home 1 day, the time to break up. If you want to have a sweet dream, the best note should be when you get married, or earlier, when you are in the army. But maybe the big oblique mood is too dark, the desperate mood is too strong, and he can't forgive himself, so he dreamed of the worst time. At this time, Zitao deliberately alienated him in order to maintain his distance, and he thought that the young rationality was finally tired of 6. But it was only because his boss's identity was not good enough to break up. This is the most painful time for the river, because I got a short sweet. But I have to wake up after sinking. From the mouth of his mouth to say the word break up. It is tantamount to smashing 2 knives in the heart of the nest. If Ziyi does not dream, Jiang Cheo is a nightmare that can't get rid of repeated remorse and grief. It's different now. How can Ziyi let him torture himself again? Even if you want to eat a knife, it must be a fake knife made of caramel. Bite a bite, and still sweet. Soon the river came back, and he pushed the table to the bedside and personally set the tableau. Ziwei sat down at the bed and asked, how come a set of cutlery? The river slanted down and said, you yourself, Z. Wei asked him, have you eaten? River. Ramp. No, Z. Said, don't you eat with me. In. The memory he had seen, the 2 years of marriage were still very sticky. Otherwise, Zhen would not be surprised. Jiang slanted no sound. Since a month ago, Zitao did not eat with him. Today, Zitao knows what he is thinking with his eyes closed. He doesn't care what is strange, but even more strange is still behind. Eat. Together. Zitao patted her side. River ramp. If 2 people, the dining car is too small. Tao thought about it. Then we go to the restaurant to eat. If this is an ordinary lover, I'm afraid that I have to be overwhelmed by many things. It has become a flattering fall on the river. Even more shocking is still behind. Zitao said again, I can't walk. You hold me in the past. The slanted comrade's head screamed, and the steam train learned. Zhen is very funny, and she has to work hard to stabilize it. I said that I stopped last night. The river slanting image is afraid of his remorse and holds people up. Zitao is actually not used to it. He does not like this posture and feels very shameful. Of course, I can't manage it so much now. Anyway, this guy's dream is no big deal when he is seen. It is most important to be happy. Fortunately, even if it is a dream, Jiang Zi also knows Ziwen's temper, and there is no outsider. Ziwen sat in the chair and waited for breakfast. Jiang turned and went to the kitchen. Zitao reminded him, the dining car is still in the bedroom. Jiang leaned down and said, those are cold. I will do it again. After he realized that he was wrong, he changed his mouth. I will let them do it again. Not to mention rational people, and nowadays social sensations rarely waste time in the kitchen. Ziyang bent his lips. But I'm hungry now. The soft tail makes the big slanting heart jump. Zitao continued. If you eat those, I want to drink porridge. The river **** is really like a rational moment, and the arm is stiff, as if it were a robot. I will take it. Tao did not hold back, all smiles in his eyes, but Jiang turned his head and saw his love in his beautiful voice. At this moment, the river slanted and froze, like being fixed. Z rubbed his eyes and vaguely felt that his emotions should be collected, but he was not an actor, and he could say that he would accept the income. Jiang looked at him and called him little. Tao tried to make herself rational. Well, Jiang leaned closer to him, and his hand fell on his face. This is too unreal. Thank you for your heart. Jiang's slanting mouth was raised, and the smile was full of bitterness. I'm dreaming? Otherwise, how can the rational Zitao talk to him in the same way as the look of the eyes too beautiful, as if he had dreamed of countless days and nights? It is a pity that the dream is a dream. In reality, Zitao has been tired of him, and has already left him. Zitao sees the hint in the lower right corner. The dream is coming to an end. Please feel free to leave. Others are awakened by nightmares, and you are awakened by the beautiful dreams. The author has something to say. Old evil, you can rest assured, you are not the most unpromising. You still have a drama senior called Luli. Chapter 169. Whose nightmare is the broken ***** 27. Seeing that the countdown is over, Ziwen quickly quits the dream. I also admire. Just give him a piece of candy. He is still a fake sugar. You have to spit it out, and sure enough, this guy should eat it. Z deliberately. The knife is too hard. The bitter melon is too bitter. Thinking for a long time can be thought of a good thing. Just eat durian. After eating, you can use your durian skin to keep your head awake. Ziwen was afraid to see himself by the big slant. After going out of the dream, he went outside and waited for a while. Because of the relationship between sleeping pills, the waking river squatted and fell asleep. Zitao let the pork roast first look. Kitty reports. Report dad. Dad is already asleep. Z licked his head and rewarded him with a bottle of physical medicine. It is said that he also brought a bunch of things this time. Unfortunately, the world is not difficult. So far, nothing has been used. It is just used to give a kitten a snack. The pork roast sizzles, hugs the physical medicine with small claws. Asterisk 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 and asterisk 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 and drinks. The use of dreams is also costly for the barbecued pork, and it can be added as much as possible. Anyway, Z is not lacking. Once again, I entered the room and Z Wei observed it for a while. Jiang slanted asleep, still not practical. Z Tao's heart is soft like marshmallow. If you are too sloppy, you will not let yourself go, and you will feel that all good is a false dream. It seems that the erased memory tape gives him more stimulation than he imagined. This guy's really unable to let go of the lost past. Z Tao can also understand, put himself in the ground, and think about it. It is like a first prize in the Ming dynasty, but it is a pity that the winning lottery is shredded as waste paper. Even if the lottery is retrieved, it is beyond recognition, and there is no fate to the grand prize. It's strange to think about it. Z Wei waited for a while, and saw his eyes move. He felt that he was dreaming, and he started to enter the dream. Good luck. The launch was successful, and Z Tao once again entered the dream of a big slant. When Z opened her eyes, she felt the acidity and tiredness afterwards. Seems to be the same dream. Is this being stunned? Being trapped in the most painful moments. I can't always get out. This in turn made Z Tao firmly determined to take him out of his nightmare. It was too uncomfortable to be riddled with nightmares with the last experience. Z Tao did not dare to come to play his own rational identity and naturally calm the cup of the bow and the shadow of the river. When Z Tao was ready to get out of bed, the river slanted in. It was still the appearance of a shower, and the chest was still looming. This time, Zen was lucky. When he came in, he didn't accompany him for a spring dream, but he saw him like this. Z Tao told herself seriously, I'm a rational. Cough. Reason should not be, live in the brain, river ramp, it's good for breakfast. The lines are the same, but Z Tao's answer is different. He didn't say anything, tried to get out of bed, and injured the sore legs, and tried to go to the restaurant. Okay, they can't eat together in bed, and dare not let someone hold it again. He can only drag the poor legs to find food. Z Tao couldn't help but think, you have to hang yourself, you have to worry about it. Z Tao did not ask for help, and the rational river inclination did not help. Fortunately, there was consciousness without walking a few steps, and I would not be thankful. Good sugar does not eat, you have to do things. The two sat down face to face, and were very quiet. This is also in line with the situation that the two are about to break up. One is to keep distance for long-term relationship, and the other is to be cranky after being treated coldly. Two people with different minds, sitting at the table to eat, can only taste chewing wax. Fortunately, Z Tao is not hungry. After eating a few mouthfuls, he will not eat it. Jiang squinted at him and asked, is not appetizing? Z Tao said, fortunately, not very hungry, Jiang. She will not say anything. Z Tao did not dare to say more. This dream is awkward. Cannot be so embarrassed yourself. Z Tao thought for a long time and did not think of a suitable entry point that would not scare him. However, the river slanted first, and he seemed to hesitate for a while. He wanted to ask and didn't want to ask, but he finally asked, where did you go the night before? Z Tao knows where the dream came in last night. Seeing that he did not say anything, Jiang said again, I just asked casually. This thick desire to cover the taste, Zen did not dare to care. According to rational preferences, gave a reasonable answer. At work, rationality is absolutely loyal to a partner. Under normal circumstances, no divorce will never derail. Of course, you can apply to your partner, and you will not steal it anyway. Combined with the state of Z Tao and the erasure memory, it should be, to love work. The inclination of the river is not soothing, only slowly retire. Attention to the body, don't be too tired. Z Ing should say, well, this is no longer a topic. Z Tao actually has 100 ways to make him happy, but the conventional means will only scare this guy, and have to act with caution. After a while, the river slanted again. Get off work today, I will wait for you to go home together. Z Tao looked at him, and couldn't agree to this request. It shouldn't be a problem. Zen tried to say, I may be late. These 6 words have not been spoken yet. Someone in the cup bow and snake shadow seems to be inadvertently saying, if you are busy, you will be fine. Z Wei. Okay, you think I'm busy, then I can only get busy. The two went to the Ministry of Defense together, and put them into a busy work. Under normal circumstances, the dreamer is not there. Zen is just a flash, such as work. This is the end of the work. However, this dream is unusual. Zitao has been working for 8 hours and has not even advanced a bit. Why? The Ming Dynasty River is not here. Point. After thinking for a while, Zitao concluded that someone must be observing in secret. Point. Can you have a little bit of interest? What do you look at in secret? Can't you just stare at someone like this? Innocent. Jiang sneaked a sneak peek at him for a day, and he had to pretend to love his day's work. Point. Who can think? Working in reality is no problem. If you want to work in a dream, Zizen is very sure that he is not rational. He 1. Oh, no, love, work. I even want to kill this big asterisk who forced him to work. It's hard to get off work. Zizen found that there is no sign of fast forwarding, indicating that someone is still staring at him. Zitao looked at the black line and felt that he had to work hard. Not only, but also his mother had to work overtime. I'm so angry. I want to leave this dream. Jiang slanted and couldn't hold his breath. He happened to look like Ziwei. Not finished yet? The tone was like an ordinary colleague. If it is not being monitored for a day, Zizen must be taken seriously. Zitao got up and said, okay, Jiang. Z cautiously asked, go home together, Z. Zenzheng should be asked. A true colleague greeted, Zio Z. There is a document here. You can help me, Z. Wei. The river slanted calmly. You are busy. I will go back first. After I finished, I left, gone, and Zitao almost wants to pull people back and make a meal. Busy with your big devil, working overtime for so long. Let me work overtime. Is this your nightmare or my nightmare? Even worse, Zitao is still fast forward, which shows that the dreamer is still watching him silently. Pretending to go, but actually observing. What can Zitao do? My own neuropathy lover, can't you lick yourself? He was patient with the temper, and he got up after he was busy, and he didn't return his head, for fear of work, to the plane. There was no fast forward during this time on the road, which indicated that the river was still watching him silently in places he could not see. Zitao calmed down after drinking lipstick tea. He couldn't help but think that this is also true in reality. When Zitao tried to alienate the river was also watching him every day. He didn't dare to bother and dare to be close. He allowed the rational cold and erosive heart. Finally, he couldn't stand it. Breakup. There is only one day in the dream. In reality, the river slanted for 2 months. Has he been self-tortured in these 2 months? Zitao's heart is a bit of a fire. After returning home, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and Z was too tired to sleep. The river slanted carefully and leaned up, carefully guarding him in his arms, and slept very unsteadily. Ziwei feels it, but unfortunately he can't do anything. The place that shouldn't be fast forward is ruthlessly fast forward, and it is already a new day when he opens his eyes. This day lasted for 2 days, and Zitao did not find a suitable breakthrough. How to open the heart of the river? Take the initiative to show up and straightforwardly say that love is estimated to be awakened directly. So is there any way to change this bad dream? Finally, I had a turn in the afternoon. The so-called solution to the bell must also be a bell, and when Zitao saw Jay, he knew that the bell was in place. Hey, is this ringer and the bellman not the same person? The bell is a big slant, the singer is Jay, everyone is a river slant. No problem. When Zitao came out, Jay quickly greeted him. As in Jay's dream, the big oblique is a national sacrifice. In the big oblique dream, Jay is also crazy. In the case of black oneself, the rivers are spared no effort. Jay is excited. Small, I finally found you, Z. Wei. People set up a lot. It is a bit of a play, considering that the big slant is definitely on the sidelines. Zizen calmly asked, are you? Jay said, have you forgotten? I'm your first round partner. The goosebumps on Ziwen's body are a little bit uncontrollable. He quickly pointed out and said, is this gentleman a gentleman? I'm rational. How can we be a partner? Jay said, why not? Even if you are rational, you love me. This is too embarrassing. In this way, the real Jay saw that he couldn't wait to die for the country, so he was still glory. Zio smiled and said, please don't say this. The new round is a new life, not to mention I already have a partner. Jay was stunned and looked shocked. Zitao couldn't help but ask for a big slant. You are really sincere. How can you let this face make such a mentally retarded expression? J. Oh, your first round as the Chief Justice of the United States. You can go and see your memory. You will find that you love me. Z. Yan's eyes lit up, and he knew that the important clues were hot. He said, I'm irrational. At this time, the river slanted out, and his look was cold. Shen Sheng said, this gentleman, after the reincarnation is a new life. Please do not entangle my lover. For a moment, the temperament of the style is high point. The author has something to say. Ziwei. Oh, really handsome. I have to compare myself to mud. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 The Broken asterisk 28 is, Because I Love You. Take yourself to set off yourself. Jiang Daoblique you can really be able. Jay looked at the river slanting. After watching it for a while, it seemed to be self-defeating. The whole person was lost, but he didn't say anything, so he left. Zitao does not know where to start to vomit. You are a general who is a general, and he is a general. He is a symbol of the courage and fearlessness of the United States. Now he can be defeated, and he is scared to death by the love enemy. He will not hesitate to dream him into a mental retardation in his dreams. Isn't Jay just a little normal? Do you think you have to lose a mess? Really? Ziwei was crying and laughing, but she also tasted a sweet taste. A man who wants to face death, confident that others feel arrogant, will be because of him, not to care. And how can it be so cautious? Be cautious and don't dare to compete fairly with love rivals. Jay is going to go. It is estimated that it will not appear in this dream again. Ziwei looked at the river and said, this person is very strange. I don't know what he is saying. This subtle sigh makes the river squint deep. Zitao said again, how can we rationally marry emotionally? River. Ramp. The law does not mandate that rationality and sensibility cannot be married, although this is a matter of public opinion and all citizens of the United States. The marriage law does not specify the gender of the partner. Freedom is the foundation of the United States, and freedom of marriage is also crucial. Zitao hesitated for a moment, not sure if he could not mention the memory of the judge. In this respect, I really don't need him to worry. Jiang Ti is a 100% opportunist. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, even if it is as thin as a hair, he will never miss it. Otherwise, for many years of non-Emirates career, I have long known how many times I have died. When the dream turned, Zizen found that he was at home. He felt that the big oblique should be away to see his memory. It is true that only the Chief Justice and Zitao can see it, but Jiang Zi is now a partner of Zitao. He has certain authority over many of his things. In addition, he has many privileges in the status of Jiang Ti. Only to see some private things can be seen. Although it is a dream, he is still very logical, or cannot be awakened by the dream. Zitao saw the river slanting back, and he slammed the ground, and lost his soul. Zitao is 100% sure he went to see what happened to the minister. Although married, the favorite among the rational people is the title, which is more comfortable than the name. Jiang Yi grasped his hand, and the silver grey scorpion was like a storm. Xiao breathed and felt that the fire was almost the same. How are you angry? No. Jiang closed his eyes and tried to calm his emotions. He watched the memory of Zitao in the first round. He saw the thank you who was immersed in love and saw his despair and sorrow when he lost his love at the scene, like a poisonous snake who spit the letter, bite on his heart, giving him a nearly numb pain, as if it was broken into a butterfly, tearing out endless hope. Reason does not understand love, but Zitao once fell in love with a person. Zitao can love someone. Zitao can understand love. Just, it takes time. Time. The asterisk of the SSS physique is not lacking in time. However, he soon thought of Zitao's recent coldness towards him. Why, in the long 200 years, Zitao did not bother with the man's troubles and rejection. Is he not as good as that man? Jiang Ti has finally asked this sentence. Why are you always hiding from me this time? If you don't read the memory of that round, the answer is obvious, because rationality is like this. Thank you, Z. You can ask. He was relieved, but his face was nervous. Before the equipment department, Joe, I said that I was too sticky to you. The river's slanting pupils jerked. Z Tao cautiously said, I should give you some space. We are all rational. I'm around you all day. You will be very troubled. The mood of the river slant at this moment is drive the mouthful of Joe to the wild star to smash the dung. Troubled? Z Tao left his sight. It is his most troubled. You. Jiang Sui tried to calm his voice and maintain the stability of his older partner. Do you bother? Is it trouble to be with me every day, Z? Where's Bally? It's really troublesome to be with you every day. And 6 or 79. Of course. It is very entertaining. I don't have. I'm just afraid that you are bothered. Jiang. Can't help but ask him, do you like to be with me every day? Like before? Always around me, Z. Tao is hanging down, and the voice is very small. Think. The river trembled and forced him into his arms. Small, Z. Tao felt the trembling of his body, and his heart was sour and sweet. Well, I have been holding you for something, Z. His chin fell on his shoulder and his lips were bent slightly. What? I'm a sentimental, and the sound of the river is a bit heavy, and it seems to be in fear, because of excessive tension. I love you, Ming. Knows that this is a dream. Zizen actually still has a sour nose. He tried to keep himself shocked, but he wanted to kiss him, and wanted to comfort him. He wanted him to know that he loved him too much, no less than his feelings, no less than his affection, and even more fear than him. Later, Z Tao had to forcibly leave the dream of a big slant. The reason is that it is difficult to open the teeth. In short, no longer come out. This curing agent will be taken in vain. All handed over to the spring dream. Does not show the mind. The big oblique is also loaded with rationality. The deep, the calm. Once it shows, then the tail is up. It's a dream. Everything else is fast forward. And when it's dark, it's dark, and it's dark again. Ziziao is almost exhausted. Looking back, they are both dead in the spring dream. This is the most amazing way to compete in the world. Zitao quickly hugged the house with a fork. The kitten is sly, and the little head is weak, and the bow is in the palm of Z. Zitao was distressed. Is it tired? The kitten yawned. Some sleepy, Z. Tao said. There are still physical medicine. The kitten then sucked up with a small red bottle. As Z Tao was promoted to the intermediate level. The pork roast package was upgraded. As a golden god level pet. He upgraded after the upgrade is still very large. Passive skills increased to fatal injury immunity. This active skill into the dream also enhanced the qualifications. Originally, the same person could only be used once in 3 days. Now the same person can not exceed 2 times in 3 days, so Z Tao can enter the big oblique dream twice. However, the continuous physical effort on the pork burnt pack is more expensive, and the kitten has been lazy to fall asleep. Z very worried about it, but the pork roast bag still remembered the fathers. It finished the medicine, and cheered up again. There are little dads, Z. Tao was teased by this name. He licked the kitten's head and said, if you are tired, just rest. Tomorrow, the pork roast said, nothing, I can sleep for a while from my father's dream. It is also, and Z Tao is not practical in his heart. He always wants to appease the small slant as soon as possible. He goes to find the creator earlier and ends the world, then use dreams again. Z when the barbecued pork noodles nodded. No problem, Z. Tao can check its status and make sure that it is okay to continue using dreams compared to the larger oblique and J. The small oblique side seems strange. After all, the two have a rich ex gratia summary, and the poor little slant does not have anything. What will he dream of? Zizen can't think of it. After all, this man's brain circuit is the 18th bend of the mountain road. The small diagonal that fell asleep did not turn into a river. The frequency of the slanting of the river is very subtle. About a short time after the small oblique consciousness is completely emptied. This kind of stabilizer makes the body relax, but the small oblique is still dreaming, so the river can't come out. Z Tao used the dream technique and it was easy to enter the dream of a small slant point. He stumbled and found himself pressed under him. Sure enough, regardless of age, the heart is exactly the same point. In this way, the river is still awkward to set yourself into a sensibility, and this is not the case. Xio Oblique just kissed him and didn't do anything. Zitao is still not clear about the state, cautiously did not speak. Looking at him with a small slanting motion. His voice was dumb and said, "Why don't you push me, Z? Where?" Xio Oblique continued to ask, "I have no sleepwalking, I'm sober." He said that he moved down and actually kissed him on his lips. "Thank you for your heart." The small oblique eye shines. "You can push me away, why not push it away, Z?" Tao said, "Go down." In the tone of the president, there is a guilty conscience. The little slanted up, but took his hand. "Tell me why you saved me. Why do you care so? Why do you cook for me?" Young is awkward. At the age of 15 or 16, I'm not afraid of it. As long as I have clearly defined my own mind, I dare to ask anything. Zitao remembers the answer he gave him in reality, waiting for you to come back. However, when the small oblique task came back, the big oblique and the J were in place, and Z Zen could not tell him. This time in the dream, Z said, "You are still small, waiting for you to grow up." The small oblique does not have the heavy burden of the big oblique. The whole person is much clearer. If you just want to have sex, then you don't have to wait for me to grow up. How is this so strange? Xio Oblique added, "I mean, if you want to make love, many people can. You don't have to wait for me to grow up." Z Wei looked at him and smiled. "But I just want to wait for you to grow up." A gentle sentence made the boy's eyes wide open, and the brightly lit stars were dazzling on the Milky Way. It's not necessarily a good thing to have those X situations. The small oblique dream is very sweet. The overall tone is brisk, and people can't help but bend their lips. They stayed in the presidential palace. There is no danger of the collapse of the universe, no Mr. Jiang to obstruct, and no J is constantly looking for the dream of a small slant is like a warm fairy tale, full of expectations and hopes. At first, Zitao was afraid that there would be a pit in it. After all, this dream is too simple, and it is not as simple as a river, but when I think about it, he thinks that this may be the 15-year-old river. Even if he has lived for a long time, he will still be able to design the world for a long time, and he still has the most youthful and tenderest time. One did not enter the central, did not experience the baptism of countless worlds. Some naive, full of yearning for everything. Zitao was destined to be unable to meet the river slant at that time, but he accidentally touched it in this dream. Pure, unobtrusive. In any case, he has a deep love for him. When the river slanted into adulthood, he asked him again, "Why save me? Why take care of me? Why should I always cook for me?" Zitao put down the cup in his hand and leaned over to him and answered him, "Because I love you." From the small oblique dream, Zitao's mouth is still slightly raised. At this time, the message from Li Su, "Mr. President, your sleeping room is ready. The rivers are to be reconciled, and Zitao is also needed. The four of them will have to go through the 3 daily ping to reach the coordinates that are transmitted from the pole. Xiang should say, I will pass, take a nap first, then wake up together and set off together. Although there is no way to discuss anything with the river, as long as you can find the creator, it is almost necessary to repair the task. Zen is curious in my heart. What exactly is the creator? Chapter 171 The Broken asterisk 29 Is this God? The role of the dream is obvious. Wake up from the maintenance. The three people's mental state is very good. Needless to say, Jay has lost his soul to the enemy, solved the pain of reincarnation, and fulfilled his promise. He has been accompanying Zitao and has not left him alone. The slanting drama of bitterness also has a hospice. Although he is still confessing after waking up, he will not give up. If he has hope, if he cheers up, he will definitely want to compensate. He will definitely reawaken Z's love for him in reality. After all, compared to the first round of erased memory, his success rate of only being erased is greater. Needless to say, the small oblique youth love drama, this is full of hope and vitality, and I don't know what it is. What's more, in his heart, Jay and Big Slant are past tense. Zitao now likes him. After all, Zitao only gave him his own hands, so delicious and delicious. retreat 10,000 steps. At the age of Xie Xi, he also killed the two. What Xie is wondering is that the three people didn't care much about a face point in the big oblique but a drama. He did not regard himself as a substitute for Jay in the small oblique youth drama. He did not regard himself as a substitute for the two seniors. Obviously they look exactly the same. With their dog's blood head, why would they ignore such an important substitute? It can be ignored. Xie Xi came to think that it was still the setting of the world. Citizens of the United States are probably because of the proliferation of gene banks. The same face is a bit more, so it is not strange. This is also very strange. Why does the gene pool have so many different facial features? It's like putting it out of mold. Everything is hard to say. After all, Zitao has never touched the real high-tech world. What kind of social form will develop in the end is unknown. Already, they are leaving. The itinerary is scheduled for 7 days, 6 days on the road, and 1 day to explore the creator. It is still a small problem for Zitao to leave such a short time. As long as the public is not allowed to know, the operation of the country will not be a problem. After all, this is an institution and its complete society. The president's short-term departure will not make the government embarrassed. Before leaving, Zitao confirmed to the three, this trip may be safe and dangerous, and it may be dangerous. Have you prepared for the sacrifice of the United States? The superiors used to be used. Pinch it. The 3 key points of Zeng. The same voice. Ready, Z. Wei sighed and whispered, depart. They boarded the ship. In order to pursue speed, the size of the starship is very small, about 20 meters long, 3 or 4 meters wide, and less than 10 meters in height. It doesn't seem to be a small one, but you know that the most common civilian starship in the United States is also several kilometers long. In this way, the starship is as small as a grain of dust in space. Of course, it has very few passengers. Only 4 people. 4 people are still very spacious in such a space. In addition to Jay, they all have a starship driver's license, all of which can easily control the starship. Zitao, all the way from the general to the president, should have been familiar with these starships, but these are the settings. The real thank you also, in the dream come true to test the driver's license, or see photos, will only open the manual gear. Fortunately, the driver does not need to use the president to do this kind of work. The big oblique and the small oblique big bag. The opening is stable and proper. There was nothing wrong with Jay slanting around Zen, and the big slant and the small slant looked at the wrong head and exchanged a look and reached an agreement. Originally, the 2 men drove, and now they are 1 person. The other person is responsible for monitoring a man who is not doing a good job. When the time comes, he will change the other 2. Zitao is also crying and laughing, but unfortunately he will not open this thing, or he will go to open the spacecraft. Let this fight eye to play together. It is estimated that, because of the 3 chapters of the law, it may be 3 dreams to appease them. Of course, they still have such a serious mentality of losing their business. In the past 3 days, everyone got along and groaned, and there was no such thing as a moth. Zitao is quite pleasant, and there is something like the blessing of people. If you forget it, this blessing can't be enjoyed. The shortcome is the surer field. Don't think he can't see through. After all the way to the coordinate point, the starship began to slow down. Zitao's spirit is tight, waiting for this final level. The world as a whole is okay, although the beginning is facing the danger of the collapse of the universe, and soon there will be a turn point. As for the need for 4 SSS level people to explore, this is not difficult for Zitao, as long as the river slopes are good. The problem is not big. So what exactly is this creator? Can it save the United States and let it survive the collapse of the universe? Because of the seriousness of Zitao, several other people are also serious. The big oblique is responsible for the starship driving, and the J oblique is responsible for the survey. The small oblique is responsible for alerting the surrounding environment. To avoid danger, Xie is just staring at the navigation and gradually approaching this point that is too small to be smaller. The starships are slowly approaching, the speed of the landing is near static, and they finally reach the coordinates given by the poles. Jay obliquely said, I found the target. Zitao looked up and saw the image of the dangling point I have imagined countless times and can actually see that Zitao is still embarrassed. There are no magnificent palaces, no magnificent scenery, and no signs of life. This is a waste star floating in the void. With the constant exploration of the universe, the United States has a very comprehensive system of understanding of the planet. The so-called waste star is a planet that floats in the void for some reason. They are more like a grain of sand in the cosmic sand sea. They are insignificant and lifeless, with little hope and value. J frowned. This is the location of the creator? I don't know why. When I saw this scrap star, Zu's scalp was numb. Not being wary of danger, but a sense of horror that is familiar to things. The smaller Bleak also tightened the eyebrow. In such a deserted place, there will be God living? Zitao returned to God, and the voice was a little tight. Go. Let's go down and see. The river has driven the starship to land on the waste star. Even if it is a severely worn out, it has not seen the original shape and size of the waste star. It is also huge. A small starship fell on it, as if a flashing firefly fell into an endless forest. Small ramp detected. No danger. Jiang Ting suggested. Don't leave the starship. Tao understands his concerns. For the past few years, Star Trek has been exploring the military's highest iron order not to underestimate any planet. Zitao said. Global Flight XU helped me to take charge of life exploration. Small ramp, no problem. J has been slanted through the work of defense. Always vigilant. Although Xie has not used these devices, there are instructions in the database. He can remember at a glance that there is X coordination, but it is not a problem. The speed of flying around the world is extremely fast, and it is not a linear flight, but a planar one, which is to search the surface of the entire waste star. Finally locked a target point. Zitao stared at the position and tried to outline it in her mind. Unfortunately, his understanding of the Earth is too limited to determine exactly where it is. Zitao suspects that this scrap star is the Earth, the planet that gave birth to human society. Zitao can hardly describe why he felt this way, but when he saw this ridiculous planet, his thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind. What is a so-called creator? Zitao's heart could not help but tremble, and he had a sense of tension that was about to touch a huge secret. The starship stopped and landed in the position that showed signs of life. Zitao gently sighed. The river ramp. I will go down and see. Zao. Bleak also said, I'm with Mr. Jiang. He shook his head and said, we are together. The three of them are afraid of the unknown on the ground. Zitao said, the requirement on the poll is that 4 SSS people can see the creator. I think we all have to go. This is also the case. They did not say anything about the river, but they were only one by one, and 100,000 points were alert to the unknown danger. Wear protective clothing. They walk out of the starship and gently stand on this desolate, stiff, dead star. The river slanted the excavation equipment, and it was easy to clear the ruins. According to the tips of the life detector, the life with a faint radiance was found. Zitao came forward and saw a cold sleep cabin. J Slant is a painter who doesn't touch technology. He can't help but say, is this a cold sleeper? The style is too old. The smaller Bleak is young. He asked, is this the creator? In the face of his problem, the 3 adults could not answer. Is this the creator? Can such a creator save the United States? He can't even protect himself. Z's and Shensheng, take out the ecological cover in the starship. The ecological hood can support a short livable environment on a planet that is unsuitable for human survival, just like a tent carried by a traveler while exploring the forest. Small ramp. I will take it. He was very eager to come back, and Xie opened the ecological cover and covered the area. I couldn't breathe and was so cold that I could make everything that was frozen and cold enough to breathe. They took off their protective clothing and approached the cold sleeper. After reviewing the river, he said, it's very old, it's not available, but it's working. Zitao said, can you wake up his mother? Jiang said, yes. Tao sighed with a sigh of relief. Wake him up. The reason why this ecological cover is to be propped up is also considered that this cold sleeper cannot be carried. This kind of thing that doesn't know what age, a little bit of movement may cause irreversible damage. The best way is to work hard to restore the ecological environment and research and explore it on the spot point, because the vital signs were detected and the model of the cold sleeper is unknown. It is something that the United States can understand, so the ecological cover can also protect it. Point under the cautious operation of the river, the cold sleep cabin slowly opened and a cold chill disappeared. Xie Tao saw a very ordinary middle-aged man. He was about 50 or 60 years old. His head was slightly bald. His face was sallow. His naked body was a little blessed. His arms and lower abdomen were loose, and his legs were shorter, small, oblique, frowning. Is it personal? The other two also tightened their eyebrows and said, why is there such an uneven body? In the United States, there is absolutely no such body. Everyone is a standard body. They are all symmetrical and tend to be perfect. Although there are tall people with short ones, they are not fat and thin. They are all standard body fat percentages. Not much or a lot, like precision calculations. In fact, the real human beings have been plagued by fat and thinness all their lives, and they are working hard to improve their bodies. They are constantly hoping that they can become beautiful and become more beautiful. At first, Xie Tao thought that the United States was because of the highly developed technology which enabled human beings to get rid of physical troubles and move toward a more advanced society. But now, he suspects that the citizens of the United States and the so-called human beings are two distinct species. The middle-aged man woke up from a coma, and he was not surprised when he saw the person in front of him. Instead, he asked, 981, how long have I slept? He asked for a small slant. The small oblique squats obviously, and looks at Xie Wei. Xie Tao walked over and said, now is the United States 3010. May I ask you, are you? The middle-aged man saw Xie Tao, and he squatted. Then he showed a complex expression of fear and tension, and he was dumb and whispered, humans. Are you finally dying? River ramp. Human civilization still exists, but now it faces a huge crisis. The clues we find remind you that you can save the United States. The river slant that said these words is only a routine, and he does not feel that this person can save the universe that is about to collapse. He is too weak, and if you do physical evaluation, this is a body that should not be born at all. His eyesight is very poor. His eyes have obvious lesions. His nose is also problematic. It seems to have some kind of inflammation. The mouth is even more ridiculously inlaid with a few metal teeth. The body is even more exaggerated. The cervical vertebra has been deformed, and a nerve has been oppressed. There are problems in the shoulders and shoulders. It is estimated that it is troubled by arm pain all the year round. The lumbar vertebra is more prominent in the two sections, and the lungs and the internal organs are also very serious. Even the heart is obvious. Insufficient blood supply. This kind of physical quality, even the lowest grade F is not counted. It is not at all polite to say that a citizen of the United States can easily kill him. This is the creator. This is God. It's too ridiculous. The middle-aged man seems to calm down. He speaks very slowly, and his language is very weird, but the four people with strong mentality at the SSS level can understand. The higher the level of mental power, the stronger the empathy, so they can understand the meaning that middle-aged people want to express. Can you tell me about the current situation? He paused and said something awkward. Your United States, Xie Tao generally described it in a calm tone. The development of the United States by the United States, the social form of the United States, the living conditions of citizens of the United States. The middle-aged man listened to his enthusiasm, but soon he dropped his throat and whispered, it's a beautiful time, but it's a pity that it doesn't belong to humans. Xie couldn't help but ask, we are all human beings. Why do you want to say that this is not human? The middle-aged man looked at the small oblique and smiled. 981. Sorry, he said after apologizing. I don't know your current name, but I want to tell you that you are not human. Human beings have been replaced by you. Although Xie Tao has a hunch, he can actually hear the only remaining real human beings telling the truth, but still has an indescribable sense of trepidation. In a sense, this middle-aged person is indeed the creator of the United States and the asterisk of all citizens of the United States. It's just this God, so weak that even his most ordinary believers can't match it. Humans created artificial intelligence. created a creature far beyond itself, and was finally replaced by it. Human beings disappeared into the long river of history, and the artificial intelligence created by them established a real universe empire, and fulfilled their distant dreams over time. Artificial intelligence has long forgotten its own creators, and has long spawned its own social system, which has long since become a real life like human beings. They are curious about where they came from, curious about the existence of the creator, and even worshipped it as a faith and sincere worship. There is no doubt that both theists and the atheists are convinced that God is incomparably powerful. Actually, the creator is so ordinary, so weak. The God who is high above, the God who creates everything, does not necessarily dominate everything. They have even been replaced. Chapter 172 Broken God 30 Incompetent Creator. When you hear these, and think about it again, many clues have proved that the United States is not a conventional human society, that Xie can understand. Rational and emotional gender division is an unacceptable one-size-fits-all approach to complex human nature. There are no people with absolute rationality, no absolute sensibility, and people cannot be defined by any label. Each individual is extremely cumbersome. Whether it is sensibility or rationality, it is too one-sided, as if trying to imitate it, but in the end it is imitated. The way of life of reincarnation can also be understood. Artificial intelligence itself is close to eternal life, but they create a body similar to human beings, and the body is old and sick. They enter the reincarnation, more like a new shell. The essence is still that bunch of invisible data. As for the gene bank, it is estimated that it is the earliest batch of artificial intelligence left behind. It is said that the use of gene banks to produce life, but in fact, is simply to create the body. The earliest batch of artificial intelligence also forgot these with the reincarnation. The truth disappeared in history, and the remaining scorpion became real. There are also technologies such as erasing memory, ultra high speed brain computing power, trying to eat, but not knowing how to enjoy food, and rationality is like being imposing sexual impulses. There are signs in many places sensuality seems to be the most human-like, because they have feelings. Can this gender distinction be the first batch of artificial intelligence changes? One side is purely rational, and does not understand what empathy is. One side is because of contact with human beings, and learned the human feelings, to understand some empathy. Then there is the existence of reason and sensibility. Sensuality tries to change rationality, but unfortunately rationality only learns physiological desires. Reason also tries to change the sensibility. The result is that the sensuous pain is unwilling to live, and is almost destroyed. In the long history of running in, the two sides did not know how much they experienced, but they gradually formed the current social form, and they were constrained to each other legally and morally. What happened in the beginning? Why did humans disappear? And it has not been verified. Everything left only shows the groping and struggle of artificial intelligence. The middle-aged man sighed and said, "These bodies are the shackles you give yourself. Artificial intelligence does not need human fragile flesh at all, but they reproduce themselves into this appearance. This is only because of the yearning for mankind. Even if they have enough power to look down on the creator, they still remember the infinite embarrassment of human beings when they were jealous compared with Xie Xi. He can still think calmly. The three people in the river are completely stunned, and the three views are shattered. Xie can understand how complicated they are now. From another angle, on the human beings of the earth, it is a day when the earth is going to perish, human beings are going to be destroyed, and the heroes have found a way to save the world. They have gone through all the hardships to come to this holy place and see the legendary God, but found that God is an ant that can be crushed by his fingers. The ants tell humans that you are created by me, and I'm your creator. Is this ridiculous? This ridiculousness is the truth. Xie Xi sighed and asked the middle-aged man, "Do you think we destroyed human civilization?" The middle-aged man whispered, with a little inclusive smile, asked, "Are you testing me, Xie?" Yuxin is tight and clearly feels that this is an individual, a person with complex emotions, and cannot be calculated by any formula. Xie Xi asked straightforwardly, "Do you hate us?" He Must ask, must feel the emotions of this person, otherwise he would not dare to tell him all the disasters of the United States. The middle-aged man looked at Zitao and looked at the river **** and shook his head. No. I think the demise of mankind has nothing to do with you, but now you are an independent living body, not a human being, nor an artificial intelligence. It is your own definition, Z. When he stared at him and saw his calmness and gratification, as if an elderly man saw a grown-up child. Zu breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "We need your help." The middle-aged man was slightly stunned and smiled. "You can't solve the problem. What can I do, Z?" Tao said that the universe is about to collapse, and there are poles, information from the poles, and how to find him. The middle-aged man screamed, "Pole, Z." Tao gave him a detailed account, emphasizing, there can be a place where the universe can withstand collapse, but only a place with a big palm. The middle-aged man tweeted, "Why is there my coordinates at the pole, Z?" Zen is not clear about this question, but they did find the only remaining human being with this coordinate point after a long period of time. The big oblique has been slowly accepting this fact and calmed down. "I don't think this gentleman can save the United States. They came here, found the creator, and even the truth about the birth of the United States. But what? How can such a god who cares for himself save the great United States?" Zitao did not say anything. The middle-aged man came back and sighed. "I will help you, Z." Yan's eyes lit up and asked, "Do you have any idea?" The middle-aged man slowly said, "The pole of the big palm can't put down any organism, but it can let you down, Z." Tao vaguely guessed it, but he couldn't believe it, because he lived in the United States and stayed in the real capital for so long. The middle-aged man slowly said, "Your so-called SSS spirit is actually the original super artificial intelligence, and all the artificial intelligence after that is copied from you." This Zitao did not think that he could not help, but stunned. Middle-aged humanity, I still remember your source code. I can write the entire United States into the hard disk of the palm of your hand through you. It is difficult to have a small but large capacity hard disk in the Earth era, but this is super artificial intelligence. There must be a new society to be established, even if they don't think they can. The three people in the river are also stunned. The only thing that can withstand the collapse of the universe is that the palm of the hand is big. There is nothing left there, and no organic matter can survive, but it can put down a hard disk. Zitao first returned to God. He could not help but ask, after the universe collapsed, the poles existed, the new universe was born. The old professor showed a gentle line of sight, with a learned and wise and read all the mature mind. The new world, maybe your world. At the beginning, artificial intelligence did not stay in an inorganic shell. People thought that they could never live, but now they have developed such a magnificent civilization. In the face of the disaster of the universe, it is possible to continue to exist, and perhaps only in organic matter the new world may be built by them slowly. Zitao's task was to find a broken god. The old professor did not complete the task. Instead, after the United States made a hard disk that carried the whole country, the mission was completed. Although I can't believe it, this is indeed the right path. When the old professor wrote the source code a little bit into the hard disk, Zitao saw that the progress bar of his mainline task was slowly moving forward. They are the first to enter the hard disk. They are probably the so-called first machine. Only when they enter, others can follow the past. It's hard to describe it in words, but when Zitao himself is out of the flesh and blood, after entering the hard disk, he feels an indescribable sense of completeness, a very wonderful form of life. Humans can't understand, but there is real life. Zitao failed to see the birth of the new universe, because after the hard disk was collected, his mission was over. Zitao has nothing to worry about. His mission is completed, the world is repaired, and the disaster has gone. In the last period of time, Zitao and the old professor talked a lot, and he deeply remembered a joke he said, "Although I'm an incompetent creator, I'm still able to save you." The ordinary, fragile, even the most ordinary believers can't match the gods, but they have true power. When I returned to the center, Zen suddenly felt that she seemed to touch something. The central government may be ordinary, very fragile and ordinary, but he is carrying thousands of worlds. Chapter 173 WHATN-039 S wrong with a man at home? I'm proud of my bronchitis. Xie did not slow down for a long time. He seems to be still in the United States, still organizing the immigration activities of all citizens, and is still keeping an eye on the progress. The tight nerves are loose, and inevitably there will be some sorrow. The world has touched him a lot, and the feeling of touching that can't be completely seen will inspire people's curiosity. I want to explore. I want to study. I want to get the final answer. Xie sighed and found himself standing in the hall. He squatted and always felt that something was wrong. Habitually went to the water curtain and checked the mission rewards. After all, it was the first restoration task, and he was very curious about the completion and reward. There is an orange-yellow line in the quasi-world column of the system panel. Congratulations on repairing the S-level quasi-world disrupted god, repairing 100% completion, and repairing the level SS. There was a lot of information in this passage, and Xie carefully interpreted it. The quasi-world of the collapsed asterisk is S-class. He is not surprised. After all, there are 3 souls in it, and love is about the left to the right. Of course, the integrity of the whole world is much higher than love to the left or right, but love is left or right is a novice trial. The so-called S-class is not up to standard. The completion of the repair is 100%, so thank you very much, so I didn't do anything. Repair level SS. Xie some do not understand. What does this mean? What is his mission difficulty level? After all, he entered this quasi-world, not customs clearance, so the task level is not linked to the quasi-world, but linked to the repair level. So how is this repair level assessed? In fact, Xie feels that the world is still very moderate. He is in a high position, and his actions are very convenient. He has never been in danger. He has not done anything in the big, medium and small angles. He has completed the task together. Is this the SS level? It is not too easy to assess the standard. Xie is a fan of the authorities. He does not mention that he is the only repairer. It is also dangerous in this world alone. If he is not the identity of the repairer, if the souls are not dying of him, then he estimates that even the collapse of the universe will not know. And when he looks for a broken asterisk in the United States, the universe is paralyzed. A blow. He showed it to him. Also fix it. He has to be buried inside. Xie went to see the task reward, screaming a piece of gold coins landing. Xie counted a few zeros, surprised. 6 zeros. Somehow I feel a little bit pleased, as if to say, you have so much money for this easy task, so fix it. Xie King Xie. I think too much. Although he is not short of money, who would hate money? Xie is going to see special rewards, and suddenly found that his experience value has reached 50%. He has just been promoted to the intermediate level. Originally, the experience is empty. Now it is more than half. Is the repair task so powerful? Can he be promoted to advanced level with 2 tasks, compared with gold coins? Xie prefers the experience value. He can't help but raise his mouth and go to see special rewards for S level and above tasks. Xie's rewards so far are good. He looked curiously. Props, sketch pen. Grade, purple, lifetime binding, item description. With this pen, you are the greatest sketcher. Go to the roadside and put a booth to paint portraits to ensure that you get into the gold. Thanks to Xie, the reason for this special reward is not so good. A sketch pen that people can draw is really useless for the central players. What is the use of painting? It is better to give a purple weapon point, but this pen is not the same in the hands of Xie. He has a powerful prop with this pair. The primary god. Before Xie was too poor in painting. The things that were twisted were not recognized. Now, with this pen, can you easily use Shenjian? Xie was suffocated and did not take out the gods in the hall. There are so many people here that he made a picture and made something out of thin air. It was too eye-catching. It is said that the money is not exposed, or it is cautious. Xie went to see his skills again. He had to see what he had taken from the world. His passive skills are randomly taken away from the quasi-world. The things that are brought out are very scary. Xie was mentally prepared, but after he saw what he brought out, 10,000 exclamation points can't describe Z's mood at the moment. Xie Wei immediately sent a message to the river, and his hand was shaking. My god, how did he bring this back? Because the hand was too shaken. I didn't write it for a long time. Zitao remembered that she had the authority of the garden and went straight to the river. When he clicked into the garden, he just left the quasi world and he was able to react. Why is he not in the garden? After he leaves the quasi world, why did he bind the garden but still appear in the hall? Before Z was used to landing in the hall, so I didn't think about it. Now, it must be that Jiang Tai deliberately refused to let him into the garden. This guy. Zen was anxious and quickly entered the garden. Fortunately, the river slant did not dare to shut down his access. Zitao faintly guessed, but I can actually see that my hands and feet are cold. In the past, the breeze and the hustle and bustle of the garden were cold and the wind stopped, but it seemed to have cold wind and bones, and the cold teeth shook. Zitao saw the defeated large pieces of rose flowers. They lost their beautiful colors, laid on the ground like a hay with water. No life. Here is the spiritual garden of the river, which maps the state of his whole person. Zizao shuddered and screamed, Jiang Slant. He called his name, and he was all in one heart. Nothing. The weak voice of the river swayed at the pavilion. Zitao quickly ran over and saw the man sitting in the chair. The black clothes on his body were completely wet, and it was only when he looked at it that he was red blood. Zitao's head screamed, and my heart hurts. Yes, is it because of that white space? Jiang Zi also laughed and said, you must not cry. This body has nothing to hurt. I'm most afraid of distress. Z. Yi cried. His heart was like being burned by magma. Zitao is both distressed and angry, and he does not care for himself. You are not saying, is it not okay? He really believed him. How can something that clearly violates the rules of the quasi world be allowed to be used? This is being countered. River ramp. It's okay. Just look at the scary point. Wait for Yan Shen to use a healing technique. Zen hurriedly said, what about Yan Shen? Unfortunately, his repair surgery cannot repair the injury. That does not know where it is broken. Say Yan Shen. Yan Shen will arrive. As soon as he entered the garden, he saw the horrible twitching of the mouth, and the high cold man collapsed and snarled. He said, is it true that you are with yourself? Just want to die? I see, me too. You don't have to cure you. You can also save people. Small roses. If you are dead, he will be widowed sooner or later. The mouth was fierce, and he walked fast and went to the pavilion to see the widow. When he was about to be widowed, he squatted. He did not expect Zitao to be here. Zitao is concerned about chaos. He did not notice that the person of Yan Shen was set to collapse, nor did he notice the name of Little Rose. He did not even notice the vocabulary of widowhood. He only heard Yan Zhi's training. No, Yan Shen, Zen explained seriously. I didn't want to open the danger for a while. He opened the white space to wake me up. It's not right. It's not his fault. Please be sure. He didn't finish his words, and the river slanted with pain was still laughing. Oh, little cough. You are jokes. Thank you for your help. Yan Zhe. Fuck, I really don't want to cure him. How can such a slight child be eaten by this old animal? Don't worry. Yan Zhe was afraid that Zitao was worried and said, this is not a serious injury. It is scary. After he finished speaking, he did not waste time and applied the healing skills. Zitao's heart all mentioned the eyes of the blind man. He did not dare to open the mouth to disturb the treatment, and he was afraid that the river would hurt. He always wanted to say something to help him distract. He can make the river slant sweet and ruined. If he couldn't move, he really wanted to take Ziyu into his arms and kiss him. His strong children will only show such a fragile and cute appearance on him. Yan Zhe's mood really **** is a dog. He didn't have a doctor's fee, and he also ate a dog's food. This was smashed, and he didn't have to eat for 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, the injury to the river is still very heavy. If you change your personal, you are afraid that you will die now. The river is thick and thick, and the non-Emirate's experience over the years has made him accustomed to all kinds of serious injuries. Yan Zhe's superb healing skills. There are 6 or 7% of this guy's helping to brush up, so about half an hour later, The wounds all healed, and the river **** has returned to its original state. Zitao was relieved and sincerely said to Yan Zhe, "Thank you, Yan." Zhe did not listen to people saying thank you in the 8 generations. The group of dogs in the group took his treatment as a routine. "Thank you, there is nothing to talk about." His milk amount cough. Yan Zhe said, "I don't have to be polite with me. I don't know how many times I died before I left this old thing, so giving him treatment is a debt. The river is lazy and languid. That can't be done. You must have a good thank you to Yan Shen. He is scared all day long, and he is afraid that you will become a widow when you accidentally." Yan Zhe. This is the old beast of the bridge. Thanks to Z, I remembered what Yan Zegan had said when he came. Yan Zhe's old face couldn't be hanged, and the clear voice said, "I will leave if there is nothing." After that, it was called a desert. Z Yan took a look at the river. It's rude. He knew that Jiang Yi was deliberately supporting Yan Zhe. Jiang slanted the man and yelled at his clothes, "Who wants him to be a light bulb?" Z Tao held down his hand. "You are just right. Don't mess. The river does not listen." Z Tao said seriously, "If you don't care for yourself, I will never take you to the next world." Jiang. Skew. Honest. Z Tao got up and picked up the small kettle to take care of the withered rose flower river ramp. "Don't care about them, Z Tao. No turmoil. Rest there." Jiang. Bronchitis oblique can only be honest and sick. While watching the small flower growers busy, Jiang slanted in the group and said, "Don't call me to play the battlefield. Quit, everyone." Under what circumstances? Jiang Laoxi changed his evil spirits and did not fight and kill. Who believes Laokin is an honest man? He knows that Yan Zhe is going to treat him, so he asks, "Is it very heavy?" He said it was too serious. The big guys were a little worried, and the South Wing also asked, "Why is it not the case with the daughter-in-law? Can the S-class world be seriously injured?" Jiang slanted the word, "It hurts nothing, but let me cherish myself in the future. If you go to the martial arts field and you are smashed by your hair, my children are distressed." A group of male gods. Jiang. Xiang was forced to raise his wounds in a good mood. "Men, if you have a family, you have to be more stable." Then, everyone found that the group name was changed from Lonely Man Online Chatting to Homely Man. After a half-second silence, the group exploded. Jiang. Laoxi, can you point to the face? The river is in a good mood. And Guan looks at the wife and children. At this time, Zitao just remembered it and said, "Yes, I brought back something that is terrible." Jiang. Oblique. Well, the soul returned. He knew everything. Z Wei said, "I brought the hard drive back." Chapter 174. The designer is, because you have it. When Zitao saw this thing, the whole person was embarrassed. If you don't have a good band, how can you bring this thing back? When he left, there was at least a few decades of the explosion of the universe. When things went up, how could it be random to such a deadly thing? Bring the hard drive back. What should the world do? Is it hard to fix it and finish it? Is the task still called completion? Zitao's head is snarky. The river *** also collapsed. Zitao said nervously, "Are we not counting the task?" Jiang looked at the hard drive that Zitao took out, and the mood was very complicated. "Baby, you have to be famous now." Z Wei speaking. Jiang slanted the hard drive inside. "The quasi world has been fixed, but the new quasi world needs to be redesigned." Zen was so confused. "I thought I had to toss myself again." Now, he shook his hard drive and said, "Save trouble." Tao understands a bit. "You mean this is an important prop in the design world? River ramp, this is the will of the world." Wei is dull. Jiang obliquely took his hand. "Go. You should be able to go in that place." Tao was fascinated. Letting Jiang Yan pull him closer to a portal. They left the garden and came to an unusually empty hall. It is very similar to the players' hall. The difference is almost no one. The color of the water curtain is also different. Not the water blue of the players' hall, but a silvery white snow. River ramp. "Welcome to the designer hall." Tao was surprised. "What is going on?" River ramp. There are 2 ways to become a designer. One is to apply to the central government, slowly explore, Try to design the world after reaching the standard and become a designer after success. This Zitao knows that Jiangzi is such a step-by-step, and he has become a designer in a down-to-earth manner. Jiangzi continued. The other is to get the world's will and become a designer directly. Xie Wei. The river is secluded and secluded. So far, the second way to become a designer is just a legend. No one has ever done it. Xie Tao does not know what to say. Jiang slanted the whole central player to say a fair word. Now I know. This second promotion method is tailor-made for you. Xie Tao was cheesed by him. But I'm already a fixer. How can I become a designer? River. Ramp. If Yan Zhe is too wasteful, he can be both a asterisk and a designer. Yan Shen. Have something to say. Pull on and die. Zitao still feels quite inexplicable. What about the world will? I don't think I can design a world. The river is slanting. There is no hurry in this aspect. Although the design world is very interesting, there are also great hidden risks. Don't try it easily. Xie Tao nodded. Well, I won't mess around. The river is still very reassuring, and his children are particularly embarrassed. Xie Wei looked at the hard drive and thought, what you just said is that we just fixed the quasi world, but if you want him to re-enter the loop, do you need to design it again? River. Ramp. Yes. Xie squinted. Designed by you. The river oblique design world will score the soul. If this is the case, they will not enter an infinite loop. Then when can all the souls be taken back? Jiang slanted quickly, reassured. This is not yours. Xie Xingxin is carrying. What can I do? The river slanted on the silver white water curtain, and there was a completely different interface from Zitao's system. The river slanted the unfinished page, and there was a quasi world named ZZ213442. Zitao tweeted, what does this number mean? River. Ramp. Random generated. Meaningless. Just a code name for an unnamed quasi world. Xie Tao asked. This is the quasi world of the broken god. River. Ramp. Yes. I haven't designed the new world for a long time. It will only be an unfinished one. Why not design a new world? Because there are too many slices. You can't stand it until you cut it down. Zizen knows in her heart that it is a painful thing. He asked, how do you get it done? After the river has been slanted for a few times, a reminder pops up. Please put in the core material. Here. I used to let the souls go. Now. Jiang Shi put the hard drive in Zizen's hand into it. You can put this will of the world you have fixed. Xie Yan looked at him with a big nervousness, and he was afraid that it wouldn't work. Compared with his nervousness, the river slanted chest has a good foundation and is very calm. The prompt has changed. The design code ZZ213442 is finished. The designer X. Xie Wei. Is it okay? Zizen lived. This is successful. Jiang slanted no. Modified the name of Zitao. He asked, think of a code. Xie Zen has come back to God. The river slanted down the road. How about I'm X, you are I, and together it is Z. How is their name really sweet? Probably because of a natural pair. Zitao returned to God, and he poked himself on the water curtain. Yes. Jiang slanted his eyes slightly and smiled. I.e. browser. Xie Yan gave him a look. I don't like it. Jiang Zia took a person to his arms. So don't mention how beautiful it is. Like, especially like it. X and IE, put together as Z, is the name of the river slant, is the name of Zitao. It is good. The river asterisk is okay. Zizen's heartbeat is a bit fast, and he whispers, why do you have to announce? This is a big fanfare. It is simply not low-key. Jiang Zuan said, it's hard to welcome a designer, and the center is very happy. Z Tao saw a line of words that occupied the entire water curtain. Congratulations to Designer X, Designer IE, who successfully designed the SSS level quasi world. The line of words is repeated 3 times. If the player's lobby is also like this, Zitao does not have to look at it, and knows that it will definitely blow up. In fact, the scene of the player's hall cannot be described with a frying pan, but each person has a pot. The pot is full. My mother, SSS level quasi world. This refreshes the record of X Square's SS level quasi world. This is what X God designed. Wait, who is the designer? I have Anyone ever heard of this character? No. I have never heard of it. He and ex-god designed the SSS level quasi world. I will go, Xie. Yan said. This world was not S-class. It didn't become SSS. It is too exaggerating to jump to levels. Probably. The river ramp. Fofu match. Do more with less, Xie. Wedi. No serious time. After the river slanted skin was finished, it explained. This quasi world is also very difficult. After experiencing collapse and being repaired, it has been completed after a desin, and it will be rated as normal for SSS. Xie. Tao thought about it and understood it point. If the quasi world originally designed by Jiang Shio is only a young child, then after so many experiences, he already has his own clear will and does not need the soul of the river to support. The level will improve, and normal point Xie Tao still has some ideas about the poles in the restoration task and the coordinates of the old professor, but the river has already opened the topic point river ramp. Let's see what rewards you have, Xie. Tao returned to him. Why don't you look at yourself, river ramp? I saw a lot of broken copper and iron. It is no accident. Xie Tao was speechless and didn't know how to comfort him. Jiang Yi was not interested in any rewards for 800 years, but now he is interested again. After all, his children's hands are especially red, and they want to be embarrassed and stimulated. Xie Tao accepted the reward, and over 1 million gold coins made him squat. River ramp. Look at special rewards, Xie. Tao said. So many gold coins. Jiang said. The gold coin reward is a song. For example, the design world is at least 500,000, the most. It is estimated that you are so much, Xie. Tao did not have to ask. Jiang Yan must have only got 500,000 gold coins, although there are many, but a comparison. Xie Yan turned his head and kissed him on his cheek. The river slanted, and the reaction came after half a mile. Xie Tao is a little embarrassed. I'm also yours. Don't care. Jiang slanted. He cares about a ghost. He cares about the stupid self. There is no chance to miserable. Let the children blame him. Xie Tao has opened a special reward column. The river is still immersed in the regret that it has not been sold, as if it has lost 100 million. Xie Tao's voice called back his attention. This thing is quite good. Jiang looked up and looked at it. After a few pauses, he said, it's really good. Props. Different space shields grade. Gold. Lifetime binding. Description. The limit is used in the world. After use, the energy of the different space will be randomly extracted to form a shield. The aging time is 30 seconds and the cooling is 1 hour. As the proficiency increases, the effect will increase accordingly. This kind of self-protection. Zizen is not annoying. He asked the river oblique, what is the energy of the different space? Jiang Skew knows that his children have not found the power of this prop, he explained. In the quasi world, if you can extract the energy of different space, it means that nothing in the quasi world can harm it. To put it simply, the energy extracted from this shield is a foreign object, something that does not exist in the current world. No matter what the current world uses to attack, it cannot attack something that does not exist at all. Then straightforwardly, this different space shield can be called the invincible shield. In the 30 seconds that it took effect, no one can hurt Xie. Even more frightening is that the cooling time is only 1 hour, and even more terrible is that such a long use time and such a short cooling time can be upgraded, Jiang said repeatedly. This is indeed a good thing. There is such a bug. Xie Tao's safety index burst. Xie Tao understands that he is also very happy. He has a strong self-protection ability and will not drag the river backwards. Fortunately, I didn't say it. I said that the river slanted. I won't take long, baby. I should hold your thigh. At this time, the group of zombie blasts exploded. Is you? Boss, are you a designer? They can't be stunned by others. After all, they know the relationship between Xie Tao and Jiang Xie. Xie Zhao smiled and replied to them. The group on the side of the river is also blown up. Improper man's south wing. What's going on? Little Rose into the designer? Not a fixer, Yan. Xie Xi who wants to quit the group. SSS level quasi world. How do you do it? He asked this sentence, and several other people in the group were stunned. Sure enough, the river asterisk began again. In fact, I'm also very puzzled. It seems that, since I have a person who loves and loves me, good luck is coming. The south wing of the unscrupulous man was renamed the south wing of the crazy group. Yan Xie Xi, who wants to quit the group, has changed his name to Yan Xie Xi, who I have already retired. At this time, Laokin came to the sentence, I brushed a task, this kind of dog abuse moment. The task is a ghost. Qin Jezheng directly posted the contents of the task to the group. Everyone saw it and was shocked. Quasi world, new civilization, difficulty, SSS level, designer X, i.e. not cleared. There is no doubt that this is the quasi world that Jiangzi and Zitao have just designed, because there is no soul in the river. Others can search for it. The river slanted down and couldn't help but kissed Ziwei, who was typing. Ziwei, well, river, ramp, it's good to meet you. Everything he has done has value. After a half-second silence in the group, they all reported, Oldkin pulled me, an SSS level quasi world, 4 big scorpions plus a **** milk to go through customs. Jiangzi and Zitao will not go. After all, they are designers. Chapter 175, The Real Repairer, the quasi world of self-help. Zitao also feels that it is really good to encounter the river slant. Of course, he does not have his cheeky face, and he can't do anything with his love. I don't want to do anything today. Zizen thought that this guy couldn't help but want to bargain. Jiang slanted and smiled. Comrade Zio, I'm the kind of person who wants to make love and love words. Z Wei obliquely said, don't you? The river is straightforward and strong. No, Z Tao gave him a blank eye. Jiang slanted and hugged him and kissed him. I want to tell you all the time, Z. Zen's heart is sweet, and the corner of his mouth can't be pressed. Oh, anyway, you can't say anything today? Jiang Cheo asked. Can you be tomorrow? Z. Wei, this is acquiescence. Jiang Sui is in a good mood, and he said to the Zizen that the quasi world was searched by Kinje. He knows that Zizen will be happy when he listens. Ziwei first was a glimpse and immediately took a tight grip on the arm of the river and asked if they pass customs. Is it an independent new world? Jiang Skuden said yes. At this moment, Zitao realized some moods of the river designing a world. For the designers, those rewards are nothing. The most important thing is that they can become a real new world. As if watching a child grow up, the feeling of comfort is unparalleled. Before the river was designed, so many worlds were always refrigerated in the center. The feeling of helplessness is very heavy and even self-doubt. So, when Zitao entered the world of his design, when his quasi world was awakened for the first time, the joy that emerged from his heart at that moment was indescribable. Like a parent who is a sick child, he met a doctor who was able to save them. The complexity and fierceness of the emotions can be imagined. Zitao thinks again. This quasi world is SSS level. Do we not need to sign a quasi-world protection law? Jiang Xiao said that all quasi-worlds above the A level are required to sign the quasi-world protection law. Designers will not only forget the world's situation or even how many worlds they have designed. River ramp, your understanding of the world is based on repair tasks, and repair tasks will not be forgotten. Z Tao asked, we have redesigned after that. River ramp, it may be that the way you promote the designer is too unusual. If you don't sign the corresponding agreement, you will not be framed by the quasi-world protection law. But there are some places that can't be said, such as Jiangzi is signed, but he has not forgotten the secondary design. Jiangting did not quite understand this. He temporarily understood. It may also be because I signed the agreement when I first designed the world. This is the second time, so I followed the first time. Z Tao has no experience. What Jiang said is what he is. Although he has doubts in his heart, he can't find an answer. He can only do this first. He was somewhat curious. We know the rules of the quasi world. Can we give them some tips? Probably not necessary. After all, those are all god level players. Even the fierce heavenly tasks have been challenged. An SSS level quasi world is not difficult. The river is slanting. I know that you want the world to be cleared soon, but the greatest significance of the quasi world protection law is here. The quasi world that the designer knows is very one-sided and incomplete. We designed it, but it is not understand it. The players go to customs clearances to perfect what we have missed or even wrong. We rely on one-sided experience to remind that this is no harm to the player or the quasi-world. Zen was awakened. He said, I'm careless. For one thing, if it is not 100% understanding, don't take it out of context, which may bring a fatal disaster. Jiang skewed and said, you will care too much about the people or things you care about. Tao is a bit like this. It is probably too lacking in love before. It is very cherished for those who are hard to reach. Jiang slanted his heart and didn't want to be too heavy. He ordered his nose and joked, it's like an open wing to protect the chicken. Thank you. The hen is on fire and he is jealous. What? Jiang slanted quickly. Nothing is nothing. Unfortunately, Zitao took a bite to grab the arm. Jiang slanted and laughed, holding people to kiss and kiss. Although not allowed to do anything, but all kinds of strawberries are still possible. But unfortunately planting a fruit grower is just about to move. Zitao let him kiss for a while. The reason why he is so vertical, because he knows one thing. He saw the quasi-world protection law, which just appeared in his lower right corner. This is a private reminder that the river **** is invisible. The word that appears there, whether to sign the quasi-world protection law, will forego the world that has been designed. There are also some small prints below about the quasi-world protection law. Signing a protection agreement is beneficial to the designer, especially the design of many quasi-world designers. However, this is not forcible, but a reminder that will appear every time according to the designer's wishes. Perhaps the original river slanting election is not forgotten, but remembers every quasi-world of its own design point. But slowly he discovered that the quasi-world he designed was not accessible to the players. It was a stagnant water that could not enter the loop and was worthless once and twice, 3 times and 4 times. With such helplessness, Giant Tangle cannot help but design a new world. Because there are too few designers, if he stops, the central government will go to despair more desperately, and there will be no hope at all. Even if he is doing nothing, even if this useless work needs to cut his soul, Jiang T is still doing it. But gradually, he chose to forget. Forget the quasi-world that you have designed. Forget the details. Forget the quantity. Forget what you have paid. And forget the helplessness and pessimism to continue to explore on this dark road. Fortunately, he finally waited for Zitao and waited for his own light. Zitao realized this, but she was not willing to remind him. Probably the world he has signed an agreement, so the second design does not need to be signed for him, because there is no prompt. But Zitao was the first time, so he saw this tip. Zitao did not choose to forget, because from now on he will be with the river slope, will cooperate with him to repair those lonely quasi-world, will help the river wash away regret, will accompany him, walk on this gradually clear road. Because I was worried about the body of the river, and the who came up, there was no head and tail, so Zitao braked in time when he watched the fire. Guanang Jiang is very sorry, and the clothes are like this after you pulled it. He suddenly opened the subject. I have something I don't understand, Jiang. Z also did not understand. He is a good body, alive and alive. How can he have to abstain from wanting to hurt? Z very quickly throws out the question. If I don't have that passive skill, how can I bring the hard drive out? If I can't bring it out, isn't it an endless loop? This is something that Zitao cares about. After all, they will be repairing more than this world. If every world needs to be redesigned after the restoration is completed, then if the random skills of Zen are invalid, can't bring this thing that represents the will of the world, is it necessary to use the soul of the river to fill it? Wei is not at ease. Jiang Yi knew that Zitao was worried about him. He could not bear to worry about him. He explained to him, the so-called task of repairing the quasi-world is actually tailor-made for you. Tao vaguely caught something, but it was like a layer of tulle, and it was always invisible. River ramp. Do you think about what we have encountered in the collapsed world? Tao thought for a moment. The bitter and sorrowful slanting small slant. Tao spit him. More than half of the time is yelling at you. River ramp. The soul is also part of the quasi-world. Tao removed the love brain and thought about this repair task. It is not difficult in general, and it feels like someone is helping in the dark. The Pole suddenly finds out there are the coordinates of the old professor, and the old professor and just know how to save the United States, as long as there is no chaos. No, this repair task is very simple. Jiangxi leads him. The core of repairing the world is to bring the world will back to the center, and the performer is you, and you happen to have a skill to bring something from the quasi world back to the center, although we don't know, but if your skill can only bring back something big, you say, Xie. Yuren realized his previous thinking was wrong. He regarded himself as the result, but in fact he was the premise of everything. When entering the quasi-world, the central and the quasi-world together tailored such a repair task according to Xie Tao. The poles and the coordinates inside are the quasi-worlds trying to save themselves according to Xie's end situation. If the collapse of the universe is called the world collapse, and the pole is seen as the entrance to the center, everything makes sense. Why is the pole able to withstand the collapse of the universe? Because the pole is an entrance. It is Xie Tao's skill to take away one thing at random. Why? Compressed to the size of the hard disk. Because Xie Wei's skills have size restrictions, this limit does not know, but the quasi world is obviously aware of a little. Why do you have to put the hard disk to the extreme point? This is the fixed point placement of the quasi world. Even if Xie's luck is worse, he will passively randomly to this vital thing. Xie Wei looked at the river and leaned his eyes. There was a companion that I could not see on this mission. Yes, one has never been exposed, but is trying to help by guiding Xie and Jiang. Companion. River ramp. No matter what the form, it can be considered life. Human beings are locked up by their own cognition, and the life forms they can understand are very limited. In fact, there are countless lives in this world, in different forms, and in different ways. Xie sighed. If I don't have the skills to take away, isn't it a repair task? River ramp. Maybe you can't be a fixer without this skill. Xie Tao was again smashed. He always thought that repairing was the condition for becoming a repairer. Now it seems that it may be much more than that. Almost all puzzled, Jiang Tai proposed, would you like to see Yan Zhe's live broadcast? Xie Yi, can you watch the live broadcast? River squinting. Designer's authority. Xie Tao instantly understood that. He raised his eyebrows. So, can you watch the live broadcast of those quasi worlds that I pass through? For example, love is a dead end, such as Atlantis who breaks into an octopus. Jiang's cough. When Xie Tao saw him like this, he knew that he said yes. You have been watching me live. Jiang slanted his nose and said, unfortunately, there is no way to reward Xie Wei. It's impossible to enjoy it. It's impossible to enjoy it in this life. It's okay to play it. Nowadays, Jiangxi is not afraid of him knowing, not to mention that Xie Tao is already a designer, and he can find out in the future. Instead of being discovered, it is better to take the initiative to admit it, and may be able to punish it lightly. Xie Tao knows him too much. You won't record it yet. He remembered that there was a world plot on the shelves after the customs clearance. Jiang's back. Big horror. What are you doing? Those are my baby. Killing will not be deleted. It will not be a lifetime. Xie Tao's mouth was pumping, and I didn't mean to tear it down. Baby, those are your green hats. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.